wishing for my necklace. Got $100,000 on my checklist. All the money you made, that's my work slip. You ain't learning. I be a new person. I be making money fast. They be so determined. I be working every day. Yeah, I'm up on my circuit. Get me another diamond chain, made it from the surface. I been hurting. Would you live with me straight till the end? Baby, don't leave my back. I'm too spent. This is what I got, yeah, it's how it been. But that's okay, cause I'm making ends. Don't like me, well, I'm on the road. High speed, chase, that's what I love. Can't see what I can't control. Did it once, yeah, do it once again. Watch my father, yeah, he taught me how to win. Cop new Prada, money taught me how to spin. Waves like water, music taught me how to swim. I'ma fill my bottle way up to the brim.
Toss it all, ashes, yeah, let them bridges fall. I've been way better than before. Posted with my cash till it's all.
What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. Okay, that's my PCOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
I don't know, but that was.
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
She says that she loves me, she just wants to fuck me. Got me feeling something, got me feeling nothing. Alcoholic junkie, says she thinks I'm funny. Think I might get lucky, spending too much money. She says she wants my necklace, put her on the guest list. Hope I don't regret this, hope I don't regret this. I'm feeling hella reckless, cashing all my checks rich. Hickeys on my neck, shit, she's on the offensive. I do not know my set list, still I'm gonna get lit. Yeah, I have a death wish, live until I'm breathless. I'ma stay progressive, she gon' stay obsessive. Life is so expensive, do everything excessive. I think my brain's defective, yeah. Can't think when she's aggressive, yeah. She snuck into my section, yeah. You think I'd learn my lesson, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep. These girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. She's sitting up in the front of the class, using that ass, she gonna pass. Keeping her pad and her pen in her lap. She been so bad with the men in her past. Now she just want the professor so bad. I'll give her lessons that she never had, like taking a freshman and teaching her math. I'll keep her guessing until she a grad. She always leaves them guessing, they don't know what's next, man. Learned it from the best, man. She loving every lesson with hands-on sessions, points for attendance. She asks a lot of questions, I answer with my presence. I sit back while I'm texting. Said she wants to get in, said she'll bring her best friend. Know what happened next, man. You know what happened next, man. Treat her like a guest, man. Rolling out the best, man. She had a confession, yeah. She wanna stay for a minute, she wanna play for a minute, she wanna slay for a minute, and now I'm all up in it. I'll be back in a minute, I'll be back in a minute, make a track in a minute, and now I'm all up in it. No sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me, yeah. And we ain't getting no sleep, these girls don't even know me. Like Drake, I'm getting trophies. You want it, girl, then show me. Cause we ain't getting no sleep, yeah. No, we ain't getting no sleep, yeah.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Oh my god, you are such a pathetic piece of shit. Shame on you. Shame on you, you fucking liar. You fucking filth. You fucking absolute dog shit. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking garbage motherfucker. I cannot believe it. You fucking piece of garbage. You know these motherfuckers are such liars, dude. I despise these people so much. God, why are you such a fucking horrible monster, dude? Shame on you, and shame on your fucking parents for literally bringing to this world such pathetic, filthy spawn. You disgusting, vile piece of garbage. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. Oh my god. Oh, this is disgusting. So fucking disgusting. What a pathetic worm, dude. Shit, dude. I just, fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Disgusting. You disgust me, dude. Hashtag my dick, dude. Lying for clout ass motherfucker, dude. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you. What a fucking liar. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little... Holy shit. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Fuck you.
They say, rock, rock, rock. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path less traveled. One day you'll reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let your smile light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about.
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer. I took people's drop boxes. I was like, "Are you a conservative, ma'am?" And like an old lady would be like, "Yeah, I'm a conservative," and I would fucking deck her, take her ballot, and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, "You, you're not allowed to vote this way in California." That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
What we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what election cared about which they were in which they ranked.
Hi.
So we have had a lot of
Hi,
questions
Internet.
throughout this time about new
What's
voters,
up?
people
How's it
that
going
hadn't
out
been there
there?
before,
I hope
perhaps not been
everyone is
captured by the
doing
polls.
well.
Maybe this is a
Having a
sign
good
that we
day.
see a little bit
Nice Sunday. Pretty good. Still tired. Day 25, still tired. Huh. I really don't want to finish this. God, it's so painful. So painful how stupid Tim pulled. I swear, I've had a headache just.
She was just you don't watch the show.
Hush. Hush, Tim. Okay, I think I fixed the window capture issue, I think. I did a bunch of different shit to try to fix it. We'll see. Different for the content, yeah. It seems to only be an issue when I'm streaming, so it's hard to test it offline. I think it should be better. I also think, like, maybe I just can't go full screen. That might have something to do with it. We're gonna test it out. We're gonna see if I fix what else to do otherwise, because I did like 12 things. I don't even remember things like. I hope I didn't fuck anything up. I don't really know what I'm doing in OBS. I don't know what's going on in there. I just hit buttons and hope it goes. I just say what the tech bros say to do. They seem to know what they're talking about, you know? They certainly seem to know a lot more than me. Found this new song. Kaya, Rotted Ranch.
Everywhere I go, they go, they hold on, man. What'd you say? It's fucking damage, Johnny! Woo! Everywhere I go, they hold on, man. What'd you say? Listen. Yeah, okay. The hottest bitch up in my city, no debate about it. Go tell that Karen stop staring, take a picture. Matter of fact, this ain't shit, go hit my Insta. Matter of fact, I'm that bitch, so quit your bitching. Here's a fact, sit and listen. I am a light in the life for others, a sight for sore eyes, not to be trifled to fuck with. I am not ducking and covering, I am not tucking in public. I want you to know where my nuts is. I share an empty wallet, looks a lot where I keep my fucks in. Everywhere I go, they go, they hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do a. Everywhere I go, they do.
Such a vibe.
Hold on, man. What'd you say? Hey, hey, now ain't no titties on my chest. If gender's what's between your pants. Now if you with it, grab a pistol, pop a bigot in his little dick. I'm about to pop up on the opposition. Where we at?
Kaya has the best music.
Everywhere I go, they go, they hold on, man. What'd you say? Everywhere I go, they do. Walk around wearing whatever you gon' wear. There's kids around. I'm not saying they hold on, man. What'd you say? Hey, okay, catch it rolling down magazine. A little skirt, big dick with the purse full of weed. There's some weirdos with me, some queer hoes with
So
me.
hard.
These hecklers just reflecting in the thoughts about themselves. They just some mirror hoes. Okay, I'm feeling like getting my bill of air, killing little bigots out Paris. As soon as I'm finished with killing Americans, I promise my mama that
All
I'm
their
gonna get
pictures
closer to
so
God. As soon
fire.
as the comic go me to stop, as soon as the devil stop helping me out, as soon as he Baptist stop calling me faggot, as
They all
soon
look
as these
so
assholes
good.
stop preaching the shit they don't practice. Even a heathen can see you an ass backwards advocate. Better back up or I smack this shit out of you. Bitch, you lucky I'm puffing, I'm weeding, I'm done with the Adderall. You lucky I don't even need to prove anything, so I be doing my thing and they be doing the double take. Double take. I just be walking and walking and motherfuckers wanna run away. Bitch, I ain't making to give you the runaround. How about the runaway? Just one note. If you got something that you wanna say that shit right to my fucking face.
I leaves the whole world blind, but these bigots don't see our vision, so they need to be beaten to submission. My existence is not up for debate, so if you trans, grab a hammer, shoot them right in the face. It's damage, bitch.
So good. I highly recommend that you go listen to all the music they have. It's so good. I guess. I guess we should do this. Just suffering. We've got about an hour left. From my understanding, it gets better in the back half.
To be fair, I don't watch Majority Report. But if like I'm not gonna come out here and be like, you said this one time, this one thing. I've not watched the show, so I don't know exactly what you're talking about. But I said, yeah, the idea that you would take a tragic circumstance like this and then create a political story, put it out to the super PACs to try and change laws, that's a hoax.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Yeah.
How about the fact that you called the
grooming event
shooter in the neo-Nazi Texas shooter who watched your program, you called that a false flag?
Because you don't even know anything about that story.
I do.
It was four clips of the episode, and you can see in the images he wasn't even subscribed to the channel.
Yeah, but he watched your show.
No, he didn't. He watched one guy.
Yeah, have you ever went to those time codes? He was highlighting specific, and I won't name the guest from the guest.
But
like,
he did watch your show.
Like this is
so
like
you're saying he watched an episode?
Smear.
Sure, but do you understand
come
why?
on.
And he posted
That
about
one.
it.
Who was that one guy who watched Majority
think-
Report and then commented on what Sam did?
Why do you think that? But no, this was a neo-Nazi. Why do you think your content appeals to neo-Nazis?
Are you kidding me right now?
No, I'm
Oh my god, I can't believe I stopped right here. Holy shit.
just wondering why.
Fucking W. Oh my god.
You think that?
Have you
Okay,
ever?
I'm gonna do something I don't normally do, but that was an egregious over the line statement where I don't know if you are intentionally trying to just
egregious,
generate clips that are nonsensical or you're just really that stupid.
Oh, shut
man.
up, Tim.
The idea that because a Nazi watched your show appeals to Nazis.
Yeah. Yes, exactly that. I don't think a Nazi would watch my show because I talk shit about Nazis all the time. Yeah. Yes.
Is like, look, if you want to have a real conversation, we have a real conversation. If you want to come up here and do exactly what the majority, you want to do what the Majority Report does, and exactly why Sam isn't welcome on my and many other shows, feel free to do it, and I'm willing to have you on here. Did you know that? You know that, like, I don't know about you specifically, but this is exactly why people don't like your show. Okay.
I think people like our show.
Yeah, maybe ask why some of these higher profile personalities and networks won't have Sam on anymore. And he can
they're
cry.
afraid of him.
Oh, they're afraid of him. How about it's because you just claimed that my show appeals to Nazis, which it
He
clearly
watched your
doesn't.
show.
Because this show is predominantly like
What do you
moderate
mean?
libertarian leaning types.
No,
but you
say
don't even
that,
watch
and
it.
that you
What do you mean it clearly doesn't? What are you talking about, my guy?
say that because you're trying to draw a line and make the really far right people that watch your show feel like their positions are a little bit more close to the mainstream than they actually are.
Okay, let's say for
So
a
you called it a false flag, and then when you were proven wrong the next day,
Called
you
what a
said
false
you thought
flag?
it was funny.
Called what a false flag?
You called
Anything's open. Oh, I have Premiere open. Whoops. Whoopsie.
the claims that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your show a false flag.
I don't know if I said that. That sounds awfully specific.
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, Tim. But
So you don't know what I said? Where did
yes,
you hear
I do.
that?
I would listen to you.
Did you say something like, it sounds like, I said, it sounds like a psyop to have this profile appear one day after the shooting where it's got like a bunch of screenshots on it or something?
Sure.
It really does sound to me like someone told you to say things and you don't know what you're referencing.
I'm not shocked that that is the only way that you're going to try to react
Fucking
to this.
conspiracy
To react to what?
theorist,
Like,
dude.
okay, no, this is fairly obvious.
Yeah, everyone's out to get you. It's a psyop. Oops. Like, it's just paranoid, dude.
So I'm willing to bet Sam was like, hey, ask him about this and say these exact
No, I
things.
came up with, I mean,
Come up with original thoughts. Come on.
it is my original thought.
So
No, it isn't.
It's
some guy posts a screenshot of one episode of a show he's not subscribed to, and you think that's an attack vector for something political, but it's a personal snipe that has no bearing on any of the arguments we've made the entire show.
I disagree.
Yeah,
You disagree with what? With what? Elaborate.
I disagree that it has no bearing on
So
what you've
stupid.
said throughout your entire show.
Like what? What did I say?
This is
Come
what,
on.
this was the claim
Let's
that you
hear
made.
it. Let's hear it.
I believe that
Let her
your
talk.
program appeals to a right-wing audience, And there's a reason that the neo-Nazi shooter watched your program.
And how do you know he watched the program?
Because he posted about it.
What did he post?
Tim.
What did he post?
He posted parts of an interview that you did.
No, he didn't. You're wrong.
He had 4 screenshots on his phone from
you
the
don't
same
even know what
episode.
you're talking about, and all you can do is laugh and say,
no, it's because you get
some
specific
guy,
to obscure
some
the fact.
guy
You called it
posted
a
one thing one time, and that's the only argument you have.
Did you go to the time codes that were in that episode? Because I did. I ran this down. And one of them was a clip of Elijah Schaefer. And like weirdly for this like neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter, it's Elijah saying that we shouldn't be emphasizing race specifically. No, he's a neo-Nazi Hispanic shooter.
Right, but Tim called it a false flag and then corrected himself the next day and then said he thought it was funny after a mass shooting.
I think that
people
someone
were calling
told you
him...
to say this and you don't actually know what you're talking about.
I think that it's not shocking that you...
That's so fucking misogynistic, dude. Like, oh, you're just a dumb woman. You obviously don't know what you're talking about. Like... Oh, why couldn't she have an original thought, Tim? Why?
You think that based on my gender.
Okay, you're not saying anything anymore.
But like I screen grab because I do YouTube clips, so I will screen grab a time code so I know where to go later. So like when I saw that, I knew, or I had a feeling, because obviously he's dead. So, or was he captured or was he killed?
I think he was killed.
Yeah, so he's dead, so he can't tell us. But like I think people screenshot, because this is why I do it, and you can find them in my phone, moments in things so that they can go back and reference that clip. And I ran down both of those time codes. Neither one.
I get it, but look, man, this is the majority report.
It is a nasty smear. Like you're doing it on purpose,
and it's not a political statement. It's not a political argument.
You're like he watched an episode of her show. I'm sorry, of his show. Like that's
there was that one guy who posted Sam Cedar a whole bunch. Remember the guy who killed all those people at the bar in Ohio?
I don't remember that case specifically.
Why did that guy watch Sam Cedar so much?
Why did Gavin?
Why do you guys appeal to mass shooters? Why do mass shooters talk about Sam Cedar being so inspirational to them?
Why did Gavin?
Why is Emma Vigeland inspiring mass shooters?
Why did Gavin?
Why are you okay with porn being shown to children? Look, if you want to play a game of nonsense statements for political brownie points, feel free to do so. But I'll say it again.
Tim, I didn't mean to upset you.
This is exactly why Sam is not welcome on my show. But it's not something that I just one day was like, you know what? No, it's because I had serious conversations with networks and other high-profile individuals, and I love.
Can you name the high-profile individuals?
That's their business. But I absolutely love how the response is, they're scared of Sam. It's like, no, they despise him. He's a bad faith actor who does exactly what you just did. We're having a conversation about scientific research, data, my position on what I like about DeSantis, and then you go, your show's for neo-Nazis. It's like, okay, dude, are you stupid?
I'm just stating facts.
Have you ever? Okay, this is like lowbrow. This is why you guys have 170 Dave Rubin videos. Do you think the average person cares about Dave Rubin?
No,
but you guys get clicks by doing it. Hey, how about you guys run a video about how Tim Pool got into an argument with a pro-lifer about how he's in favor?
Ooh. You shouldn't have said it's fun. It's not fun. I don't have fun if I talk about Dave Rubin. It's never fun. It is good to combat that shit though, because it's just damaging how much fucking internalized homophobia he has, and like how much he just dismisses everyone attacking him for being gay. Like, it's sad. It's sad and bad. It's not fun.
Of pro-choice policy. You didn't run that, did you? Because you guys are grifters. This is what you do. I can invite you on for a real conversation, and what do? Your show's for neo-Nazis. This is why you...
Who's sitting in a compound, Tim? It's you.
You guys don't get invited places because you're not having real conversations.
I don't really care about getting invited places.
Yeah, right. So go live in your grifter echo chamber where you guys can play songs with bad audio and then say, whoopsie.
I'm sorry, that audio thing really upset you.
Wait, have you ever covered
what upsets
the Gavin...
me is when I talk about Ron DeSantis making fake...
Wow. He's so dead set on proving that his song didn't sound that bad. Let's just see for ourselves, shall we? Is it that bad? Because I think it is. What the fuck is his... Oh god. I think I've listened to this before. Yeah, it's bad. Sounds like Nickelback, except with a lot less catchy. Yeah.
Did you think I'd leave you there? Did you think I'd never keep my promise to? It's easy when I'm lying there with you, and every night I dream of you, and every night I promise to hold on to the dream I one day wake up next to you.
A banger. Wow.
Did you know you left me there, staring at the heartache in my soul, as I fell
bad.
to pieces.
Oh, it's so bad.
And to the one you're leaving for, there's only one thing I want you to know, is that I have found my peace here.
Yeah, just to be clear, you're hearing the song as it is. There's nothing, no filters on my desktop audio. Yeah, when's it gonna hit? But when's it gonna get good though? Just curious.
Did you think I'd walk away? Did you think I'd break my promise? Not today. It's easy when I'm standing there with you, yet every day away from you. It's another day I break my promise to hold on. 'Cause only
Giving big divorce court energy. Was he even ever married?
holding on is harder than I knew. Did you know I left you there, staring at the heartache in your soul, as your heart fell to pieces.
Yeah, so it's pretty much just that. It doesn't sound good. Not good. Very bad. Yeah, it's not good. Wish didn't make that. That made my ears hurt. Where's the... Yeah, let's see how they played it. How much
Tim
worse it
Pool
was.
has new music out in the stylings of Dashboard Confessional.
Don't you fucking smear Dashboard Confessional like that. Fuck you.
Oh.
We might have to skip into it a little bit. You just want to hit forward about 10 seconds?
Who is this?
Just some guy. Keep going.
Just some guy.
Oh my god, this is like post-rock. Skip forward. Okay.
Did you think I'd leave you there?
Okay, yeah.
Did you think I'd never keep my promise to?
Alright, that does sound pretty bad.
It's easy when I'm lying there with you, and every night
We're gonna turn the music down a little bit so we can talk over it.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't sound great. But neither does the original, so... Sorry. It sucks.
Things to trick people, and that's what you guys do. It's kind of like, yeah, how about that?
We do AI images?
When you run audio that sounds bad to make a nonsensical video where you're like, Tim Pool sounds like Nickelback. It's like, what you're doing is just trying to generate rage drama. It is internet blood sports level garbage. It doesn't answer any questions about the questions of...
Okay, alright. What is that phrase? What is internet blood sports? What does that mean to you? Because that, like... I don't know. People just, like, say that when they're, like, don't like internet drama. Like, you don't have to engage with it. But, like, you did, though. You're very obviously butthurt about the rage bait. Like, if you know what that's what it is, then why are you so mad
of pro-life and pro-choice, progressive tax policy. It doesn't answer questions about how we're going to protect or we're going to help kids. All it does is drum up support from your base so they can hoot and holler and give you clicks. Then you complain, we can't get any advertisers. Maybe it's because you make low-brow drama garbage.
No, I mean, the first hour of our program is...
No. That's hardly all they talk about. Are you kidding? This is like a 5-minute segment they did.
The one that's free.
For neo-Nazis, you mean? The one where that mass shooter watched Majority Report? Is that what you're talking about?
The first hour of our program will usually
that guy's name?
have Social Security and Medicare
I can't remember that
like
guy's
kind of discussions, or we'll essentially talk to an expert on, say, policy in Latin America, that kind of thing. The stuff that's behind the paywall and then gets clipped is stuff where we respond to right-wingers. We want to get into the...
He got really mad when I said that he got kicked off of Bob's Burgers.
Oh, no, that's funny. You know he was joking, right? He was being sarcastic.
I didn't watch the clip. I just know that.
Yeah, he was
got mad.
hilarious. He first of all, the creator is one of his best friends. Sam's like...
I don't know. Sam came to me and said he was upset that they kicked him up. They were removing his...
coming hard.
Go. Thank you. Holy! Oh my god.
Let's
Thank
go
you.
lick the world. Let's get it done.
Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you for 9 months and
Let's go
thank
lick
you,
the world. Let's get it
for,
done.
for 5 gifties. Holy. So many emotes. It just keeps going.
Let's go lick the world.
It's doing
Let's
it
get
for each
done.
one. That's funny. Yeah, my alerts aren't coming through my headphones. Why?
Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done. Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done.
I think he was joking.
But used to be at TYT, and
Oh shit! One went to join specialist. That's dope.
Gavin Long, who was the Baton Rouge shooter, watched, reposted, and did reactions to Young Turk's videos. A lot of them were straight misinformation. There was one in particular where they were going after a cop who slammed a woman, which, by the way, the cop acted inappropriately, but they wildly speculated that it was a black woman. It turned out to be a white woman. And there was a call in the video of like, what do you do if you see a pregnant black woman being assaulted by a cop? Gavin Long said he's going to step up. You can watch these videos; they're available online. And he shot 4 cops.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't my comment.
I didn't say. No, hold on. I didn't say it was your commentary, but you're saying screenshots on this guy's phone. Big problem. I got to bring it up right here. But have you ever covered at all what inspired Gavin Long?
Because
he killed 4 police officers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. That wasn't my coverage, so I don't know. I was based in
What
New
about
York.
the guy in Dallas? Remember him?
That was a different shooter.
Sam, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just curious where your standard.
I didn't mean to trigger you. I'm sorry. Fucking Giga Chad. Pick a woman moment.
Are like, have you gone
Look at
after
this.
the
She's
host on the Young Turks for
clip
that
harvesting, clip farming? Is that what you're doing?
I don't know what you mean.
Okay.
Yes.
Your demeanor changes before
She is, and I will clip her dutifully as a good leftist should. Thank you for your service, Emma.
the show to all of a sudden now you're going, what do you mean? I'm so sorry I triggered you. Oh, jeez.
Well, I mean,
get it. You guys are going to make clips.
I'm
You
trying
guys
to
are
do-
lowbrow grifter drama garbage.
I'm trying to
You want to
just
talk about
Oh, and you never did that. You never grifted for clips. Please get the fuck out of here. That's so tame compared to what you do.
merits of
calming
policy?
tones, so maybe that it calms you down a little bit.
You want to talk about policy or do you want to just insult people?
I would love to talk about policy.
So continue, Sean.
Yeah, so the
I'm dying.
if screenshots, which are of clips that weren't even him speaking, is Tim Pool inspiring the shooter, then how come you've like never done this commentary at a place you used to work at of direct inspiration? Like he saw a clip, cuts to himself saying, "I'm gonna step up because I'm the real one."
I've
Like,
never heard of this, so.
Oh,
Well,
that's
why not?
interesting that you never heard of
Well,
that.
so it happened. Why do you think it is that your former program appealed to mass shooters so much?
I cover right-wingers, and I know that right-wing terrorism in this country dwarfs any kind of left-wing terrorism by like a 9-to-1 figure.
What does that do
I
with
might
what I
be
just asked?
underestimating. Because I cover the real threat in this country, which is right-wing terrorism.
Sure. So I'll ask again, I guess. Like, why do you think it is this
Real.
mass shooter was inspired by your former program?
I would have to look into it to make a smarter
Do you feel
comment
bad
on
that he
it.
was inspired directly and admitted he was?
Sure. I mean, it's not.
Do you take responsibility?
It wasn't even my program. I worked there, but yeah.
So you were providing material support. Wow. You see,
TYT is, yeah. That doesn't surprise me that there might be a mass shooter that watches TYT. That's hardly leftist. A lot of people have disavowed them on the left.
Yeah, I don't know if she was there at the time, to be fair to you.
I don't think I was.
But I will say, it is interesting because the Young Turks did cover this shooting. And even though, again, reacted specifically to Young Turks' videos covering the cops very poorly, propaganda inspired him to commit this violence, in my opinion.
If you want to talk about the Young Turks, you should talk to them.
I would love to at some point in my life. But so he does this, but the Young Turks' coverage of it called him just
Son fucking Tim Pool debate when?
a sovereign citizen. So this would be categorized as that right-wing terrorism, even though he was inspired by a left-wing news organization, specifically left-wing figures.
I'll do a semi-segue, and I'll talk about, what irks me is like the Burisma scandal, for instance. Any kind of reasonable assessment over the story pre-Hunter Biden anything is pretty shocking. But it's not something you see in any of these quote-unquote left-wing media sources for, like, no reason.
Speaking of TYT, I made a Hassan gif. Should boost. Use it. I think it's so cute. It was such a wholesome moment. I had to.
I think the best example is it is so omitted from the narrative that when we had Hunter Avalon on the show, he didn't even believe.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love Nabil.
That Joe Biden admitted to engaging in the quid pro quo, and so I played the video for him. So what's troublesome is.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about the fire the prosecutor clip from Joe Biden. Specifically,
right. But I'm not surprised you're not familiar with it, right? It doesn't exist in the left's echo chamber.
Well, it's funny you call it the leftist echo chamber. I mean, I am a consumer of leftist news sources, but also I read right-wing ones just to check in on it. Centrist news organizations. I think this is a very, very specific echo chamber that I can't speak to. The Burisma thing, I look, I'm not going to defend Joe Biden. I mean, I'm a leftist. I'm to the left of Joe Biden. But this story, I mean, it's pretty much a nothing burger. The Durham investigation essentially Durham, sorry, I misspoke. The investigation being done in the House right now is like looking into the whistleblower who's suspiciously gone missing, and they have an FBI tip for 17 different calls between Hunter Biden and this oligarch.
That's weird.
It's all completely gobbledygook made up. But at the same time,
why are you defending Joe Biden like that?
2,000 pics of fucking Hunter Biden's dick. Who cares? Literally, who cares? I mean, I care a little bit, but like, it's not that. I don't think it's that real. It does seem like a waste of time.
No,
like, why not just say, yeah, sure.
Well,
screw that
I'd love to criticize him on things that I think are actually real, like the fact that he's continued Trump's border policy and ramped it up, honestly, with Title 42, where he did sunset that because it was a part of the emergency and during COVID. But he's largely continued militarism around the border.
If Trump is the nominee, do you think he'll win?
No, I don't, but I think he will be the nominee.
So wouldn't you rather have, say, Bernie Sanders as the candidate for the Democrats?
Of course.
So isn't it in your interest then to say, by all means, investigate Joe Biden? If he's corrupt, get rid of him.
Well, I don't think, sure, you can do an investigation. Everything that's come out so far seems like it's bullshit, but I would rather criticize him on things I find more substantive.
Like, so I can tell you definitively and factually, it's not BS. I mean, certainly there are political elements of it. But, I mean, Joe Biden, this is what I was talking about with Hunter Avalon. Like, Joe Biden's literally on camera saying that he threatened to withhold congressionally approved loan guarantees unless they fired Victor Shokin. Victor Shokin signed a sworn affidavit saying this was intentionally to protect Burisma from
No, this was stated U.S. policy to fire Shokin. This was not a quid pro quo outside of
Joe
the United
Biden
States.
said, if you don't fire the prosecutor, you're not getting the loan guarantees. That is illegal.
Okay.
The vice president does not have the authority to withhold loan guarantees from a foreign nation that have been approved by Congress.
It was not because they were investigating Burisma. It was because of European policy.
Well, intent is immaterial.
but you're claiming it's a quid pro quo.
It is a quid pro quo for Joe Biden to literally say on camera, which he did, fire the prosecutor or you're not getting the loans.
No, it's not.
It's actually
this is weird. You're defending. I mean, it is.
He might. So the president might have the discretion to not do that, and Obama might have said,
well, they impeached Trump for the same thing.
You represent me in that regard, so it's illegal for him to do that for the investigation. But like, you guys are off into like a different point. The point you were making originally was that Hunter had never seen this clip, but you've seen the clip that they're referencing, right? Because he was making an echo chamber.
I've read about it, but I read.
Do you know
that's very interesting because that clip was.
I'm so lost right now. I'm gonna be real with you. I like lost the plot like 30 seconds ago. Tim Pool just like goes on so many tangents and brings up random ass stories. Like I just
plastered all over.
No,
are you familiar with Gazprom?
I'm mostly my workflow is I read like 50 pages of news before the show every day.
Look, honest question. Like, are you familiar with Gazprom?
No.
Are you familiar with the Qatar-Turkey pipeline?
The
Qatar-Turkey pipeline.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You are?
Yeah, I've heard about it.
Okay.
No.
Are you familiar with like U.S. Intelligence policy 2009 Syria and how this relates to Gazprom and Burisma and all this stuff?
Vaguely.
I don't understand how, if you have an understanding of that, you would just be like, all of that's true, but the Joe Biden stuff's not true, because it doesn't make any sense as to why you would defend Joe Biden in that way.
I just think
Joe Biden fucking sucks. Don't get me wrong. I think she's not familiar like with the specifics here, and like why should she be? I just brought up some random shit.
Investigation's largely BS. I'm not defending Joe Biden.
No, but I mean, like,
look into the investigation. If they want to do some sort of
know.
special counsel investigation outside of the political process, where it's not a Republican, which
I don't care how much fucking crack Hunter Biden is smoking. Of course he is. Of course he is.
Sean, I'm all for that.
But here's what I'm trying to understand. You think
literal corpse and isn't winning a second term? Yeah, I think it's gonna be Trump. I really do. Unless DeSantis puts up like much more of a fight than like AI pictures. I hope he's got more than that.
that the quid pro quo is not illegal.
Although, I mean, DeSantis might be worse than Trump. I don't know. Not know.
You think
it's not?
that
It was stated European policy by the government,
you,
and and you're connecting it and saying it's a quid pro quo based on a variety of different assumptions that have not been able to be proven yet in the midst of the investigation.
Well, this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo. Whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy.
It was not
so
just
if the president calls Ukraine...
It was a perfect call. Everyone is saying so. God damn it.
and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo. Right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was...
Her face. Her
under
face
a
right
quid
now.
pro quo.
Oh god, new emote just dropped. This is a very... She just looks concerned for him. She's like, are you okay? Are you unraveling right now?
Right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Hey, just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
But if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12
presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do want
What was Biden getting in return?
But right, okay, so I'll tell you.
That hair part isn't doing her any favors. Sorry, she's still slaying, but it's weird to me. Interesting.
Prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do want
What was Biden getting in return?
But right, okay, so I'll tell
Emma.
you. First.
Yeah, no, Emma's such a fucking queen. What's wrong with her hair part, though? The side part? What's wrong with it? God damn it. This fucking debate. No, not again. Listen, listen, please. This gives me so much anxiety because, like, I hate my part no matter where it is. I just wish it wasn't, I wish it didn't exist. So should I just shave my head? Like, because the middle part looks like trash too. Let me show you. Like, that's bad too. Right? Like, it's never good. If you're looking at someone's part, it's never cute. Don't become bald. I hate it. I hate the debate. Like, the fucking Zoomers started this fucking debate and we'll never hear the end of it, I swear to God. Like, it doesn't seem better or worse to me. I hate parts. What if I just always have my hair back and then no one can criticize me, right? Then I can just win all around and and then no one's mad. No part. No, hashtag no part. Good thing the camera does. Yeah, it adds 10 pounds. It makes you look bald. Optical illusion. Yeah. It could be the lighting. Like, I don't know. God. Another new anxiety just dropped.
The midst of the investigation.
Well,
in the House.
this I can't understand, right? When Donald Trump called Ukraine, it was called a quid pro quo. Whether it was U.S. policy or not. It was. The president sets the policy. So if the president calls Ukraine and says, I got this video of Joe Biden, I'd like someone to look into it, he's impeached under a quid pro quo. Right? Whether it is or isn't.
Because he was withholding aid to Ukraine.
Hey, just like Joe Biden tried to do, right?
This was stated U.S. policy at the time.
And the president sets U.S. policy, right?
But if it's quid pro quo, what was he getting in return?
Joe Biden?
Yes.
He said fire the prosecutor. The prosecutor had 12
presumably it would be the prosecutor that was investigating Burisma, but I do want
What was Biden getting in return?
Right, okay, so I'll tell you. First, the Viktor Shokin had about a dozen plus open investigations into Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma, and I believe into Burisma as an ancillary factor.
But I just want to say real quick, impeachment doesn't
and Shokin
necessarily...
was not investigating Burisma.
He was.
But
he was not.
Yeah, he okay, dude, look, if you don't know about this, just don't say no. I can tell you definitively, he was. It was a huge issue. There were a dozen plus investigations open into Michael.
Yeah, I don't remember this. I think I was too young to be like clued into this type of stuff. Does anyone remember?
You're
In fact, to the point where
misrepresenting it.
Zlochevsky fled the country. Zlochevsky fled Ukraine amid these investigations. Upon Shokin's firing, returned to Ukraine.
Fuck. Thank you. Thank you for the gifties to Mr. D.
After Donald Trump then says, I want this looked into, Zlochevsky flees again.
Okay, but
It's
what was the
weird to me
quid
that
pro
you're
quo?
defending this.
What was Biden getting in return?
They presumably they would stop investigating Burisma, which is where
I just like seeing the emotes. It's working.
That's not it. The quid pro quo is fire the prosecutor or...
I was thinking, like, I don't think I've ever had a hype train. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Or I will withhold aid. Okay? You can say it was...
That's not proven.
But she's asking... No, he did say that. But she's saying it's not proven that he did that for personal gain. She's saying,
Yes. It doesn't
matter.
Where's
That's
the
not the
benefit for
question.
Biden?
Yes, but that's not illegal.
Can I clarify a legal point
Trump's
real quick?
impeachment was not illegal either because what was his...
That's the exact point I want to clarify. Impeachment is not actually a real legitimate criminal process. It is a political process.
I understand that.
So like him being impeached for this like doesn't actually say anything to the legality.
Trump was not following United States policy. Biden was.
He sets the policy. He's the president.
Congress does.
No, they
we
don't.
have separations of powers
The
in this
president
country.
sets policy.
Not
for the executive branch. Congress isn't the one making calls to foreign diplomats.
Not for aid.
No, they allocate the aid, but he's able to pull it under certain circumstances.
It's not just that. Foreign policy is set by the president. Wars are declared by
a
Congress.
huge portion of it.
Right. Okay, nothing's absolute.
Yeah.
But the idea that we would elect a president to negotiate on our interests when it comes to the issues of military, and then we would be like, but in this one instance, he doesn't have the authority. What do you mean? He's the one who sets the policy.
No, he has the authority.
It was the argument is that Joe Biden wasn't engaging in quid pro quo because it was a policy of our administration. Yeah, Obama had a policy.
A quid pro quo is when you get something personally in return.
So something for something is what it means.
Right, but the nature of the investigation that they're looking into is they're trying to say that there was a bribe via Hunter Biden, and there has been
Joe and Hunter. They say
right, but there has been no actual evidence on that front.
Well, I'm not super concerned about what they may be investigating currently. Right now, I'm talking about it is the whole point of this was I can't believe we're even arguing it right now.
But
I don't understand why you, who's someone who has every reason to oppose Joe Biden, are like, he said it on camera, but you know what? It's fine. I don't get it. Like, just be like, yeah, sure, fine, I guess.
But she's making a very specific point that for it to be a quid pro quo, you have to explain how Biden benefited from this. So, like, it's not necessarily that she's disagreeing with what you're saying, although she's saying it's part of policy, but she's saying you have to actually, to complete this, like, basically you're 2/3 of the way there, that final third is how he benefited.
Biden was not in opposition to congressional policy,
but that's what
and
she's
Trump was.
talking about. I just
I'm talking about
Trump
Joe
was,
Biden
that's the
threatening
difference.
to withhold loan guarantees goes against. It's not legal.
But you're talking past each other because she's saying like there's a reason for that and it's not corrupt related.
But that has nothing to do with what I'm saying. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know. I'm just clarifying where you guys are miscommunicating.
Here, this is where I'll say I have differences with Joe Biden. First of all, I can't even like understand why he hasn't or didn't, when he had a House and a Senate that was Democratic, push for any kind of single payer or socialized healthcare. I wish that was happening. He's certainly to the right of me on the border. The fact that he broke the rail strike, that's something that I'm deeply in opposition to, and I'm happy to discuss those kinds of things with you. But like,
I don't really want to get into the Burisma thing. It came up as like an example of I don't understand why like there's like a tribal need to defend Joe Biden.
It was the it's not tribal. It was U.S. policy to get rid of corruption in Ukraine. Shokin was not investigating Burisma. Biden was in concert. He was continuing U.S. policy. Trump was in opposition to it. That is the difference in the hypocrisy that you're trying to highlight here.
You guys are gonna go in circles on this, but why
I have to pull it up, but like because we covered this a long time ago, I didn't want to do the whole Burisma thing. But my point was simply that like having covered this to such extent, it is confusing to me the need to defend the Bidens on this one. I just
criticized Biden in a bunch of different
But I don't
ways.
understand why you're saying there was no investigation. Like, you're just making that up.
They're in the middle of an investigation.
No.
Right now.
Michael Zlochevsky had 12 to 14 open investigations. And I'm sorry, Shokin had a dozen plus investigations into Zlochevsky in Burisma.
Okay.
But I don't know why you're like, no, that's not true. Or like, what? I don't know. It's been a couple years since we covered this in depth and had all the articles pulled up, to be fair. But yeah, they did. Like, that's not even a question of the facts.
Okay.
The question is whether or not like they want
Move on, Tim. Let it go.
someone else to do it.
I feel I kind of delineated why it's different pretty
what's
succinctly.
different?
Trump was in violation of U.S. policy set by Congress. Biden was not. That is the difference that we're laying out here. And you have been unable to establish how Biden benefits in a quid pro quo from this in any way.
Well, currently the argument is that, well, his son was on the board of Burisma. I mean, so that one's kind of obvious, as was a CIA director.
Yeah, I mean, totally.
So there's a counterterrorism director of the CIA on the board of this company, and the so-called left is like, but it's fine. Like, what is going on? No. I don't understand how the left became pro-war, pro-mandate, pro-big pharma. Like government should be able to give multi-billion-dollar
Tim, I'm
no
against
bid
government
contracts
corruption. The idea that these
vaccine mandates,
what about vaccine mandates?
I said, I don't understand how the left became pro-big pharma, pro-no bid, no...
I'm pro-public health.
So you're in favor of no bid, no liability contracts for massive multinational pharmaceuticals?
No, I was literally just...
No, I want it to be nationalized.
Said earlier in the program that I wanted the state to own it since we gave our money to that and created life-saving vaccines with taxpayer money.
So who gets the money?
The big pharma did. It's messed up. Yeah.
Right.
We should have socialized healthcare in this country and be manufacturing it ourselves.
Even if the patents were released to the public, they still gave the billion-dollar production contracts to big pharma.
But that is what we live in, unfortunately, right now. And we were in the middle of a global pandemic, and we needed vaccines immediately.
That's not left.
No, it is. It certainly is. I believe that in the immediate,
hyper-centralized.
Excuse me?
Hyper-centralized funding of massive multinational pharmaceuticals is not leftist.
Well, what would be the alternative, Tim, in the midst of a global pandemic?
Decentralized bid contracts with liability.
I literally just said earlier in the program that I was in favor and much closer. First, also, I'm surprised you're saying this because didn't you say that you were more close to Trump on vaccine policy? This is Trump's vaccine policy.
No, you were talking about that.
Okay, I am closer to him than that.
Yeah.
On that. I believe that when we did give investment into these companies, yes, they were going to make some sort of windfall, but then the vaccines themselves should be owned by the public since it was our money that was given into it. That's the practical realities of what we have to deal with today in a for-profit healthcare system. I'm hoping that we transition away from that and that we have socialized healthcare, so none of the things that you're talking about have to happen anymore.
I don't think you need to give no bid, no liability contracts to massive pharmaceuticals to do what needed to be done. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just that the government is crooked.
So you're
and
closer
paying
to
off-
DeSantis on vaccine policy.
Probably neither. I don't know how
Interesting.
as applies to what we're talking about. I'm saying.
So what's your alternative to producing the vaccine in the rapid way that Operation Warp Speed did?
Well, there are a lot of questions about whether or not it worked in any capacity, right?
No,
But
there's not.
What do you
The
mean?
vaccines were highly effective
What does that mean?
originally at preventing death. Then, of course, there were different variants and disease continued to spread.
No, I'm saying like
but vaccines were
the
immensely
initial...
effective in preventing death, the mRNA vaccines.
Right.
Not
so
the
what I mean more
Johnson
so
one.
is like the Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon preventing the spread, which it didn't do. Right?
Sorry?
Yeah, Operation Warp Speed was predicated upon like.
Yes, it did. It helped prevent the spread.
It didn't.
Yes, it did.
It didn't.
Well, I mean, part of the issue was that in red states there was no ability to actually
May have prevented death, but I think like wasn't it like
Hold on.
oh yeah
there was
it
no
doesn't actually stop
mass
spread?
mandates were immediately done away with in red states. They basically had no social distancing. That was much more of an effect, had much more of an effect on death in this country than like the inefficacy of vaccines. This has been borne out by data after data after data set.
Well,
and then we have new variations of the vaccines, which have also helped.
Yeah, nothing was going to reduce the spread that much. It was like it was already
that was
one of the
the-
most
It helped with
contagious viruses,
yes.
and then it mutated to become more contagious.
Well,
so.
it helped with both transmissions and severity. That's a fact. The mRNA vaccines did.
But I don't want to deviate too much. We were talking about
And it
paying
slowed
big
spread,
pharma-
particularly with the
big
wild type.
pharmaceuticals. So my issue would be like instead of having like 3 big companies, I think it was like 4 big companies, just do it. Would be to have it decentralized amongst many different producers who are not centralized, and that can be done. We just have to do it.
Talking like a prize, like, hey, if you develop this vaccine, whoever does it first, then you get the windfall.
Or even like a mandated coordination of production, but not have one company just be like, we're going to give $10 billion to company X. That's insane.
Didn't one of these companies refuse the money up front for fear of future ownership of it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, was that Moderna or something like that?
I don't remember which one.
I don't know. Anyway, my point was, you know, there's that meme that Elon Musk made where like the left moves further and further left. I think that the left has actually gone right in a weird way.
How is preventing death in a global pandemic?
Well,
right
like, are you in favor of the war in Ukraine? I'm sorry,
does that mean?
I'll rephrase.
What?
Do you believe the U.S. should be involved in providing material
Do you like war, Emma?
support to the Ukrainians?
I have been in favor of it. Yes, I do think that there are legitimate concerns about the continuation of doing so without brokering a peace and it becoming some sort of proxy for U.S. like war criminals within the United States. But in terms of like the Russian invasion, I am completely opposed and in support of the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, it's more a question of like, should we have given, what are we at, like 100 and 200 billion?
I don't know, because there's guarantees which have not been delivered, and it's in terms of weapons, so I don't know what's actually been delivered.
This is what I don't understand. Like, people I used to know from back during Occupy are like flying Ukrainian flags and being like, we got to support this. Hassan Piker criticized me for saying we shouldn't be involved. And I'm
He
like,
also said the invasion wasn't going to happen for sure, like 100%.
Sure.
Then it happened the next day.
But my
so.
position has always been 99% non-intervention. Like, I've not changed at all in that regard.
Okay.
And the left has become pro-intervention, moving
But we're
them
not.
right.
But Ukraine is on the defense. They were invaded. This is not the same
When I talk
thing.
about Kuwait and Iraq and
You want to talk about that? I'm in
Well, no,
favor.
I mean, look,
we were the equivalent of
let's talk
Russia
about-
in the case of Iraq. We invaded under completely false pretenses. We invaded under
what
illegal
I'm saying is, like, this
and
just
we
proves
killed
my point.
and decimated that country. Hundreds of thousands dead because of the
If the
US
left
empire.
position was only opposed to war because of the circumstances of the war, then I would say the left is more pro-war and to the right of me on war.
I'm completely anti-war, but the war happened because Russia invaded, and now Ukraine is trying to defend itself.
Right. So you're anti-war, you oppose war.
Yes.
But you're to the right of me when it comes to Ukraine.
I don't think so.
Do you believe that the U.S. should be supplying and aiding the Ukrainians?
I do believe so because
Right,
they're
who gets that
defending
money?
themselves.
Who gets that money?
The military.
But
they're defending
Raytheon,
themselves.
Northrop Grumman, Lockheed
Yeah,
Martin.
totally.
Yeah, I'm opposed to all of it.
I mean, look, if
You're to the right of me on
if
that
you
issue.
believe that Russia should be able to invade Ukraine and take territory without recourse, then I mean that's pro-imperialism. That's not, and that's still pro-war.
No,
Yes, it
a lot of
is.
people, around the world do a lot of bad things. I don't think the U.S. should be an empire going and funding wars all over the world.
We're not funding wars. We're funding the defense. I mean,
Like-
and there's something that you can be said where should we draw a certain line? I have already conceded that strings should be attached and we should be involved in peace negotiations. But to flatten the power dynamics here, I mean, I would imagine this is like the same argument that you hear when it.
Ukrainian government would have negotiated peace a long time ago if America had allowed it to. Right. Yeah. There's been a lot of like interference in the negotiations from America and England specifically. NATO generally. Yeah, I feel like that may have been a mistake. Like, I don't know. I hate NATO in general.
Comes to Israel and Palestine, right? Where Palestinians are defending themselves, and then it's, oh my gosh, they are just it's completely symmetrical. Israel and Palestine. These are two actors just battling it out.
So you're in favor of intervention there?
I would love to fund the Palestinians so that they were able to have a better
You are
life
to
for
the right of
themselves.
me on foreign policy.
Well, we already fund Israel, dude.
Yeah.
Are you against that?
That's a tougher question I don't have an answer to.
Then you're in favor of funding military. We fund the Iron
Me
Dome.
literally saying
we fund their
I
military-industrial
don't know
complex.
anything enough about it.
Then if
and
it's
I
your
lean
principle
against
and you're
intervention,
anti-war, then you should be saying that we should cut Israel funding for Israeli
or I can say
defense
simply,
right now.
I lean.
For real. Yeah, that's a huge thing. Like, we test all of our new military equipment in Israel on Palestinians. Like, you can't deny that fucking connection.
That's why I said 99%. I'll say I absolutely lean against providing military aid to Israel. I just don't know. I will say a new war in Ukraine, in a territory that we are not, the United States is not, doesn't mean that I'm as far left as possible on the question of imperialism. It means that you are to the right of me on that issue.
Yeah.
Like your position would provide funding for massive multinational military industrial complex corporations.
I mean, I think that's the fact that we do have
I think
those
they should be
contracts is messed up. I think the
splintered
United
to 1,000
I think,
pieces and scattered
sure,
in the
I
wind.
think the United States should be more primarily. You want to nationalize the defense industry? You want to go for that? I'm down.
I don't know about nationalizing that. That empowers it, makes it permanent.
Well, there's always going to be
Better to subsidize private companies like Raytheon and Lockheed Martin? How is that better? I don't understand. What?
a weapons industry, and there's always going to be. It should be it should be severely cut into. But the United States, by the way, made a promise in 1993 to Ukraine that we would defend them if they denuclearized.
That's true.
So that is part of what we're doing in this instance.
That's true too, and I think that's an interesting question about upholding our obligations that I don't disagree with. It would be very difficult for us. Granted, the issue is I think I'm like a little kid. I'm like 7 years old when something like that happens, and now in my name, we engage in this conflict and war. I think it's fair to say that while I can understand that treaty exists, as a now adult who is paying tax into this, I have the right to object to past agreements that weren't made by me. That being said, my point on this one was specifically, I see all these Ukrainian flags and profiles. I make a comment in agreement with Hassan where I was like, he was right about Mr. Beast. And then I was talking about military intervention and how it's wrong. We're spending $100 billion on this war in Ukraine. We shouldn't be doing it. And then he laughed at me over it. And I'm just like, genuine question. When did it become, or maybe I was always wrong, when I was at like Occupy or doing these like anti-Iraq war protests back in the 2000s, I thought that it was the left position to oppose military expansion, military industrial complex. But today it's inverted. Strangely, it's the Trump supporters saying no war.
No,
and it's
because
the
they're in
liberals saying
favor of
pro-war.
Russian imperialism. That is your.
Are you kidding me? Yeah. They're literally just like pro-Russia. Like, it's very weird. I don't know when that happened, like when conservatives became like pro-Russia. It does seem like very recent, but like the leftist position has always been anti-war. I don't know about all that, man. Why are they pro-Russia? I think they're just like enjoy the authoritarianism. Like, I think it had to do with Trump and how many times he dick sucked Putin. He was always saying like, oh yeah, Putin's a very strong man, a very respectable man, I love him very much. A bunch of shit like that. And there is like, I mean, Putin is conservative. It does make sense. I think they finally got over their, like, Red Scare era, and now they're just like, you know what, maybe Putin has some points. Because, like, he is, like, super anti-gay, you know? He's doing the same shit, like, oh no, you can't protest me, type of shit. Also celebrating Taliban victory in Afghanistan, Jesus Christ. Thanks.
Again, flattening power dynamics of who was the invader and who has been invaded.
That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm in favor of the United States abiding by the treaty that we promised Ukraine in 1993.
I'm not talking about any of that.
We said that we were going to defend them if they do denuclearize. And by the way, why I'm more pro-war than you, or anti-war, Jesus, anti-war than you.
Uh-oh. No.
Is that I'm in favor of broad denuclearization, and I think that we should continue to make our promises to countries that choose not to engage in making nuclear power.
How does that make you more than me?
In nuclear weaponry?
I don't disagree on that at all.
Okay, then there you go. But I'm in favor of committing and making our and because they denuclearized and said that we're not going to create nuclear weaponry, I am in favor of keeping our promise on that front so that we are able to incentivize and keep our promises that we are going to back you up if you choose not to make nuclear weaponry.
Maybe it's not a left or right thing. Maybe it's more of just like a...
I don't know, dude. I don't think anyone in the West should be convincing people to denuclearize when America is still making new nukes. Like, I don't know, man. Emma has these solutions that she knows are basically never happening. Yeah, but she has opinions, so she can still support the status quo. Interesting. Interesting take. What do you mean? What? What's she saying supporting the status quo? I don't know. Like, I do think it's crazy to think that anybody would denuclearize. Like, until, like, America, Russia, China do, like, there's no fucking shot. Like, no way in hell. Like, North Korea still has nukes. Everyone else is still having nukes. Like, that's insane. I don't know. It's a nice idea. I just don't think it could happen.
A libertarian thing.
I mean,
libertarian versus authoritarian.
I think it's that first of all, anti-war is a dumb like position. I'm sorry. It's everybody's like anti-wars they don't like, but obviously like I can composite a scenario where you would support like an intervention. Like if you gave me time to like
that's
think
why I say
about
99%,
right?
because nothing's absolute. Like if you were to tell me that Vladimir Putin he's live streaming himself about to launch a nuclear weapon at Washington D.C., I'd be like, okay, we got to do something about that.
But there's something to what she's saying, where the Ukraine after the fall of the Soviet Union had the third largest nuclear weapon stockpile.
That's right.
And in exchange for giving it up, there were security guarantees. Now, if you're worried about nuclear proliferation in other
they're giving billions of dollars contracts to weapons industry, are you down for nationalized companies knowing it's not happening? It's an important question, though, you know? Because that's a great solution. But Tim would never agree to it because he's fucking stupid. You know? It's important to point out that he isn't willing to entertain any alternative, you know? Cut funding and that's it. I mean, yeah. That's, like, way too far left for Tim to even, like, fucking entertain, for sure. Would be more realistic? It can happen? I don't know. I don't think so. Like, how? It goes up every single year by a lot.
other countries that might lead to a nuclear war, protecting or making sure that they can maintain their territorial integrity, just as an example to other countries that might want to denuclearize in the future, is a worthwhile stake. And I think I understand that position. Like, it makes perfect sense in my opinion.
I understand it. I don't care though, right? So it's kind of like if some dude cut a deal with, like, someone in my family cut a deal with someone else, and then 30 years later they walk up and say, you know, your dad told me that if I ever had this problem, you were going to take care of me. I'd be like, I'm not my dad. I'm sorry. Like, governments change, policies change. And the idea that because 30 years ago, someone cut you a promise means that I now have to spend $200 billion defending you. The people of this generation who are inheriting this country did not agree to that. No, it's fine.
So what does that say to people who might be manufacturing their own nuclear weaponry? That it doesn't, that the promises made by the world superpower don't really matter. And
yeah, I don't like the idea of America
necessarily
being this, like,
trust
world superpower.
I
Like,
agree.
my view is probably different from you in that regard. I'm more so like, I think it'd be great if we brought jobs back here, if we protected the middle class, maybe had stronger workers' rights.
100%.
Maybe
you want to talk unions? I'm in favor of that.
Tariffs on imports for two reasons. The idea that we'd manufacture a car in China and then ship it on a boat over here just to waste energy because someone's willing to do it cheaper is nonsensical to me. Just buy American. So we need to build up the incentives for all the manufacturing to happen here in the United States, to create good jobs, to protect the workers. Worry less about whether or not we're going to go blow.
I don't know what the fuck more incentives you need. There's tax cuts for fucking company owners left and fucking right. I don't know what the fuck else. Like, what more incentives? How else can you incentivize capital owners? I don't know. They're just greedy. I don't. That beanie every time. Yeah. Just own the bald spot. Yeah, just shave your head, honestly. At that point, just shave. Go bald. It's cool.
Up some foreign country, a bunch of kids in it or something like that.
But I think like there's like like you're not seeing this past like what's currently happening now. Because I get it, right? And I was a big Ron Paul guy, and he didn't like the idea that one generation could promise the sons of a future generation.
Right. That's exactly right.
And I understand that position, but if we don't want Saudi Arabia to
export Foxconn's model for making the iPhone to the US. No. No. You know that's exactly what he's thinking too. Like, why don't we have any American sweatshops?
Nuclearize. We don't want Iran to nuclearize. And we're like, hey, like, you know, like, we got you. Like, don't nuclearize. We're going to try to, like, you know, be the 800-pound gorilla in the room so that you don't have problems. And then they look and say, well, you made that promise to Ukraine. And then 30 years later, they're invaded by Russia and completely
Why are we
obliterated.
making those promises?
Because that's the nature of a treaty.
No, you know, the idea is
how could any treaty exist, Tim, if it's people had your position and just said, yeah, fuck it.
People,
so that's anti-diplomacy, and that's pro-war.
Any treaty, oh, come on.
Being
Me literally being like, we shouldn't go to war. Like, that's pro-war.
Well, being
the idea that
is
we can make a
pro-war.
treaty around, here's why we won't attack you. Totally fine. Here's a treaty around, I'm going to allow your citizens to cross my border with no visa and we'll reciprocate, like, back and forth. And then having one being like, in 30 years, if anyone comes to fight you, we will fight on your behalf, despite the fact that you're not an allied nation or a bunch of other issues. I don't think, at any point, ever, the U.S. should have been making these promises. And then to come out and be like, but now Saudi Arabia is, oh, I'm sure. Every country is going to be upset if we don't fight on the behalf of some other country.
No, it's not about...
There are limitations. Look, nothing's absolute. I get it. We're in this position now. There's an interesting question of South Korea.
Does he not know? Does he not know about the U.S.'s relationship with Saudi Arabia, Pepe La?
People ask me, what if China invaded? And I'm like, well, we got a lot of troops there right now. So I understand the circumstances of today.
Human rights abuses. Dynamic heavers.
But the issue is, you know, for one, we could have put a no-fly zone over Ukraine before the invasion started. That would have stopped Russia in its tracks.
Well, a no-fly zone is a de facto declaration of war once the plane gets shot down, once the United States...
And that means Russia would have to have shot down, would have had to attack us.
I mean, either way, that the no-fly zone and us getting more directly involved in that way would be catastrophic, potentially. War between two nuclear powers.
Agreed. Fair point. I think my position is more so just, this is a Russian border dispute. over the Donbass region. The U.S.
It's an invasion, Tim.
Sure. I'm talking
Dispute. They're just having a little disagreement
about the specifics of why they're doing it, right? They've invaded Ukraine because they want the land bridge into Crimea. Why do they want the land bridge into Crimea? Because Western forces were courting Ukraine. Ukraine was being courted to the Russian Trade Federation and to the European Union. Ukrainians wanted to join the European Union. It would be a massive boost to their economy and they get access to the Schengen zone. It's wonderful. Russia didn't like that. So Russia tried to intervene. Yanukovych was ousted, fled the country. Russia then immediately got their troops outside of Sevastopol and said, we're claiming this, our warm water port in the Black Sea. And then we started to see the bubbling up of the Eastern conflict. Some people call it a civil war. And then finally, when Russia was losing and said, if we cannot lose access to the Black Sea, they said, we're taking the Donbass. And this is where we are.
It's a territorial imperialism.
So why are we involved? Because of a treaty from 30 years ago.
Yeah, because we made a promise.
Yeah, nothing to do with Ukraine itself if we think about it. Yeah. Just fucking hell. Yeah. It really is just like a proxy war that happened to take place in Ukraine. It could have been any other country.
I think we should not have made an...
So you think that they should not have gotten rid of
Trade Federation in Star Wars, dude? Oh my god.
Their nuclear stockpile?
Who
You
said
think they
that?
should... Because that was what the treaty was based on.
Oh, we could have offered them something else.
What?
But that's what they would.
A lot of things,
That's
buddy.
the reason why they would keep them, is to protect themselves from Russian aggression.
Right.
Because Russia historically expands westward until they hit a stronger power. And this is because the geographical limitations to how Russia can develop have been the same for hundreds of years. So they were Russia always goes that direction. That's why Poland immediately, in the first opportunity, joins NATO.
That's why Russia's on 2 whole continents.
Because Poland was called the Bloodlands in World War II because they had the unfortunate situation where two strong powers were attacking.
Wasn't there also a treaty that NATO wouldn't expand?
No, this is false.
There was never an agreement.
This is a misinterpretation that is often inflated, and Gorbachev has clarified this specifically. It's after the Berlin Wall fell, which the Soviet Union was still around. They said that they would not move their military forces within Berlin 1 inch eastward, right? This did not apply to Poland or any of these other countries because they were a part of the Soviet Union. And again, Gorbachev himself, who would have been the person in charge, has made this clear. So this is like weird propaganda that gets put out by...
What do you think happens if we let Russia take Ukraine?
I mean, I think they're going to try to expand their sphere of influence as far westward as they can possibly do, because that's what they do historically.
But this is completely denying the sovereignty of Ukrainians. I mean, what does Ukraine want? They want the ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man,
imperialism is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but when you're negotiating with somebody, right?
What? I missed part of what she was saying. What?
Ability to defend themselves, and the United States is providing them with that. And we can talk if we want to follow our treaties and give them the ability to defend themselves against imperialism.
Man, I've always.
What? You can't defend against imperialism with more imperialism. Emma, please. Please. Just fight fire with fire. Give them some fire to fight the fire. For democracy.
Is war.
I think also the point I was making earlier is not that Saudi Arabia cares about Ukraine, but when you're negotiating with somebody, right? Past behavior is the best predictor of future outcome. So when we're trying to negotiate denuclearization with any other country, and our example of what happened to somebody who agreed to give up their nuclear stockpile is Ukraine, which is currently now part of Russia, they're not going to want to negotiate with us. So it leads to potential problems down the line. Not to mention, historically, when conflict breaks out on the European continent, a lot of Americans eventually go over there and die in order to set things right. And I don't want a third world war.
I think this is what makes the Third World War.
I mean, we could agree to disagree on that.
Russia could have taken the Donbass region, and we would have been like, wow, that was bad, that was horrible. And it would have been like Crimea. Crimea got taken, and it was a big news event. And then
weren't they shelling the capital? Was it not beyond the Donbass region where they were attacking?
Pretty sure it was just the Donbass region.
I'm pretty
No,
sure
they were
shelling the
they
capital.
were shelling Kyiv. They were shelling all over all over the country.
I mean, look, let's be real. Russia claims the whole territory of the Ukraine and like their greater Russia as part of them. So like they may
There
be
we
saying
go.
there's
we
ethnic
found,
Russians
we found
right
some
now.
connections here.
And you think they're right? Just because they claim it doesn't. What the? What? Wait.
There we go. That's beautiful.
Like there might be ethnic Russians in the Donbass.
Should we go to war with China?
Absolutely not.
Depends on for what.
Ethnic Russians. Ethnic Russians. We're doing ethno states now? Is that it? Ukraine wanted its sovereignty, got it, and now you're like, nah, it's Russia's. It's fine.
We're not in war with Russia right now. So that's the difference. That's the real line that needs to be drawn, is making sure that this does not become a proxy battle. And there are forces that want to push for that. I mean, I think that, frankly, the Biden administration's been a bit more disciplined.
Dear, the American puppet states are sovereign states, yeah. I mean, you know what I mean, though. It is recognized as a country.
And I'm happy than I initially anticipated on this front. I remember when the initial invasion happened, Hillary Clinton went on cable news and said, well, this could be a real opportunity to weaken Putin. And we called that out in the majority report as an...
We're doing ethno-states now? I mean, yeah. I'm fully aware of all the Nazis in America who want to do ethno-states. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Incredibly dangerous notion. So
she wanted war from the get-go back in 2016.
Sure. I mean, that's the kind of force within the Democratic Party I'm trying to beat back.
I think that America being a global hegemon is a good thing because those power vacuums will be filled when we leave. I want to not go to war, but I want countries to feel like we would go to war because I like deterrence as a policy. So, like,
I hear it. It's tough because it's not working. And that's why I'm at the,
I would support an Emma dictatorship. Bonk? Bonk, maybe? Maybe I agree. He can be my dictator, ew.
My view is strengthen this country, shore up our defenses, focus on empowering our people with the ability to live, work, eat, sleep, Medicare.
What does that look like?
I'm not Medicare, medical care in some capacity.
Medicare for all, potentially?
I don't. That's a specific thing. I call it
public option. How about that?
I
Drive
call
down
it universal
healthcare prices.
basic health care.
What does that mean?
We provide basic health care to all people.
How so?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the intricacies of it, I could ask you the same question. I'm saying that
through taxation.
The average,
for me.
Creating
a socialized healthcare system.
But I don't know if I would call it a socialized healthcare system. Probably because I think you're going further than I'm going with it. Okay. I'm saying like.
How else do you raise money then to have like a
I'm not
government
saying not taxes. I'm saying like if my limit is usually like if someone's got some like rare degenerative genetic disorder that requires $20 billion to treat, like we have a limit. We can't do that. You know what I mean? That's why I say basic.
What about the very common diseases? Like heart disease, which is better if you treat it early. What about that, Tim?
There was a story about a kid in I think it was Louisiana who had a genetic disorder. The treatment cost $1 million. And the family demanded the state cover it. The state said we can't afford to cover it. And
but why do you think that healthcare is so heavily inflated in terms of costs in this country?
Well, for one, the insurance companies are all corrupt and broken.
Absolutely. In Germany and the UK, they spend half of what we do, and they have socialized healthcare, and they have better outcomes in terms of life expectancy, infant mortality. Canada
didn't Trump do the thing with like cheaper
but,
insulin from Canada or something?
I think Biden might have done something to like
the insulin was a part of the negotiations in the Inflation Reduction Act.
But I just want to point out like those are horrible metrics, life expectancy and infant mortality, for two reasons. Number one, if you take out car accidents in the United States of America, our life expectancy shoots dramatically up. In Europe, a lot less people drive. And considering we're talking about medical care, I think we should focus on things that describe the impact of medical care. As for infant mortality, this is one of the worst metrics.
What, the outcomes aren't that much better? Are you sure? Pretty sure the outcomes in America are much worse from what I've seen.
Because if you are born at any point for a split second and you die, you go into our infant mortality statistics. In France, for example, you have to have the pregnancy gestate for over 20 weeks, and you have to be alive for a full 24 hours. So this is just not an apples to apples comparison.
I think that doctors would disagree with your assessment that the infant mortality rates are overinflated, but I'll then just
They're just measuring different things. They can disagree with that, but they would be incorrect, wrong,
but
not
how
even
about
close.
the cost element that I just mentioned?
Yeah, cost is definitely a huge problem. And I
That's
think this
because
has
we
to do
have
with third-party payers.
privatized healthcare. That's because we have privatized healthcare.
I would disagree.
It dominates.
I don't completely disagree. I got a kidney stone, and my bill was like 40
Hey,
grand.
so I've had a kidney stone before.
They charged me like 40 grand. And then because I was
Yeah. That's insane. Holy fuck. 40 grand. I saw something on Twitter that was like someone's kidney transplant was like 3 or 400K. I forget how much exactly, but yeah. It fucking insane. Fucking insane. Other countries just sound like they are more thorough. Yeah. Sure. Emma and Tim should date. That would break the internet. Oh my god. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She's way too good for him.
between jobs. I left Vice, and I was starting at Fusion, and I had this 1 week gap where I told the guys, I was like, give me a week to get to move my stuff, and then I'll start. And that week, all of a sudden, I'm like, what's happening? It was crazy. People think that kidney stones are like you're going to the bathroom, and all of a sudden you're like, no, it's like in your body, up in your back, like in your gut. They thought it was appendicitis at first.
Yeah.
I went to the hospital for I think like 2 days, and they charged me something like 40 grand.
No insurance.
It was because I had just left. So they sent me a bill, and I'm like, holy crap. So I call and I was like, I just left my job and I have a 1 week lapse in my insurance. And they went, oh, no problem. And then they emailed me the new bill, and it was 4 grand. And then I was like, now hold on there a minute.
Jesus.
What happened? Fortunately, shout out to all the complaints I've had about Fusion. They said, don't worry, man, we're going to pay for it for you. That shouldn't have happened to you. And I said, thank you.
Yeah.
But like the idea that I went to the hospital for 2 days and they did nothing for me. Now, to be fair, I shouldn't say that. I got put in like a CAT scan or whatever. They were trying to figure out what it was. They thought I had appendicitis, and they were like, you may need to get surgery right away. And they were like, good news, it's a kidney stone. And I was like, that sounds like terrible. And it's like, well, we're not getting surgery. It just means go home.
Well, now you know, Tim, what it's like to have a baby. So.
Oh yeah, apparently.
That's apparently it's the equivalent pain.
Was it a viable stone though?
Was it what?
Was it a viable stone? Did you like keep it and raise it to be your own?
No. But the point is.
Oh, so you terminated the stone? What the fuck? It was gonna be a whole rock one day. What the fuck, Tim?
All they did was give me painkillers and a diagnosis, and then told me to leave.
Mm-hmm.
And for that, it was like 40 grand. And I'm like, now wait a minute. Like, I can understand.
But if that.
Jesus Christ, dude. $6,000 for one shot? The fuck? The fuck? God damn it. It's highway robbery. It really is.
If that happened to you, by the way, in France or Germany,
Nothing.
or Italy, you
It was
go
like
in.
$20 or something.
It could be free.
Yeah. But so my question is, how did they drop it by 90%? And they didn't give me an answer. They're just like, oh, it's a discount. And I'm like, what's going on? Well, why are the costs this way? Now, look, I know the left often says the insurance companies are corrupt and they're driving it, but I can tell you this. They were trying to bill the insurance company 40 grand. And then when they found out I didn't have insurance, they said 4 grand.
Oh, no. Corporate hospital chains are really bad too. They're all a part of a sick system that needs to be dismantled and nationalized.
I guess the pun there, sick system.
That was not even intentional.
Yeah, the whole system is broken. I don't think I have the absolute answers. I don't know for sure. I just think like I see these stories. There was a kid who was like 15, got the flu and died. And I'm like, how does that happen? The mom was like, I couldn't afford Tamiflu. And I'm like, it's like $30. There was a horrible story of that guy who was
That's so fucked up. No one should fucking. Oh, it's so fucked, man. Tamiflu, like, it's not that much, right? It's like, I don't know. I guess I had insurance when I got it. Now that I think about it, I don't know how much it is without. But there's no fucking reason. Like, motherfuckers just charge whatever the fuck they want.
diabetic, and then he couldn't afford the $50 for his insulin and he dies. And I'm like, whoa, hold on. I'll give him the money. Like, I can give him the money. I will gladly. So the challenge, I suppose, is if we do increase taxes to pay for this, do we really trust the system to not be corrupt and just steal it?
Well, I do, because I think that there are models in Canada, in the UK, in Germany,
Yeah, but
in
the United
France.
States has prison systems the way it is with our tax money too. You know what I mean? Like, if we can clean the corruption up, I'm on board for a lot. I think that's the question.
All right, well, then there's something we can work on there, Tim.
Yeah, I think like a lot of the conversations I have about taxes, people will be like, I oppose taxes because look what the government does with it. And I'm like, so you oppose corruption? You know what I mean? Like, if you were told that you were getting a really sweet deal at a discount price, you wouldn't be complaining about it. When you're told,
Yeah, it's not the same thing. Like, if all my taxes didn't go to the military, that would be pretty poggers. I would like that. Yeah.
that they take your money and go blow up kids with it and then, you know, beat prisoners or whatever nonsense, I can understand why you're upset. The concept of taxes doesn't bother me. The concept of the government not being held accountable and corruption emerging from it bothers me. And like our tax dollars, not even our tax dollars, but printing money and giving it to massive pharmaceutical companies or war, then I'm just like, now I can understand why, you know, someone can come out and say taxation is theft. I disagree.
How does he not see that the private companies are the problem there? How does he not see that?
But I understand their point. And I'm kind of just like, you know, it's really hard to argue against someone who says that when we know that a lot of evil people are stealing our money for evil things. Like, how do you clean that up? I think you clean that up and most people are going to be fine with it. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. If
you were spending $50 a month on Netflix and you knew that only, you know, like $40 was going to some random guy to go beat dogs, you'd be like, I'm not gonna give Netflix any money anymore.
Well, how do those dogs look?
That's right. It's like, are they foreign dogs? Like, yeah. So I take issues with that, and I'm kind of like, you know, if you knew that you were contributing to a system that was using your money as efficiently as possible, you'd be like, oh, okay, you know, I'm getting some good from it for some reason. Like, no, like, you know, a lot of people on the right, they don't want to defund the cops, right? But the cops have a lot of broken issues within their systems that need to be fixed as well. And I think just saying like the extremes of defund the police or just not don't really get to the problem of there's something wrong in the justice system as a whole.
Yeah, I would say I think societies are more comfortable with taxes when they have higher social trust, but I will say there is something to the fact beyond corruption that nobody's ever going to be as careful spending your money as you. So like there is some
social trust? What does that even mean?
Something that's just going to be inherently wasted when you transfer it to bureaucrats when it's not their money.
So here's the funny thing. We'll start to wrap it up.
Yeah. I drank too much coffee. I got to run to the restroom.
All right.
This is true.
We'll wrap up. I'm not your buddy guy saying, why are we listening to three lefties debate politics?
Like Community, I guess? Yeah, that sounded like a fucking dog whistle. I've heard that argument from fucking, like, racists who are like, oh, like, taxes are more acceptable when it's, like, an ethno-state and you feel like you relate to the people in your country or whatever. Sounded like some racist shit to me.
Politics. Where is the right-wing representation?
That's, hey, man, I don't know what show you're watching here.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's the like, I guess the final thought I'll say on this is that I think for shows like yours, you exist on a political space where you assume everybody to your right is right wing, even moderates and centrists and liberals.
I think I know some moderates and their politics are.
Yeah, that's how it works, dude. What? Centrists are not leftists. What are you smoking?
Definitely to the left of yours. And I
think
have
those
a
are
lot of
leftists.
Republican friends, too.
You should come here more. Yeah, this is funny.
And I debate these issues with them on a regular basis. So your politics is a lot closer to theirs, to be honest, based on what I've heard.
I mean, it's weird to say
honestly,
that conservatives
Tim,
would be.
Tim, just prove me wrong. Like, talk about socialized healthcare all the time on your show, and I'll be looking for it now.
It's crazy too. Like the abortion thing, we talk about a lot, like ad nauseum. But it's weird because in this culture war, the tribal left, whatever you want to call it, I'm not saying all leftists, but the tribal commentary left is like I'll give you an example. The Young Turks did a video where they called me ugly because I talked about attraction privilege. I don't know how you call it, beauty privilege or whatever. And I was talking about how conservatives are more likely to be attractive because it's easier to go through life as an attractive person. Thus, you're given benefits that you associate to your abilities instead of society, resulting in a conservative worldview. And those who are less attractive have it harder, resulting in a collectivist worldview. And instead of just like telling me I was wrong, they just called me ugly.
Well, I mean, do you have statistics to back up your
Yes.
their? But who?
It's true.
Who decides who's ugly and
wrong,
who's
though?
So they
attractive?
did studies where they would show images of people to men and women and ask them to rate them on a scale of 1 to 10, then create a curve of attraction. And those people that they showed pictures of, they had interviewed them on their political leanings and found a correlation between attraction and political leaning. I'm sorry, beauty, perceived beauty, and political leanings. But this is like not even controversial among the left. This is privilege, right?
Hey, if we're on the right side of things and we're uglier, I'm totally fine with that.
But so what happens?
What the fuck is that? I've never heard that before. He just makes up the most absurd claims. And then I'm like Googling the most fucked up phrases in my life. You've heard that? I don't know, dude. I feel like it's not true. I'll have to look into it, though.
Is you go through life and you're ugly. People are meaner to you. They're less interested in you. You have a harder time of things. You're going to lean towards collectivist approaches to things like we need to work together to fix these problems. But if you're attractive and people are nice to you all the time, it's like that 30 Rock episode, The Bubble, where
I love 30 Rock.
What was that guy's? That John Hamm. It's like
Hamm.
everyone's super nice to him.
Yeah.
He thought he was really good at everything, but he was just attractive. But like my point is not to talk about that. My point is to just insult me instead of address the issue.
I disagree with the ad hominem, but it's not me. So.
Well, anyway, I think we should wrap it up because we're a little bit long. Do you guys want to say anything before we finish?
Well,
leave?
it got a little heated, but I appreciate you having me on, Tim,
Absolutely.
for sure. And I know you don't want to have Sam on, but I hope you reconsider. I think it could be a good discussion.
Yeah, there's. I will say it with absolute conviction. There's a lot of people who have blacklisted that guy from various shows, and he knows it.
Yeah,
and he's talked about it.
He wears it like a badge of honor.
But he needs to stop saying it's because they're scared of him. It's because he's a dick.
I think he.
No, I think they're scared. Actually, I think they're actually scared. He's not a dick. They're just afraid they can't win a debate. No one stops showing someone on their show because what? He's a dick? Please. You have tons of dicks on your show. It's mostly dicks. Interested to see his sources? Yeah, me too. I doubt if he has any legitimate ones. Honestly. Left-wing people are generally more smarter and intelligent. Right-wing people are generally physically good-looking, apparently. Interesting. I don't know how those things would be connected. I feel like it might be correlation, not causation. You know what I mean? But I will look into it. We also socially have beauty standards, which platform whiteness, wealthy, perceived success, and intelligence. Yeah. Absolutely.
It might be both. It might be both.
No one's scared of him.
All right.
Like
Sure.
It's not my business to bring up other podcasts and networks in general. But like I've even had people ask me and I'm like, well, I don't know. Look, man, we're willing to have people on the show. And then they'll highlight something he did and they're like, that crossed the line. And I'm like, all right,
Right. Well, if it's about free-flowing
Didn't he say
debate
he was going
just
to
a
kill
dick-
somebody?
I don't think so.
Was it Patrick Bet David?
I have no idea.
I could be wrong about this, but I probably
I'm
should.
pretty sure you're wrong about this.
Let me see if I can look it up.
That Sam was going to kill somebody?
In a karate battle or like with
It
a
was
weapon?
something like if he had the right and he would hang the rich, he would hang Patrick Bet David or something like that.
Yeah, that was a joke.
All right, well, I don't know too much about it. I can tell you it's like
He's sarcastic.
jokes like that freak people out, I guess. So you can call it a joke.
I think he was
but-
responding to some...
You don't think beauty standards have changed, though? You don't think beauty standards have changed? You think there's just, like, inherent beauty? Like, what people find hot? Yeah, of course it's changed. It's changed enormously. Are you kidding me? Only, like, 300 years ago, bitches were walking around with pale-ass white faces. they would have a huge ass fucking hoop skirt. Everything has changed. Literally everything. You would not find a cave woman hot. She would be smelly. And dirty. Yeah. And hairy. True. What are you saying? That's a hot take if I've ever heard it.
Something I can't. Again, these are people who are not myself, and I do 15 hours of new content on my program every day, or every week, so it's hard for me to keep track.
Right on.
If you brought Emma to a caveman, would he find her hot? No, I don't think so. They would wonder, like, what the fuck is on her face? Why she doesn't have any body hair? They would think she's sick because she is skinny. I don't know, like, what the fuck? No, I don't think so.
Sean?
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Actual Justice Warrior, on Twitter at IamSean90. And as for Sam Teeter, I'm also a New Yorker. I will not only go on his show in studio and debate him, I will also take him out to dinner, hang out with him, become his best friend, maybe even wear matching shirts and all of that. So I am
broad benchmarks. Okay. I mean, sure. Generally, people find health attractive. That's not the same as beauty standards across time staying the same forever. You know that's not the same thing.
I am available.
Y'all just trying to piss me off.
I'm not afraid of Sam Teeter, so, deliver the message.
Love it.
Right on. Well, I really do appreciate you coming. I think it was great.
Yep.
And Sean, thanks for joining in. And
to be fair, Victorian people found unhealthy women very attractive. It was hot to be, like, sickly looking. And it is the same now. Heroin chic is back in style. So it's not constant, even with that. Like,
we're trying to figure out how to do this properly. I think because of who I am, it's impossible for just to, like, me to sit back and have people have a conversation. So I do want to apologize because you're definitely 2 against 1, like both of us. Although on the Ukraine thing, you guys definitely had me. I don't know. I'm looking at these both of you. I'm like, what's going on here? So just for future for everybody, we'll try and make sure that it's not so, like, I felt like we were very 2 against 1. It wasn't very fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know.
Surely that wasn't by design. Surely you didn't mean to do that.
I can handle it.
Right on. Well, thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And for everybody who watched, thanks for watching, and become a member at timcast.com. We have a lot of more shows like this ramping up next week, the week after that. We're having a really, really big one in a couple weeks. We're getting some celebrities who are interested, and I'm really impressed and excited.
Am I sitting where Kanye sat?
No, that's that one.
Oh. So I'm just sitting
Who's they?
You're saying where Seamus
sat.
No, he sat there.
Oh, yikes.
That who else was on that night?
Wasn't
Ian?
Luke on?
No. Was it Luke? Oh, yeah, it was Luke. Luke was sitting in that chair. Anyway, we'll wrap it up. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I hope it was to you exactly what you thought it was going to be. And now both the left and the right can make clips about who owned whom and when. Thanks for hanging out, and we'll see you all next time.
And I will. Thank God, we fucking finally finished. Okay, I have a little bit of a happy video, then dark history. Emma 1 for sure. The whole thing. Yep.
10 years ago today, my husband and I rode in a bus.
Holy dank. I'll be right back.
With 24 other queer couples who all lived in states where they weren't allowed to get married.
The reasons why we want to get married are no different than why anybody else would. We want to make a lifelong commitment to each other.
They have the rings, the well wishes, and gifts from friends. The only thing they're lacking is a state that will recognize their vows.
We went to Washington, D.C. and had a group wedding ceremony in front of the U.S. Supreme Court while they were deliberating about whether or not to overturn DOMA, the Defense of Marriage Act.
A statement to each other, a statement to our community. There is a momentum that's building, and to be a part of that is very exciting.
Do you promise to love, respect, and honor one another? To support, comfort, and care for each other? whatever life brings.
It was such a controversial issue at the time that the Supreme Court had to ban all protests and demonstrations from the steps. So we weren't actually allowed to have the ceremony on the steps like we had planned. We did it on the sidewalk in front of the building.
By the authority vested in me, by the laws of the District of Columbia, it's my great honor to pronounce you legally wed. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen.
After the ceremony, one of the guards came down and said that they were all so moved by what they had seen that they had gone and gotten special permission to allow all of us to go up inside the Supreme Court building and walk out the front doors and come down the steps one couple at a time. There's no way to describe for you what that felt like at a time when it seemed that so many people in our country were against us. All of the hate and bigotry targeting the trans community and other members of the queer community, it is no different than what was being said about us at that time. Protect the children. God hates this. This is unnatural. A week after we got back to Ohio, we heard the news that the Supreme Court overturned DOMA, and it wasn't long after that that marriage equality became the law of the land. Our community fought that battle and won against a lot of very difficult odds. And that's why we need to rally together today to fight against all of these bigoted laws. Our community's stories don't get told in history books yet, but it was a historic day for us, and I'm so grateful that I get to celebrate 10 years of being married to such an extraordinary, wonderful man. Dennis, I love you. Happy anniversary. And happy anniversary to all the other couples. History is being written every day, and I want to challenge and encourage all of you to find your own way to use your voice and be a part of it. To me, that's what Pride Month is all about.
Newlyweds, how do you guys feel? Awesome. You guys just made a little bit of history today.
Thank you so much.
I have like goosebumps. Congratulations.
When I say the word Rockefeller, you probably think of Jay-Z, but he picked that name because it belongs to a man who achieved insane wealth and power like America had never seen before. I'm talking about the world's first billionaire.
Hi, Dark Blue. They look like brothers. Wait, do they? Sorry, I missed the...
For each other, whatever life brings.
It was such a controversial issue at the time that the Supreme demonstrations from the steps. So we...
They don't look like brothers. They just both wear glasses. They're cute.
And said that they were all so moved.
When I say the word Rockefeller, you probably think of Jay-Z, but he picked that name because it belongs to a man who achieved insane wealth and power like America had never seen before. I'm talking about the world's first billionaire. Raised by a dad who was a gifted con man, cutthroat, money-obsessed businessman who did not care if he destroyed families to get what he wanted. This is the story of John D. Rockefeller.
Boo! Boo! Billionaires!
Hi friends, I hope you're having a wonderful day today. My name is Bailey Sarian, and I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Now this is a chance to tell the story like it is and to share the history of stuff we would never think about. So all you have to do is sit back, relax, and let's talk about that hot, juicy history gas. So, when we did our Gilded Age episode, there was a name that kept coming up. And it was weird because I knew him, but I didn't know him, It's sort of like how we all don't want to stand in front of the microwave for some reason. I don't remember anyone telling me not to, but I know I'm not supposed to. Anyway, today we're talking about the Rockefellers. Sound familiar at all? The Rockefellers, if you don't know, were one of those big, famous American families that had huge success in the Gilded Age, and they left behind an even bigger legacy. I mean, it was so big that most of us have probably heard their name at some point in our lives, or at least walked past a building with their name on it. But how did they get their billions, you know? What are the skeletons in the family closet? I want to know. And why do I have that same microwave feeling that I shouldn't get too close to them? Well, we're about to find out. I've got answers, Joan. You look great. Now, the name that most people are familiar with, if they've heard of the Rockefeller family, is John D. Rockefeller. Because he's like the Daddy Warbucks
That
of America.
motherfucker.
I hope you know who that is. You do, right? Okay, great. Honestly, he kind of reminds me of William Hearst. Yeah, both of them were extremely ambitious, completely obsessed with money, and just willing to do anything to get it. And just like Hearst, to really understand who John was and like what motivated him, we gotta talk about the man that raised him. You know, go back to the source. And that guy's name was William Rockefeller. Now, William, Daddy William, was a real interesting guy. He was born into privilege in 1810 to a family that owned a plantation and a whole bunch of land in New York. And as a young lad, William was living off his daddy's coin. You know, just footloose and fancy free, just doing whatever he wanted. He's been described by journalists as, quote, a man in whom strength, fearlessness, and joy in life, unbothered by education or love of decency, ran riot. The type who hunts, fishes, gambles, races horses, and carouses, aka parties, in low and mean ways. He had no trade. Indeed, he had all the vices except one. He never drank. End quote. That was a long quote. Wow. Thank you. But anyways, I was like, oh my God, he sounds just like Hearst, huh? Basically, William hated working and just wanted to party, gamble, and like shoot the shit. He was a certified bad boy, I guess you could say. Honestly, William Rockefeller reminds me of those kids on Gossip Girl. You know, just throwing around their parents' credit card, going to clubs, and then like sitting on those museum steps. Get a job, Chuck. Now, it's not clear when or why, but at a certain point, William's dad decides enough is enough and cuts him off financially. Ooh, you know, that's gonna make him a little upset. So William's like, shit, I need to get a little creative because, you know, he's got an expensive lifestyle to maintain. William wasn't well educated, so he didn't have a ton of options, but this didn't stop him. I mean, because he wasn't necessarily interested in playing life by the rules. So he goes from town to town calling himself an herbal doctor and selling medicine from this like big jug that he would carry around with him.
Something of an herbal doctor myself.
He said it just so happened to be the cure for every problem people asked him about. And for the right price, William was also the guy that you would go to for quote unquote abortive herbs, which were herbs that could induce an abortion. Now, because William always made a point to dress in a sharp suit and know exactly the right thing to say, people just believed him. I mean, I know I would have. He's in a suit. He must be serious, right? So he was making some cash, you know, being this little doctor. But the problem was his status as a doctor, all of the herbs, his jug of medicine or whatever the fuck, none of it was real. It was all fake. It was just one big giant con. Again, William was uneducated and unemployed, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. He was a confident white man. Hello, a confident white man in a suit. The world was his oyster. Oyster Rockefeller, if you will. Another one of William's ventures was to loan money to local farmers at insanely high interest rates. He would
most medicine until very recently. I mean, even still, sometimes I'm like, is that real? Like, we still do wait, the trepanation that I'm thinking of? I don't know. Like, there's still some very medieval shit happening. The whole gynecologist experience, for example.
Intentionally do this to poor farmers who probably wouldn't be able to make their payments so that he could like eventually just take their farmland from them. Like he knew that they probably weren't going to pay and then he could come in and like just snatch their land. Yeah, what a shit. And this is like when William Rockefeller develops a reputation for being a quote unquote famous trickster, or like we like to say, con artist. It's worth mentioning that people usually trusted William Rockefeller right away, all thanks to, his extreme
He was a good old boy. Cringe.
efforts to look well-dressed and wealthy, even if he was broke as a joke. William was known to be completely obsessed with his appearance, and leaving people with a good first impression was really important to him. But all his shisty business moves and fake-ass medicine slinging, it starts to catch up with him, which is how he ends up with the nickname Devil Bill. Honestly, kind of a badass name. Devil Bill? Okay. Sounds like a cowboy that I don't want to fuck with. But this Devil Bill was always one step ahead of the haters, okay? Before anyone had time to catch onto his scams or track him down for a refund, he'd be on his way to another town. Kind of like your dad, just poof, gone. In 1834, William moves to Richford, New York. And when you move to a new place or start at a new school and you're like, I'm gonna change things up. I'm gonna be someone different. So you have people, calling you by a different nickname, or maybe you're dressing different. Well, William moved to Richford and started telling people that he was, I'm not lying, he was telling people that he was deaf and dumb, as in, he couldn't speak or even hear. Yeah, that's what he chose. And for a while, everyone in town was writing things out for William on a chalkboard that he carried around his neck. People think that William did this because he had, quote, a desire to hear things which would hardly be talked about before a stranger with good ears, end quote. So basically, pretty much, he liked eavesdropping, okay? Because people would talk in front of him, not knowing that he could actually hear them, and then he would hear what they were saying.
Kind of genius.
Today. Just let me live.
Kind of genius, honestly.
Anyways, that's right. He was a professional eavesdropper. And it's kind of brilliant, honestly. Wow. And bizarrely enough, it really worked out for him in the dating world. I don't know. So one day in 1837, William showed up on the doorstep of some wealthy farmer. And mind you, he has a chalkboard sign around his neck that says, I am deaf and dumb. Yeah, and then he just shows up to people's houses or something. I don't know, but he does, okay? And somehow he still managed to charm the lady that answered the door. It was the farmer's daughter, Eliza Davison. I guess Eliza was quite smitten with him, and she was quoted to say, I'd marry that man if he wasn't deaf and dumb. Yeah, so, okay, but listen. Right? But listen to this, because William, he hears this. He's like, what? She would be into me? So then he decides that he's just gonna drop the whole act on the freaking spot. And he comes clean to Eliza. He's like, yeah, I'm actually not deaf or dumb. And honestly, I was like, yeah, that's a red flag, girl. I don't know about that one. Maybe pass. Shut the door. Go on with your life. But she didn't. That's fine. We all make choices. William drops his whole act, right? Now, many have speculated that maybe he was just tired of scamming people, right? Or maybe he most likely heard a little rumor that was going around that Eliza's dad, he was gonna cut her a fat check when she got married. Yeah, she had money coming her way. And William was like, what's that? What? So William decides to drop the whole act, and he decides that he needs to lock down.
What the fuck? What is this story? How? Drops the whole act and it works? And it works?
Eliza, he needs to keep that shit around because she has money coming in, right? Girl, what are you?
Wait, dude.
I don't know. If a man came up to you with a sign that says, I am deaf and dumb, and then was like, LOL, JK, you would stay? I don't have anything to follow that with, but okay, good for you. So the two of them go on to wed 2 years later, and then on July 8th, 1839, they have their first baby boy. John D. Rockefeller is born. So John, the baby, right? He was just one of 6 kids that William and Eliza had. Yeah, she pushed a lot out. Now, you'll never believe this after everything
Jesus.
I've told you about William, but he wasn't a great father, you know? He would do trust fall exercises with his kids, but at the last second, he would step back and just let them fall flat on their faces. Thanks, Dad. Okay,
What
so
the
this was
fuck?
apparently an exercise
fuck?
that was gonna help like teach the kids how to trust people, but William did it backwards because he stepped away. So the moral of the story was that William was teaching his kids never to trust anyone. Never to trust anyone, not even him. That's pretty brutal. And his wife Eliza must have learned this same lesson because not long after they were married and started having children together, frickin' William started having an affair. Of course he did. So he started having an affair, to make matters worse, with his live-in housekeeper. Her name was Nancy Brown. That's like the whitest name I've ever heard. Nancy Brown. Wow. Okay, so he's having an affair with his housekeeper who lives there. And girl, let me tell you, look, some major information I uncovered about William and this Nancy woman, you are not ready. So Nancy wasn't just the other woman. Oh, nay. Because as it turns out, William had been in love with Nancy before he even married Eliza. I guess he ultimately chose, obviously, to marry Eliza, but mainly because her dad was rich and Nancy, she didn't have anything to her name. So naturally, William has to make a choice, you know, and he went with Eliza. But just a couple of weeks after they had gotten married, you know, getting settled down, whatever, William ends up going to Nancy's house, knocks on her door, and he's asking if she'll move in with the family as like their maid. And I guess she agrees. So their little love affair just kept on going. Even though he had, what's that word? Oh, shit. Oh, wife. He had a wife. Yeah. So while little John, baby John, was growing up, his dad was just screwing the housekeeper like right under the same roof. Now, William and Nancy, they would even have 2 illegitimate children together. And I'm just imagining all of this was maybe a little awkward for Miss Eliza, right? Like, to say the least. What do? I think it's safe to say that Eliza really got the shit end of the stick. I mean, shit. She's like, I'm marrying like this nice, sweet, fake deaf man. And then it turns out, you know, he's actually a piece of shit. I wish I could have seen the signs. Sorry, that's actually funny. Because he's wearing a sign. Yeah.
Get it?
It was right there, Eliza. So it's around this time that William decides to kick the whole fake doctor act.
Literally. I mean, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that the man who pretended to be deaf and dumb was a liar and a cheat. Wow, you don't say.
Up a notch. He decides he's going to start living a double life and just take on a completely fake identity. I guess like while he was on his quote-unquote business trips, he would go by the name Dr. Livingston and pretend to be a legit eye and ear doctor. And it's under the name Dr. Livingston that he actually marries a totally different woman. This guy's busy. Yeah, one mistress wasn't enough, and neither was a wife. He wanted more, okay? So in 1855, William actually committed bigamy, which is the crime of being married to multiple people, because he ended up marrying a Canadian woman named Margaret Allen. According to journalist Alison McNeary, William actually met Margaret when she was a 17-year-old teenager. Yeah, not even like an adult. There was a 24-year age gap between them, but, you know, it's the early days of America. It's not like it's changed much. I mean, there was no internet, you know? You could literally be whoever you wanted. You could say you're a doctor. You could sell juices and potions. You can put on a suit and be deaf and blind and... America. Land of the free, goddammit. And honestly, when you think about it, it's kind of beautiful. It was so free. Despite Eliza's family money, I guess the Rockefeller family struggled financially. William, he had 8 mouths to feed at this point. Well, 11 if you include his housekeeper / lover and their 2 children. And also if you count his teenage wife in Canada, so I guess that's 12. But I mean, shit, none of that noise bothered him. You know, William always made sure to still present himself in a certain way. He continued to always be well-groomed and would dress in a way that made people assume he was rich. Money. Plus, he was also known for carrying around $1,000 cash, I guess, on him at all times. Again, this was all for looks, like to show off to people that he's rich. He sounds like a fictional character, huh? So
he really does. Moneybag McMoneybags over here with his $1,000 on him all the time.
William would actually like get this stack of money and just start counting it right in front of his kids' faces. Like, yeah, daddy's got money. Just to make them jealous, I guess. Yeah, his own kids. Yeah. And then he would like trick them into making, quote, bad business deals with him. It was all to teach them the same lesson about trusting no one. I mean, these freaking poor kids. I mean, they were really going through it. Especially John. And I think many of us can maybe see why John preferred his mother over his shithead dad. Eliza raised John and all of his siblings to be Baptists, just like her. And for the rest of his life, John was a very deeply religious guy. And on top of that, he was extremely hardworking. So the whole family, that huge-ass family, moved to...
That sounds like some fucking fictional shit. That sounds made up. You know how billionaires always fucking do myth making. I don't know about all that. I'm sure he was very hardworking. Very hardworking.
Ohio when John was 14 years old. And while there, when he wasn't in school, he was hustling, picking up like every odd job in town he could. John dug potatoes for a local farmer. He sold candy. He raised turkeys and other animals. Basically, if he could make a buck, he was down to do the work. You know, like that true American way, bootstraps, or whatever the fuck. Pull those bootstraps up high. He did that. Now, this was the first time John was making his own money. And thanks to his dad, little John became obsessed with making more of it. And then one day, John has a come to Jesus moment. You know, he's thinking and he's like, hey, shit, you know what? I could probably make more money by using my own money to make me money. He's probably smoking the devil's lettuce, if you know what I mean. I guess John said, quote, I soon learned that I could get as much interest for $50 loaned at 7% as I could by digging potatoes for 10 days, end quote. Yeah, he was doing math. Essentially, without lifting a finger, John could be making money just by having money. And he decides his 2 goals in life are to live to be 100 and make $100,000. Yeah, he like put that on a vision board. So in 1855, at just 16 years old, John, he wasn't focused on normal teenager stuff like ripping heaters or going to the Dairy Queen. He's got plans. He's got goals. It was his first white-collar gig. John was hired as an office clerk in Cleveland doing administrative stuff for something called a commission firm, which essentially buys and sells products for clients. Stuff like grain and coal. Sounds boring, right? I know. Okay, whatever. We use it. Grain and coal, we need it. So John started this job on September 26, 1855. And we know this exact day because it was a very special day to him. He even called this date his job day. And he treated it like it was a birthday, being born into the world of business. I guess he would put it on the calendar and
that's some real fucking Corpus shit. Job day. Ew.
Celebrated almost every year, even as an adult. Yeah, he was really proud. I don't know. Did he buy himself a birthday cake? You know? He's like, yay! Like, okay, I think a lot of us probably would roll their eyes if someone at the office was like, hey guys, it's my job birthday. We're gonna celebrate. Everyone buy me gifts or I'm gonna fire you.
So annoying.
Which honestly sounds like a good idea because I would love gifts. Birthday, job day. Now, later in life, John is quoted as saying, all my future seemed to hinge on that day. And I often tremble when I ask myself the question, what if I had not got the job? I know. He's a little dramatic, but I'll tell you what, the course of American history would look a hell of a lot different if he didn't get that job. So, okay.
True.
About 2 years into his new job, John was already itching for more. He got into a little tiff with his boss about his salary. I guess John wanted a bump to $800 per year. And the boss was like, interesting. Okay. How about no? And John, he was like, fuck you, I quit. And he goes looking for a better opportunity somewhere else. That's because in
He picked up his bootstraps. That's right.
1859, a man struck oil for the first time in America in a town called Titusville, Pennsylvania. Honestly, I thought it was Titsville, but it's Titusville, Pennsylvania. But Titsville sounds way more fun. Now in Titsville, just kidding. So in Titusville, there was a man who dug a well and was looking for salt. And he's doing this, right? And he accidentally came across some kind of black sludge. So this man, he gets a sample of the substance and he sends it to a chemist at Yale University to see, like, what is this? Is it of any value, really? So the chemists, they end up running some tests on it and they were like, this is the shit. I mean, it was grade A, high quality oil, okay? So they pass on the word to this guy, maybe on a phone. I don't know, but I'm assuming a phone. And word spread fast that this guy had struck black gold. This set off an oil boom in northwestern Pennsylvania. At the time, everything was powered by oil. Cars didn't exist yet. But people needed it for things like streetlights, wagons, perfume, medicine, bleep blop bloop, boop bop boop, scuba-doo, I mean, oil was part of everyone's life, and that meant that there was money to be made. So when, people got word about this oil, they flocked to Pennsylvania in hopes of striking oil and getting rich themselves. So John's over in Cleveland, and he's hearing about all this oil production happening in Pennsylvania. Drills and wells are popping up left and right, and he gets to thinking. I mean, he's got like a sixth sense whenever there's an opportunity to make some money. And that sixth sense was like tingling, okay? Which, must have been like really exciting to him because his friends at the time reported that he would say, I'm bound to be rich, bound to be rich, bound to be rich. He was really into like manifestation, I think. He literally believed that it was the duty.
He knew the secret, dude. He was live, laugh, laughing. He was manifesting.
Duty of every man to get and keep all the money they could. I mean, really, right from the jump, John was the total opposite of his dad. His dad was all about spending and being a shithead, and John was all about saving and not being his dad. Now, John's father was a major show-off, and John was notorious for living on a tight budget. So combining his business smarts with his obsession for wealth, John puts himself one step ahead of all those oil producers. You see, he does his homework, and he learns that when someone drills oil, they get what is called crude oil. Crude as in raw or unprocessed. I mean, that's what comes out of the earth. And John knows that crude oil ain't worth jack squattily shit unless someone can process it or refine it and turn it into like the useful stuff people and companies will buy, like lubricants for machines or maybe like paraffin wax. Bing! He has a little light bulb moment, And this light bulb moment John has ends up changing not just America, but the world forever. Could you imagine having that kind of influence? I couldn't imagine. So in 1863, John partnered with a businessman and a chemist. So all three of them pooled their money and connections in order to build an oil refinery near Cleveland. And he chose this spot because, one, it was a sweet location. Two, a bunch of railroads were recently finished that connected the city to both the oil fields in Pennsylvania and to New York. And there was also the Erie Canal, which gave John another option when it came to transportation. Now, this was all important because after you refine oil, you need to sell and ship it.
What?
You got it? Good. Boom. Business 101. So in 1865, just 2 years after opening, John's oil refinery operation was the largest in the area in terms of the number of barrels of oil he was putting out. Now at this point, John was about 26 years old. 26 years old, and he's seeing that there's real money in this. 26. Could you imagine being 26 and like being like this guy? What? So John's like, oil, money, hey, why don't I just focus on this? You know, he has another light bulb moment, come to Jesus moment, something, because he decides that he's gonna dedicate all of his time to just oil. And it's at this point, John did something that would become his trademark move. You see, John knew that the only way to keep the money flowing in oil refining was to make the company as big as possible. And there were 2 ways to do that. He could build more refineries, which would take a ton of work and time, or he could just buy out his competitors who have already done the hard work of building the refineries for him. So John is doing all this,
Classic.
and
it's the good old Elon Musk tactic.
Honestly pissing a lot of people off. John was rich and powerful, and there was really nothing they could do. Pretty soon, he begins his crusade of aggressive expansion all across America. He buys out a local Cleveland competitor for $72,500 and folded that business under his own corporate umbrella. And ta-da! Overnight, John's business essentially doubles in size. Damn. I wish I was born in 1860-something so I could find oil and be like the Beverly Hillbillies. I love that show. That's what this kind of sounds like. Then, in 1867, he teams up with a partner who was just as ambitious as John was. The 2 of them together, they had a taste for world domination, okay? And they were hungry. So using money that they received from a silent partner, they expanded their refinery business even more. By the next year, John's company was the largest refinery in the entire damn world. But at this time, the oil market was really competitive. So John had to get creative in order to stand out. And the first way he did that was by using a strategy called vertical integration, which I thought was like, I don't know, like you and a lover standing up doing a 69, you know, vertical integration. Kind of sounds sexual, but I'm just a perv. So no, nothing sexual. This is when a company owns every stage of its operation. We talked about this in our Coca-Cola episode, but essentially companies can cut costs by owning all parts of the business. And it also means every dollar a company earns goes back into the owner's pockets. They don't have to pay any contractors or suppliers. John was his own supplier. John owned it all, and he kind of seemed to get off on this. He is quoted as saying, "Pay a profit to nobody." End quote. I know, what a line. Pay a profit to nobody? Okay. If you need a summary, he's pretty much saying that no one else but John should make a cent on his oil. He was possessed by this idea. Just more. John and his partner built high-quality, huge refineries using the best materials possible. And it was all in the details. You know, they built their own barrels, and instead of dumping the waste created by the refining process, they found a way to package it and sell it. Yeah, one of those waste products would soon be rebranded as Vaseline. You know her. Transportation was also streamlined. They had 20 wagons for short distance shipping, warehouses in New York, holding tanks, fleets of tanker cars.
It is kind of crazy to me that Vaseline is just a byproduct of oil refinery. I can't imagine that's good for you.
On trains and their own boats to ship their product from New York to the rest of the freaking world, baby. Nothing was gonna stop John, no. He was determined. I don't know what he wants, though, you know? It's like, bro, chill. What do you want? Like, just chill. Anyway, after 1870, John was established as a wealthy and powerful man. He and his business partner incorporate their scrappy organization and give it a brand new name. Standard Oil. Very basic, okay. And by 1872, Standard Oil was responsible for 10% of the whole oil market in America. And it was only gonna get bigger. So just hold on. See, at this time, it was cheap and easy for like startup refineries to get into the oil game. Like, I guess a small refinery could be built start to finish for just $10,000. According to John, quote, all sorts of people went into it. The butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker began to refine oil, end quote. And because of this, you know, it's not looking good for John's profits. John's kind of looking around Cleveland, and he's like, you know what would be nice? Like, if, don't tell anyone, but like, wouldn't it be nice if like these refineries didn't exist anymore? Wouldn't that be cute? So remember when I mentioned John's trademark move was to acquire his competitors? No? Well, I just reminded you. You're welcome. Well, John starts rubbing his oily palms together and decides to take his strategy to a shockingly shady level. Now today, if you want to acquire a company, it takes lawyers and negotiations, more negotiations. And before you know it, months have passed, okay? I mean, it's not an easy thing to do. But in the span of just 2 months, in 1872, John bought 22 of the 26 refineries in Cleveland. 22 of the 26. So.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my fucking god. Ultra fucking capitalist. That's insane.
If you do the math, that's like almost all of them. He was even able to pocket 6 of them over the course of 2 days. 6 companies in 2 days. Anyways, after all was said and done, John owned pretty much every refinery in the area. And I mean, how did he pull this off, you ask? That's a great question. You see, he threatened them. John and his other friends in oil negotiated a special discount with the owners of the major railroads. So John agreed to like toss them a bunch of business. In other words, like ship his oil on their trains in exchange for very cheap shipping costs. But to make up for the discount that they're giving John, the railroads would have to charge the small companies up the butt, pretty much. And these costs would pretty much guarantee these smaller companies would lose tons of money or even just go out of business. Now, here's the thing. This sneaky alliance never actually happened. But it didn't matter because word of this potential agreement had already leaked. And when the small refineries heard about John's deal with the railroads, they pretty much like crapped their pants. I mean, they knew there was no way in hell they could afford all those high shipping costs. So in a panic, they agreed to cash out and sell their business to John. These 3 months became known as the Cleveland Massacre, which sounds like horrible, right? Well, it was named this because John essentially murdered every one of his competitors' businesses. Yeah. By 1879, John owned 90% of the refining business in the United States. Remember when I said 10% not that long ago? Yeah, now it's 90%. That's almost all of it. And when a company owns this much of one industry, it's what people call a monopoly. And soon enough, whispers about John having too much power, they start to become pretty loud. And just a reminder, this is before cars were invented. But once they are, Standard Oil was perfectly positioned to make an insane amount of money. But it's easy to forget that what he was doing for his own profit was affecting the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. But lots of those people got payouts. I mean, some thought he was just a smart businessman who had more power than them. But also, a whole lot of people also thought that he was just an asshole, honestly. Okay? He was. Really, John didn't care about his business decisions coming back to bite him in the ass. Yeah, he wasn't thinking about that. He was moving forward. That is, until one little girl whose family got screwed over by John Rockefeller grew up and decided to get her revenge. Love to see it. You go, girl. So that little girl didn't just want revenge for herself.
Let's
but
go.
For everyone in America
Revenge
John
time.
had ruined. Her name was Ida Tarbell. Now, Ida, she was born in 1857 in Hatch Hollow, Pennsylvania, in the middle of oil country. And her early years were spent in a quiet, humble environment. She had a peaceful childhood. Then, when she was just a kid, someone in her hometown struck oil, and it essentially turned her hometown into the frickin' gold rush. Ida's father was able to get in on all the jobs created because of this oil rush. He creates a way to store and keep tons of the oil in the area by creating special oil barrels. And this ended up being like super profitable. So Ida's humble family suddenly found themselves flush with cash and moved right in the middle of the oil craziness. Not long after they moved, there was a big explosion at one of the nearby oil wells, which ended up killing like 19 people, including a family friend of the Tarbells. Now, when this happened, Ida was only 4 years old, but she vividly remembered it because her mom took in people who were wounded and she cared for them in their own home. This wouldn't be the last time Ida had these traumatizing core memories because of the oil industry. So Ida's dad actually got into oil drilling himself. The oil industry kind of dominated Ida's life. She knew so many people and had so many family members who were a part of it. And it wasn't until she was 15 years old that something changed the direction of her life's calling forever. Something called the Oil War of 1872. Ida witnessed families being destroyed by John's oil company. Neighbors were forced to sell or go broke, and it was just total chaos and destroyed the town that she lived in. Ida describes this time in her childhood as when, quote, hate, suspicion, and fear engulfed the community, end quote. Essentially, when John's guys came to the town, they started taking over the oil supply and said, look, take this buyout or go broke. Bye. I mean, it wasn't just about the money for Ida's father. It was also his life's work. He wasn't going to sell to some soulless corporation, you know? But sadly, everyone around him did end up selling to John. So Ida's father was really struggling to make ends meet and just really make a good living and provide for his family because of this. His life was like the complete opposite of John's. Money was constantly a problem, and it affected Ida's entire childhood. So even though her family seemed to be falling apart because of John Rockefeller, Ida points to this time in her life as the moment when she knew she needed to become a journalist. Ida got into one of the first colleges in the area to accept women, and turns out she was the only woman in her freshman class. Hot. I guess they didn't even have dorm rooms.
A real feminist.
For her because it was just all dudes. I guess this experience was pretty scarring for her because she vowed to never, ever marry anyone from a young age. Well, she was finally able to start her journalism.
Seeing college boys will do that for you. Be so real for that.
Career at a Methodist newspaper and pretty much kicked ass immediately. She was really good at it. I mean, before she knew it, she was the managing editor in charge. She moved to France to become a researcher for a while, but then she moved back to New York in 1893 when she found out her family was seriously financially struggling. Something called the Panic of 1893 was happening. Hundreds of businesses took out loans that their companies could no longer pay. Bankruptcies were like popping up all over the US, and over 15,000 businesses ended up shutting down. And these businesses were everything from banks to railroads to steel mills. I mean, in Michigan alone, the unemployment rate was at 43%. And like during all of this, Ida was making a name for herself as the go-to person for biographies. She wrote this book on Napoleon that won a bunch of awards, and it ended up leading her to a bunch of great job opportunities. She kind of became a journalism star from that moment on. So one day, the editor at her magazine suggested that they, cover a story about John Rockefeller's Standard Oil Company. She's like, hey, you want to do this story? And Ida was like, ooh, bitch, I sure do. This story is mine. So Ida began writing her story, The History of the Standard Oil Company, which sounds like a really innocent, boring name. The goal of the story was to show the beginning of the oil industry and how oil came to be in such high demand. It was supposed to be a 100-page book, okay? Just 100 pages. What she came to discover was that there was a reason John was at the top of the oil game, and it wasn't just because he was lucky. John had been taking advantage of small-town oil drillers like Ida's father. At the time Ida was writing this story, her father was struggling financially big time because of the slowdown in demand for small-town oil. Everyone was buying oil from John instead because it was like easier to get. Ida's father refused to sell his oil company to Standard Oil, and it just completely financially screwed him over. Ida's father's business partner, he was very distraught over, his business failing. And I guess it bummed him out so bad that he ended up killing himself. I know, really sad. Ida's dad only was able to pay off some of his business debt by mortgaging his family's home. But despite all of that, Ida's father actually begged her to not do the story because he believed the Rockefellers would destroy her reputation, which they most likely would because...
I mean, yeah. The most powerful family in America, they probably would do that.
They have money and they are powerful, Ida. Be careful. But you know what? Ida didn't give a shit. And I love her for
Queen.
it. She was like, I don't care. I don't care. So she dove into decades of court documents, confusing company laws, and the origins of just how the Standard Oil Company became so powerful. And as soon as Ida scratched the surface of what was happening within the Standard Oil Company, she knew illegal shit was going down. And it started to really make sense to her why John was so secretive about his company and his life. So she made it her mission to expose all of it. So Ida, she interviewed dozens of Standard Oil employees, and she even visited the company headquarters. But I guess, at this point, this wasn't new to Ida. She knew what she was doing, okay? She knew that explaining how illegal the oil practices were wouldn't necessarily matter to the masses. It would only matter to a certain few people who knew what she was talking about. I mean, the everyday person doesn't really care or understand Standard Oil practices. Nah, Ida knew what people really wanted, like what so many of us here want. They wanted that hot, juicy history goss. She wants that information, those details, the secrets. And in order to do that, she needed to get into the mind of the secretive John Rockefeller. Ida packed her bags and headed to his hometown. One of the few things people knew about John was that he was a church-going man. So Ida decided to go to his Baptist church. So when Ida gets to the town, she discovered that John was a celebrity in the area, not because of his oil reputation, but because he was very charitable. No matter how much money John made, he always made a point to donate money back to the church. I guess he would show up to church with just envelopes of money and secretly hand them to those who seemed like they needed it the most. He would even send his kids to investigate who in town needed money so he could help them out. The parents are like, Billy, go rub some dirt on your face. You need to look poor. Be sad. Grandma died. Sad. During her time in his hometown, Ida interviewed over 300 people and took about 1,000 pages of notes on each interview. Ida was like, look, hi, I've been waiting for this moment, baby. Thank you. And she was so cutthroat in her questioning, at a certain point, people kind of stopped talking to her because they thought that, I don't know, she was maybe a spy from Rockefeller's company, and they were kind of scared of her. Still, no matter what threats she got, Ida just kept on keeping on. Some rumors started to get out there about how, just maybe, John and his company were, I don't know, a little too powerful. But now that Ida came with the receipts, people couldn't.
I love Ida. What a queen, a comrade. Wow. She was really, determined to get to the bottom of this shit.
Ignore it anymore. Eventually, Ida published her findings in a magazine, but it wasn't just one article, okay? It ended up being 19 installments because of all the juicy gossip that she found on Standard Oil. 19 installments. And these articles were so successful, her publisher decided to turn it into a 2-book set, which was published in 1909.
my God, I would love to read those.
Before, and this was a huge hit. In 1911, the federal government found John and Standard Oil to be in violation of a law called the Sherman Antitrust Act. Essentially, this ruling said John's chokehold on the oil industry made it a monopoly, not the game. He was essentially controlling too much of the oil market, and his giant company needed to be split apart into like 34 different companies. I don't know why. It's complicated, but that's like the simplest way I could put it, okay? So this was with the mindset of like other people can get a chance at competing for the oil business too. It wouldn't just be one guy owning it all. So the government thought that they were doing the world, a favor by forcing Standard Oil.
Imagine the government monopoly busting instead of union busting. Wow.
To break apart. Their thinking was that more companies equaled more competition, which means better prices for consumers. And at that time, sure, it was the right thing to do. But what the federal government didn't realize was that John's DNA, like his entire ruthless attitude and essence and personality, were still part of every single one of those 34 companies that came out of Standard Oil. All of them were driven by the same thing John wanted: to expand, to make us as much money as possible, and to be great at it, which they were. They were very good at it. Now, with Ida's book out and the government on his ass, John broke his usual good guy act, and he was fucking pissed. It was said that John called Ida a, quote, poisonous woman, end quote. Oh shit. He's coming for her. And he ordered everyone not to say a word about Ida's journalistic findings or about her as a journalist in general. He doesn't want to talk about Ida. Don't talk about her around me. And honestly, this seemed to be eating him alive, okay? The good name he had spent decades creating was now tarnished. His mysterious, powerful company? The disrespect. One of Ida's more famous quotes about John became associated with his name for decades. She said, quote, "Our national life is on every side distinctly poorer, uglier, meaner for the kind of influence he exercises."
Dude, that's so real. Ugh. I feel that way about every billionaire today. That's exactly...
End quote. When these personal Rockefeller stories came out, people were drinking the tea. Ida was actually one of the first investigative journalists ever, and thanks to her, the truth about John's sus dad, Devil Bill or William, was exposed. So all that tea that we had heard about him earlier? You remember, pretending to be deaf and dumb, letting his kids fall on their face like a psychopath. Well, we know all of that because of Ida. She was the Wendy Williams of their time. She really did the work. And this last little nugget Ida exposed would prove to be a PR nightmare for John's squeaky clean image. You see, a bombshell report revealed that William Rockefeller had even more skeletons in his closet. I love to hear it. In 1849, William was indicted on charges of rape against a woman. The court records show that he had been accused of sexually assaulting a woman in his own home at gunpoint. I mean, this is 1849. So imagine how difficult it must have been to be a woman in general, but also to come forward and accuse someone of rape. Not easy, especially someone like fucking William. Oh, God.
For real.
But her accusations led to William being arrested, and William begged his father-in-law for bail money, and then once he got it, he was released. And he would just ended up straight up abandoned.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes still. That's generally how that goes. Man, it's so fucked up. When I was in college, I had a classmate who accused someone of rape, and like the whole investigation went down. He was found guilty. The college didn't suspend him, didn't expel him. In fact, they just recommended that she change schools since she no longer felt safe there. So that's where we're at. Fucking.
Abandoning his own family. One newspaper king, Joseph Pulitzer, didn't want to just settle for stories about Devil Bill. He wanted to find him. In the early 1900s, Pulitzer went so far as to offer an $8,000 reward for anyone who could reveal the location of John Rockefeller's mysterious father. In today's money, that's over $280,000. I'd be there like, hi, I'll help. I brought my binoculars. I'll just be out in the fields looking for him. $280,000 could change a person's life. This was a story of a lifetime for some journalists. It even started a nationwide manhunt. I mean, everyone wanted to be the person who located Devil Bill. So by the time journalists found him in 1906, he died. He had already died. Bummer. Dead. Ugh, that sucks. Reporters uncovered that he had continued the whole fake identity thing, and they also found that John and his brother, who, like, both of them have never publicly acknowledged anything about their father, but John had been secretly sending him money for years. So, interesting. The expose on his business, the focus on his family life, and honestly just working himself to the bone for decades just really started to take a toll on John. It was reported that he was suffering from some serious depression and even started to have some scary, stomach problems. He also lost pretty much all of his hair due to a condition called alopecia. John had a bunch of wigs in different lengths made so he could still keep up his public image, you know? The appearance of having luscious, growing hair. I mean, he was really going through it, and he was losing all his hair, so wigs. Gotta love them. But on the bright side, a huge...
Wigs are, pretty good now, so I'm shocked that, Trump doesn't use one. You know? Might as well. Might as well.
thing happened on September 29th, 1916. Newspapers all over the country announced John made history by becoming the world's first billionaire. Billionaire in 1916? Wow. It's like, okay, so he became the world's first billionaire, but he was all secret and private and lived in a humble home, allegedly. So it's like, what was he doing with all his money? Jacking off to it? I know we focused on a lot of the bullshit things that John and his family have done.
Is that what they do? Is that what they do? They just sit in a room with the billions and jack off to it? Bro. I hate that. I hate what else? Really?
Over the years. But to many people, John isn't just known as the world's first billionaire. He's also known as one of the most charitable people in America. Yeah. You know, great. But where did that start? Well, as you can imagine, John was getting requests left and right and center for him to donate to people in need, and people just coming up to him randomly and it was becoming overwhelming. So he decides to use some of his wealth to hire people to do the charity work for him. Plus, his family's reputation needed a bit of a polish, it'd be good PR. So John and his son, John Jr., founded the now famous charity, the Rockefeller Foundation. Its aim was to, quote, alleviate suffering worldwide, end quote. I know, I was like, wow, that's so vague. All right, here's an Advil. We did it!
Right.
What kind of suffering? Give me a little bit more to work.
One step removed from Scrooge McDuck for
work with here. In the end, John Rockefeller died on May 23, 1937, at the age of 98. Damn. Remember in the beginning I said John had 2 goals. He had 2 goals in his life. One was to make over $100,000, and 2, to live to be 100 years old. He failed. He didn't even make it to 100. What a loser.
L.
Between the billions of dollars and making it
loser, a fucking ribozo.
to 98, I guess, he did all right. In fact, John invented that special class of people we talk about so much today, the 1%. John pocketed a ton of money, and during his life, he also gave $540 million.
Dude, what is it about billionaires wanting to live forever? What is that? I'm trying to die as soon as possible. I'm gonna be real with you. I don't like it here. I'm not trying to stick around. No, thank you.
Dollars away. And to his credit, the Rockefeller Foundation has done
The Titan one. Fucking Ocean Gate motherfucker. Oh god.
so much for America. They established several medical schools like Johns Hopkins School of Public Health, forever changing medical research in America. They funded scientists who were able to develop the yellow fever vaccine, an epidemic that was killing millions of people around the world. The foundation has also poured hundreds of millions of dollars into education, scholarships, and creating schools in, rural places in America and overseas. They're also known for giving millions to the arts. They even funded and continue to fund research into agriculture to contribute to the study of farming in countries like Africa. But with every good thing the Rockefeller Foundation did in the past, they seem to do something shitty. For example, they'd open up a school in a low-income area. But then John Rockefeller Jr. would help fund the eugenics movement, which says who should and should not have kids. And then they were funneling money to the Nazi scientists, but once the atrocities of the Holocaust went global, they decided to help rescue Jewish scholars from Germany. So yeah, it's they're playing both sides of history here. They're really straddling that shit. The Rockefeller Foundation is still open today, and so far has donated over $14 billion in today's money, which is great, I think. Yeah, right? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. And in 2021, the foundation's new president committed to focus.
It would have been better if they had been taxed on their capital gains.
Focusing on equity and inclusion. Again, vague, but okay, we'll be here, I guess. Thanks. The Rockefeller family continues to have many charitable organizations and a few scandals here and there. And honestly, it's what can we... Now, remember back to when I said Standard Oil was forced to break into 34 smaller organizations by the federal government? No? Okay, well, now I just reminded you. Well, there are some major global companies on the scene today that have DNA we can trace back to Standard Oil, as if they are descendants of John D. Rockefeller himself. A few examples of these companies you might be familiar: ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, and Marathon. Over the last year, these four companies combined brought in around $1.8 trillion in revenue. Wow. And I'm sure John would be so proud. Honestly, you should be proud, John, because you had a shithead dad and you really just ran the opposite direction and made something, I guess. I don't know. Okay, money, huh? Every single one of these companies would not exist if it wasn't for John D. Rockefeller. And every day, millions and millions of people have to give these companies their money so we can put gas in our cars or heat our homes or bleep blop bloop. Even though John D. Rockefeller died in 1937, all those slick business deals he made, all the work he did, all the bamboozling, it affects you and I to this very day. It sure does. I'm not sure if I should thank him. Well, he's dead. Before I leave here, I didn't even get to mention the Rockefeller Christmas tree situation. I love that tree. Shout out to that Christmas tree. All right.
Shout out.
Well, thank you for learning with me today. Remember, don't be afraid to ask questions to get the whole story because you deserve that. I'd love to hear your guys'
Billionaire's bad. Wow. Turns out. Who knew?
Reactions to today's story. So make sure to use the hashtag Dark History over on social media so I can see what you're saying and like it. Also, you can join me over on my YouTube where you can watch these episodes on Thursday after the podcast airs. And while you're there, also catch Murder, Mystery, and Makeup. I hope you have a great rest of your day. You make good choices, and I'll be talking to you next week. Goodbye. Dark History is an Audio Boom original. This podcast is executive produced by...
Okay, I'm excited for this Mia Cole. The romance of problematic content. She's coming for everyone. Mia chose violence.
The romanticization of problematic content. When media you love is ruined by social misconduct. What happens when cancel culture intersects with properties you love? When your fondness of something is challenged by your own morals and you're forced to reckon with. Really? Really? Right now? God, you people are broken. This is what I get for living in Zuckerberg's America. Okay. This video is gonna get a little messy. Today we're diving deep into the depths of canceled public figures. I'm talking worst of the worst, from general bigotry to actual crimes and everything in between. So we're gonna be talking about the art of J.K. Rowling, Kanye West, Shane Dawson, and of course, the 2005 CBS original comedy How I Met Your Mother, starring Josh Radnor as Ted Mosby, a head-over-heels romantic hell-bent on finding the mother of his children, Barney Stinson, the wacky womanizer with a secret, and Marshall Erickson, the good guy lawyer longing for a simple life of I live in a prison of my own mind. Okay, let's talk about problematic content. I'm sure this will go well for me. This video is a landmine. For the purposes of this video, I'm defining problematic content as a work, but more specifically a creator who has been outed for some kind of social or interpersonal offense that either doesn't mesh with their public persona or doesn't resonate with a core audience. I need you to understand, I'm not talking about figures like Top G and, believe it or not, Mia Cole fan Andrew Tate. Because he's Andrew Tate.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Have you heard of that girl, Mia Cole?
Yeah, I know Mia.
I love her, man.
I didn't think you'd like her.
Yeah, she's so cool.
Thank you, Andy. No Andrew Tate fan was like horrified to find out he's a misogynist. Though I'm sure for like the one Andy fan out there, this is probably really devastating to hear. What I'm interested in is what happens after something is exposed. The gossip, the juice. The effect it has on the property, persona, or art, and most importantly, what the general public thinks about it. And eventually, by the end of this godforsaken video, we will be able to tie every loose thread into a neat little bow and explain how these problematic figures get romanticized. I love his videos, but I shouldn't. I guess he's my problematic fave. The past. It's something you will never get back, no matter how hard you try. With each second that goes by, it gets farther and farther away from us, floating ever presently in each and every passing moment. Which is why there's something so beautiful that happens.
You're making me sad.
When the past gets preserved. When something fades but never quite dies. When something withers but never perishes. A record of what once was. An intricate tapestry devoid of meaning without its connecting pieces. Context is lost and details may elude you, but never will it truly fade. This is an analogy for Twitter. Canceling! God, this is gonna be a nightmare. I want it to be known that this is not a takedown video. Enough has been said about these four, as well as the many others I'm gonna bring up in this video. However, when criticism is warranted, I will not hesitate to give my opinion as a resident on this hell site. Welcome to the Mia Cole YouTube channel. This is about to get dramatic as fuck. So, J.K. Rowling. I'm kidding, I'll spare you from that. For now, to understand the romanticization of problematic content, we must first understand a core element of its existence. Canceling. If you're anything like me, you kind of just automatically shut down the second anybody mentions the phrase cancel culture. What is this shit? Cause like, I'm so tired of hearing about it. Like, shut up, dude. I'm sorry some people just don't like your podcast, but nobody is silencing you. You're literally screaming. But to be fair, there's more to it than that, and I want to lend some genuine good faith to the issue, so I'll try to present this in a fair and
You're literally screaming. Seriously. Screaming on your podcast on 6 platforms. I'm canceled. They're silencing me. Subscribe to my Patreon.
in as nuanced way as I possibly can. Or everyone will just get mad at me. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. So, canceling. What is it? Where is it? How is it? Is the cancel culture in the room with us right now? So cancel culture, to put it in the most basic of terms, means nothing. The phrase doesn't mean shit. It has been bastardized into oblivion. It quite literally has no meaning. So what is cancel culture? Cancel culture is when people are mad at you on Twitter. Cancel culture is when you lose your entire career over a tweet. Cancel culture is when you're finally outed as an abusive person of power who's gotten away with it for far too long. Cancel culture is when the queen dies. Like I said, it means nothing. However, a popular and more optimistic view of the issue is that cancel culture is when a subject says or contributes to or condones an action or ideology that is deemed morally reprehensible. God, I talk like a fucking nerd. When someone does something bad and mob justice ensues. Now, canceling is this really convoluted thing, and it has pros and cons to it. It is most utilized by marginalized people to get their voices heard and attempts to hold someone accountable for their actions in a world where powerful people typically get to do whatever they want. This is why canceling is often associated with left-wing beliefs, even though a lot of culture war issues on the right could easily be described under it.
Bud Light.
Why does my beer have pronouns? I'm sticking it to the woke mob by doing consumerism. What I'm trying to say is, this is a very topical video for us and society at large. So I'm kind of a hero in that regard. So, is canceling effective? On one hand, no. There's this popular saying, you're only ever really as canceled as your next project. As if someone is really talented and people genuinely love what they do, it's gonna be much harder to boycott or kick to the curb a problematic figure. Like Jason Derulo. I wish I was as talented as Jason Derulo. But on the other hand, yes. As we've seen time and time again, after controversy passes, there truly is a real effect on people. YouTubers' views plummet, actors get less work, and children's book authors change their name to write about hate fantasies of marginalized people who criticize them on Twitter, murdering people. An interesting career pivot, to say the least. So obviously there's some nuance here, and I know you're on YouTube.com.
Oh my god. I fucking love Mia. Coming for everyone.
So you hear the word nuance and your brain automatically shuts down. So I know. Fine. I'll give you what you want. So those who are more likely to be affected by cancel culture are normal everyday people, those with a small following, or a disinterested audience. Holding people accountable for their actions is generally seen as a positive thing, as society functions better when powerful people at the top are not actively hurting or exploiting those around them. However, occasionally this power may go too far and overcorrect by turning normal discourse into vitriolic hate mobs. Eyes over here. And the line between these two groups can often be blurred as they overlap in intention and intensity. And it's important to keep in mind that some
Eyes over here. It's so hard. It's so hard. I'm trying.
Sometimes people say hurtful things unintentionally, and more serious discourse might be better reserved for those who purposely make it their mission to hurt specific groups of people. Good job, everyone. We made it through. See, I knew you could do it. I'm so proud of you. Come here. Good job. So that begs the question, if the outcome of being canceled varies from situation to situation, who's more likely to come back successfully after a major controversy? Well, let's start with the obvious. Comedians, politicians, and the Paul brothers. Those three groups are pretty much uncancelable. You can try as hard as you want. Hell, they can try as hard as they want. It doesn't matter. They'll always come back. Yeah. They always wiggle their way back in. To put it more simply, it depends on the offense and also those whose audience demographics are more likely to be forgiving. If you're an edgy internet personality and you make a joke that crosses even way over the line and you attempt to come back afterwards, as long as your next project is good, you'll probably be fine. However, if your audience is more progressive leaning and some past racist or homophobic comments come out, it's less likely you'll be invited back, as it's more likely you've done direct harm to them. Except for some very interesting cases. I'm trying to keep my head attached to my body. Now, this doesn't mean free speech is dead or the sanctity of the First Amendment has been destroyed by gender pronouns or whatever. It just means your outward persona has been damaged and people are more likely to think of you as someone who conned your way into an audience. And like, same. You're watching a Mia Cole video right now? Why?
Heck, wait, why? Wait, why are we watching? Wait a minute.
Essentially, it's all about audience expectations. If you teach your audience to accept moral actions.
Yeah, it's like Destiny and Vosh can say whatever the fuck they want, and no matter what it is, and whether or not there is context, the audience will always say, "Oh, but the context, bro. Oh, but the context, bro. Oh, but the context." In what situation does the context of, I don't think owning child pornography is immoral, when is that okay? Like, what context fixes that? The fuck out of here.
Absolutism from you, if you view yourself as an arbiter of moral reason and pass judgment onto others, they will abandon you for even the slightest transgression. You need to make it clear to your audience that you are human, you're fallible, and mistakes may happen. And they should expect that from you, and hopefully lend you good faith, and not assume malice instantly. And I know, making a video like this is not a great look, kind of sets me up to be in that position, so Here's my promise to you. By the end of this video, I will confess 3 sins of my past, each one juicier than the last. So, you can't expect shit from me. You see, the past does a funny thing, where it always seems to come back.
Today, I have eaten a sandwich.
Yeah, and you're also not fucking special. So now is where we need to address the first of many elephants in the room. When talking about cancel culture, I feel like we tend to mythologize it a little bit. You know, the tale of the great mob that attacks the noble protagonist. When examining cancel culture...
Is she actually outside right now? Wow. Grass. Imagine. I wonder what that's like. I know. No joke though, I actually really do love the artistry of her videos. It's really beautiful shots.
It's really easy to focus on its more pernicious aspects. And while there's definitely some valid criticism to be had there, there's also lots of other examples where it gets something right. You see, there are 2 distinct kinds of misconduct, words and actions. By mythologizing canceling, we tend to think of it solely as the former. You know, bad tweets, shitty jokes. But the thing is, people aren't just canceled for bad tweets and shitty jokes. It's also when they commit acts of violence, essay, and abuse. This is really serious stuff, and when people are accused of such acts, it should be discussed. And that's where cancel culture comes in. And I hate to even call it cancel culture because of the way we tend to use that phrase. It turns these serious situations into drama. And I can't emphasize this enough. Abuse is not drama. Abuse is not discourse, and abuse is not a Twitter moment. Incidentally, abuse is also not conflict. You could even say that conflict is not abuse. It's a book by Sarah Schulman, and a controversial book at that. And also one that I did in fact read. Guys, not to brag, but like, I read a book. This was the first book I read in over 5 years. I'm 18 and I haven't read a book in 5 years. The American educational system is not failing, it just simply failed. To prove that I read it, here's a quote.
We have been excluded, shunned, imprisoned and murdered for knowing or believing that desire is reciprocated. Trans women often lose their lives expressly because they were desired.
Very interesting stuff. Hey, was that J.K. Rowling? Part J.K. Rowling. So J.K. Rowling is the author of the Harry Potter books, blah, 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 blah. I'm sure you've heard the news. Although if you've heard anything from her in the last few years, it's because she's being canceled on Twitter. I'm not here to rehash anything, but I'll at least give some context for those who don't know, just before we talk about her art. Essentially, in recent years, she's kind of fallen down this like transphobic rabbit hole. Me personally, not the biggest fan of transphobia. Very big into bodily autonomy, which is weird because I think she is too. Strange. So like, not to white knight or
Interesting. Curious how she's into bodily autonomy when it applies to her.
Anything for trans people, but I do kind of view transphobia, at least in the way it manifests itself online, as like a mental illness, just because of like the way it consumes its victims. I know I'm just doing so much virtue signaling right now. If you've ever seen the people who genuinely fall down the rabbit hole, it's kind of insane. Like their whole life kind of starts revolving around their hate for this group of people. It's definitely a fascinating tailspin to watch. I highly recommend it if you hate yourself. People who feel this way tend to overcorrect in a number of different ways, such as becoming a TERF or categorizing men into different categories based on their manliness, but more importantly, wolf. The Omegaverse ruined a whole generation of men, and here's why. Tell me you would not watch the shit out of that video essay. You would watch the shit out of that video essay. Nothing says humble like a bulleted list of your perceived good qualities. So J.K. Rowling, she's fallen down the rabbit hole, getting more and more aggressive in her attacks, and it's honestly just really sad to watch. So a lot of fans of her work were affected by her hatred. We're gonna talk about the idea of separating the art from the artist like much later on, but regardless of how you feel about that now, I would encourage you to just think and just put yourself in the shoes of these people. Like, imagine your favorite author just like openly hates you. Like, if Sarah Schulman tweeted tomorrow that she hates pretentious YouTubers who think they're artists, I'd be crushed. So Rowling is kind of the perfect textbook case for this book.
The conflation of conflict with abuse and the overstatement of harm as a justification for cruelty.
I mean, that doesn't get any clearer than that. As Schulman states in the book,
while unrecovered trauma is so often a prison of inflexibility, some people do have choices about how to respond.
Choices indeed. So in the case of JK, it's clear that her actions have been enough to change people's relationship with her art. But if you recall the title of this video, you know it gets worse. You see, Rowling is a good example of where people draw their personal line, as there have just been so many instances in the last few years that if you were affected by her messaging in any way, you're out now. And thus the line has been drawn. Until Wizard Game came out.
Fucking Wizard Game. No. Not the Wizard Game discourse again. I'm not strong enough. I will wither.
This is where art and artist intersect. For the longest time in this ongoing controversy, the effect on the art had been relatively unscathed, as those who know of JK know of her through her work. They've already read the books or seen the movies. It's all in the past. But the past does this really funny thing. And suddenly there was new content, perhaps to romanticize. Wizard Game TM is a video game with wizards in it, and people absolutely lost their goddamn minds. Wizards in video games? I've never heard of such a thing. If you weren't on Twitter at the time, you don't even know how bad it got. The artist was deemed problematic, so the art became contentious, so those who enjoyed the art became ostracized. So they started consuming it silently. And when people start consuming media in secrecy, it breeds attachment. You see, the thing about romanticizing problematic content is that it only ever really disappoints, especially if you're embarrassed for your love of something. You're seen as siding with the bad guy, and it feels like you're ignoring the plight of people hurt by them. It's a weird predicament. And in order to distance yourself from that weird feeling, say it with me, some level of cognitive dissonance is needed. A great example would just be to lean into it, to romanticize.
Yes. Good old cognitive dissonance. Everyone's best friend.
Cancel culture itself. And you can tweet, and you can bemoan, and you can wear your "This Witch Doesn't Burn" shirt all you want. But the past always comes back to you. And romanticizing cancel culture won't magically put you on the right side of history. So by now, I hope I've proven my good faith, because unfortunately, I have more thoughts. When will YouTubers learn to shut the fuck up?
Bad faith section. Let's go.
Hello?
Hey, Joe Rogan. It's me, Mia.
Mia, oh my God, hi. I've been talking about you nonstop on my podcast.
I know you have. I really appreciate it. Could you maybe stop?
Shut up, bitch. Yeah, anyway, I wanted to tell you that I've been noticing a really troubling trend on Twitter.
Yeah, me too, Joe. It's a nightmare on there.
You're telling me. Did you know people have been deep faking my voice on there?
I love this shit.
Really? God. Who would do that?
Some sick motherfuckers, that's who. But anyway, I wanted to tell you that...
Oh, shit. You know what, Joe? I gotta get going. I gotta get to the beach to cut back to another dramatic monologue.
Oh, man, you know what? That's totally understandable. It really gives the videos a unique touch that I find myself really appreciating.
Okay, gotta go, bye. So, here's the thing about quality. It's absolute. It's inescapable. It's cold and uncaring, but in a beautiful way. Quality is quality is quality. It's an immovable object. So that's where the question lies. And keep this in the back of your mind. Is it ever wrong to enjoy greatness? So, yikes. One of the driving factors behind making this video was a sentiment I noticed on Twitter. Guys, I really need to get off Twitter. It just keeps giving me video ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everyone should get off Twitter, honestly. I might get off Twitter. I don't love it. I don't love it at all.
If you missed the controversy, basically I did a class trader by subscribing to the Mr. Beast paywall Twitter, and the woke mob came after me. So when a creator of some sort who people have a strong attachment to is outed as a problematic person, something very interesting happens. It's a feeling I can only really describe as parasocial betrayal. The feeling of deep disappointment that some feel when their faves are outed as problematic. It's stronger than just the general disappointment that comes along with somebody doing something morally reprehensible, and it's registered as if a friend hurt you. Parasocial betrayal. It sucks. I get it. John Mulaney is a very interesting case study for this, as he's a mainstream comedian with broad appeal. However, he perhaps unintentionally cultivated an audience that's more queer and left-leaning, most likely by being one of the very few comedians seen as safe by certain people in those groups. So when he came under fire for publicly associating with Dave Chappelle, who famously has some opinions on trans people, John's audience felt hurt. God, why does every single celebrity feel the need to say something about this group? Like, who's out here saying, you know what, this gender stuff is getting out of control. I wonder what Paul Stanley thinks about this. They don't give a shit. Paul, they don't give a shit. You often see people referring to it along the lines of, no, not him. I thought he was safe. I trusted him. That's interesting, right? Now, this really didn't seem to affect him too much, as I'm sure he had other things to worry about, but John actually addressed his newly changed persona in his most recent comedy special, which came out while I was writing this. Because I've been writing it forever. It's been 3 months. It's been 3 goddamn months. The special was really good. He's actually pretty aware of how people see him now. But since the closest emotional relation to this newfound mix of complicated feelings is betrayal, people don't lash out in an upward social structure. They express these feelings outwardly and personally. However, they also take the art into account. And this is where the problem lies. Those who are hurt others. And when you feel parasocially betrayed, it feels natural to insult the perpetrator back. They don't know you, and they most likely never will. Thus, you feel the need to insult, but it has to be in a shareable way because we're all being commodified by social media and blah, 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 blah. And the best way to insult somebody in a shareable fashion is to insult the art. And so, this is wrong. God, I'm really white knighting for a lot of rich white guys right now. I'm sure this will go well for me. I'm like the Joan of Arc of YouTube. You'll burn me now, but you'll see I'm right. Anecdotally, I often see people who feel betrayed by powerful figures in this way express this feeling as like, whatever, their new album was trash anyway. I always knew there was something off with them. Can we finally admit their last movie was garbage? Whoa. That's kind of a lot. This is very different from the romanticized version of the problematic fave we heard earlier. And that's because these are 2 different groups. Die-hard fans of someone will often find it much harder to let go. And it's okay to have complicated feelings. It's okay to feel confused. It's okay to even feel betrayed. But this is wrong. The art is...
She does things so quick.
But this...
too slow. Whatever, their new album was trash anyways. I always knew there was something off with them. Oh, is this...
This is wrong. The art is not changed now. The album did not suddenly get worse. The movie is not now bad. The unfortunate reality is, bad people can make good art. Good people can make bad art. Don't pretend. The art remains unchanged. Your relationship to the content is what changed. Abusers can make good art. That's kind of the issue with abusers. People wouldn't stick around like they tend to do if their content wasn't undeniably of quality. Because quality is absolute. Quality is unwavering. And that's where the dilemma arises. In 2017, the rap group and boy band Brockhampton dropped 3 albums called the Saturation Trilogy. Oh my god, yes, we are so doing this. Solidifying themselves as one of the most exciting groups in rap at the time. They blew up out of nowhere and saturated the market with one banger after another. They marketed themselves with this trademark soft boy demeanor, who have feelings and treat women respectfully. And also gay. This was all really exciting stuff until just about 5 months after the trilogy concluded, when one of their band members was accused of all of the bad stuff. So they kicked him out of the group, took a few months off, and then continued making music. And this is completely subjective, but I believe they dropped legitimately one of their best albums of all time directly after this. And it didn't have him on it. But this ended up beginning their slow demise, as half their fans demanded the reinstatement of this former member, and the other half criticized even the slightest association. And this haunted them for the rest of their career. So, let's talk about it. Does this ruin the art? I mean, the face of an alleged abuser is plastered all over the cover of these 3 albums. I mean, he is inseparable from the success of the band during this time. The art stayed the same, but I wouldn't fault you if your relationship to it changed, though that didn't seem to be an issue for most Brockhampton fans. A very vocal minority, up until even the last few minutes of the band's existed, were still demanding the return of Amir. Why Amir will soon be Kevin Abstract's nightmare. Me when I'm very smart. Me when I'm just so good at media criticism. Me personally, those are some of my favorite albums of all time, so, you know, I'm still listening, but that's one of those instances where I can enjoy media while still being critical of its more pernicious aspects. Because I'm like literally Anita Sarkeesian. I'm like literally the modern day Anita Sarkeesian. Oh my god, I'm so hurt. I am Gamergate. I'm doing Gamergate.
So true. So true. Honestly. Better Anita Sarkeesian. I said it. Yeah.
I'm fucking doing it. Kim Petras is another artist that's come under fire in a very similar way. This for continuing to very prominently collaborate with Dr. Luke. He's a guy. I don't know. He's a guy. He's also someone accused of SA by none other than Kesha. So, this sucks, right? I just want to listen to music. I don't want to have to think about the ethics of the people that made it. And let me be clear, I by no means think every single artist or content creator has to be perfect in every single way. I'll cite this tweet by Savannah Brown. I don't want to live in a world where people have to constantly be worried by moral purity, which is why I hope throughout this video it's pretty clear that I'm dealing with a lot of black and white examples. We should all be on the same page that SA is bad and that guy sucks. Allegedly. However, it's a really important conversation to have because when people start boycotting, it draws a line. And suddenly, no matter where you are in support of them, it becomes contentious. And this is where you kind of have to pause for a second and take into account more than just moral posturing. When it comes to Kim Petras and even later on in this video, Kanye West, there is a really important thing to be said for the relationship their fans have to the specific minority groups they're a part of. Kim is very important to the trans community because she's so hot. The same way Kanye, despite all the things that have happened, he's still one of the best musicians to this very day. And I know what you're thinking. Mia, I just want to enjoy good things. Why do musicians have to be so problematic? God, if only there was a way to listen to my favorite problematic artists guilt-free. AI Part 2. They got 'em making songs now. I'm filming from an undisclosed location. If you saw my last video, you know how I feel about AI. I love this shit. I love it so much. Jamie, pull up another clip.
Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City?
Our generation will be defined by this. True heroes, every single one of you. AI music presents a unique opportunity to infringe upon intellectual property rights like never before. I fucking love infringing on intellectual property rights. Yeah. Shit's so good. Sometimes I DMCA myself just like for fun, just to feel something, really. This is, in my view, the only way you can really enjoy artists in a guilt-free manner, unless, you know, you can separate the art versus the artist. God, I didn't know it was just that simple. Oh, we'll get to you. So does AI music absolve the moral issues one may feel when engaging in the art of a problematic figure? Well, some philosophy nerds may disagree, but in my view, yeah. You can't really expect much from people, and to me, if they're willing to circumvent regular avenues of consumption, good for them. If there was a more ethical way to indulge my newfound Chick-fil-A habit, I would. It's bad because it's true. It's really bad. Yeah, but until then, I will await my induction into signature member status. I have a problem. Exterior, an empty street in an unknown country. We see a letter A with an arrow beneath it, painted on a wall. A dual passageway tunnel opens below. 2 trees in a relatively big cityscape. The caption: nice painting, right? Sure, it's not the best, but, you know, it's better than most people, I guess. Ha! You just enjoyed one of Hitler's artworks. Nice job, Brandon. You got me. Now, this is obviously a joke because it's so far extreme, but if taken seriously, it kind of demonstrates my point. Since the artist is someone universally hated and condemned for his actions, he is universally hated, right? It's universal, right? The art is now tainted. Your instinctual reaction is hopefully to be like, whoa, I probably shouldn't enjoy this thing. But you see now how if initially my reaction was of pure enjoyment, that would be pretty weird now. And it would be pretty telling if I continued to praise the qualities of the work. Because, you know, that would be a dog whistle. But fine. What if that's not what you believe? What if you're a true believer in the separation of the art versus the artist, a 5-star general in the rational debate war? Okay, fine. Let's talk about it. What problematic artist did you ban from your playlists?
Honestly, none. I separate the music from the person. If the musician has done something I don't agree with, I won't give them any money.
This voiceover, it's so good.
But I learned a long time ago, super talented people fucked up in some way.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Literally none, because they're problematic, as in outside behavior. My partner doesn't like me playing R. Kelly, but he has some fantastic tunes.
Jesus Christ.
Mainly the hip-hop artists. Hip-hop is very egocentric.
Quora be normal challenge.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I think you're lying. I do. I really do. I think if you're a true fan of art and you tell me that you absolutely don't take into account the person that made the art within the full context of the artistic experience, I think you're a fucking liar. I do. But fine, let's say for the...
Yeah, I really loved Kanye. I really did, but I can't even listen to his stuff anymore. I just think of the dumb shit he said. Every time. I'll be right back.
Sake of good faith, rational interpretation, impartial discourse, bipartisan civil debate conversation, that you truly believe in the separation of the art versus the artist. To me, and this is just my opinion, feel free to write a paragraph in the comments, that feels like a cop-out. It feels like you enjoy the work of ultra-problematic figures, which is fine, that's totally valid, they're pretty good. I too have heard I Believe I Can Fly radio edit, or whatever. But the issue is I also believe victims. Thus, for me, I don't hear that song the same anymore. I physically can't enjoy it. This isn't some kind of protest for me. It just feels gross. But here's the thing. Not everybody has that instinctual reaction in the same way that I do. And that's totally fine. Not everybody can be Mia Cole. Mia Cole's more of like a figment of your imagination kind of thing, right? Like not real, yet very real at the same time. It's like you're not here, but yet you are here at the same time, and you're scary. Stop looking at me. You know what I mean? It's totally fine to not have this reaction. I think appreciating music is good, actually. I know, hot take. But I'm still inclined to think this answer to the question is just a bit self-centered. You don't want to risk the experience being ruined for you. Thus, you rationalize it in your head as this faux rule of impartiality. It's like, I'm a conscientious objector. I'm just watching. Hey, whoa. I think consuming content critically is a skill many should learn, and blacklisting certain artists from playlists is not always the answer. It's certainly not something I'm against, but you know. The issue, I feel, is just that as humans, we're not very good at critically analyzing the media we consume, because we're told that our media consumption is our identity. So if you're living in a society, she said the fun thing, where your media consumption is God, how are you supposed to separate the art versus the artist without also rationalizing a problematic figure's bad behavior? Ever thought about that? You know, I've done a lot of thinking in this last year, and I've kind of come around to the term prodigy. But hold on, before we go any further, there's probably something we got to address. Is it bad to enjoy the work of these people at all? Like, when is it appropriate to stop supporting a content creator or artist? That's what I call a callback. And when is it okay to keep consuming the art but being critical of their actions? And also, what about reconciliation? Whatever happened to that? What? Cancel cultured. I've been cancel cultured. Help me. Everybody deserves a second chance, right? And how do you determine who gets to be forgiven? Don't worry, I promise we'll get to all of that. Just stick with me here. I promise I'm so good. I'm super good, actually. The people I'm talking to right now are just those who want to absolve all creators of any possible outside criticism. If you truly believe you can do that, look me right in my eyes. Look me right in my cold, dead eyes. Just hear me out. I fully understand where you're coming from. I too am worried about the future of Rick and Morty. But just hear me out. I need you to understand this. Art is a deeply personal experience. When you make it, you put a piece of your soul into it. You give yourself in a moment in time to those who choose to accept your gift. The greatest joy of any artist is for someone to sit down, relax, and give themselves fully to your art. In my view, it doesn't matter how much of you try to keep separate from the art. On this medium, we are all our art, and there's nothing you can do to change that. When you make a movie,
feel strong, man.
Write an album, put on a show, you, a real though intangible piece of you, become frozen in time and simultaneously constantly updating in perpetuity throughout the living memory and actions of yourself. What I'm trying to say is, he did a little more than just make graduation. Now, don't you worry, my dear viewer, I did my due diligence for this video. I have now watched every single one of Jonah Hill's movies, and I can confirm I'm still not anti-Semitic. The guy works wonders, frankly. So, this is not a video about Kanye. That is a complex and difficult situation to handle, and I am probably not the best person to do it. The situation is simply not mine to deconstruct. But what I will say, you have to be insanely good, inordinately of quality, and unequivocally talented to do all of this and still have people supporting you. And you know what? He absolutely is. This is beautiful. This is transcendent art. It takes the unfortunate reality of his position and juxtaposes it with this pure, unadulterated, dare I say, holy artistic experience. Art is deeply personal, and given everything that's happened in the last few years, seeing this makes you want, or just necessitates the cleansing of the actions that led him here. But it can't. At least, never fully. It is yet another example of the deeply personal nature of art, and how, once again, problematic people make amazing things. But at what point is it ruined? You see, everyone has a personal moral line, one at which the intersection between creator and behavior meet. And in the process of planning and writing,
I mean, he still has stans. There are still a handful of Kanye stans, diehards, and even more probably, who are like into the Nazi stuff. Some of them, I think, will never stop listening. So, I don't know.
Writing this video, I actually changed how I feel about this dynamic cutoff point. I don't think it's merely a line. I think it's more of like a sliding spectrum. To illustrate this, let's draw a basic line graph. This is gonna go very well for me. Let's do it. As a figure gets more problematic, the quality of their art must also go up. We'll call that good, because you gotta be good. So this is behavior, and this is the quality of their work that justifies said behavior. Say you're like a linebacker, you kill 2 people. It's like, well, you know, you're pretty good. Kill a 3rd person though, it's like, okay, you didn't get that many catches, you know what I mean? Do linebackers catch? I don't fucking, okay. This is the most basic view of the problem. However, I think due to the romanticization of problematic content, it kind of looks a bit more like this. Yeah. This looks right? This is good. This is good. A curved slope with exponential growth, but I didn't draw that right. So it looks like this. As the greater parasocial attachment strengthens, the bar must raise. Though, as shown here,
line must go up. I'm familiar.
There is a point where behavior outdoes quality. This is kind of like economics, except you don't make any money and you're miserable all the time. It's kind of like economics. You ever typed KYS in a business email?
Kind of like economics. Don't make any money. Oh boy.
It's fun. So, where's your line? How do you justify the actions of certain figures? Do you justify them at all? And now that you have all of that figured out for yourself, what happens when that figure dies? It's like, what happens then? What do you do? Does that change it? What does that mean? This brings up an important question about the philosophy of problematic content. Is the question one of ethics or social and financial status? Is the issue of consuming problematic media based off the moral belief that art is intrinsically tied to the creator? Or am I talking like a fucking nerd again? Or is it more framed in the general
Keck you nerd
mindset of a boycott? Not supporting a problematic figure due to the responsibility of not adding to their notoriety, i.e. still enjoying the creator's content, but, you know, maybe pirating the next album. The distinction between these two mindsets is subtle, but I think it's fascinating. The outcome may be the same, but the belief system is entirely different. And if you really think about it, if you're one of those people who tries to have some kind of like moral consciousness while consuming art, you might have done both. I think Kanye's music is fucking amazing. I'm like not listening to it right now, but I think it's really good. Whereas it's hard for me to really even enjoy Michael Jackson's music, for example. The outcome is the same. I'm not listening to either, but I'm doing it for different reasons. This question also matters because it greatly affects how we treat an artist after their death. As if you're in the moral responsibility category, you'd still not be listening to it. Whereas if you're in the boycott category, your boycott is over. They're not profiting from it anymore, go ahead. Michael Jackson also being a really popular example for this. If you're in the boycott category, the argument to be made is that what's done is done.
I'm referring to allegations made against him. I assume most people have heard of him and didn't want to get into it. But if you know, really awkward way to find out. Sorry about that. Wait, who is this?
Category, your boycott is over. They're not profiting from it anymore, go ahead. Michael Jackson also being a really popular example for this. If you're in the boycott category, the argument
As if anybody doesn't know about Allegations against Michael Jackson. Oh boy.
Argument to be made is that what's done is done. And now that he's gone and he's no longer benefiting from it, the family is, should they be punished for his misdeeds? Or is it that he's still attached to the art through the piece of his soul that's embedded inside of it? I personally am more inclined to follow the logic of the latter argument as somebody who makes art myself, or at least tries. I'm trying. But I also understand the former argument. I understand it enough, in fact, to know that people who follow that line of logic probably have the same values as me. Thus, I wouldn't fault anybody for approaching this ever-complex issue in that specific way, because I think it's still a valid argument, even though I personally don't think that way. I'm not a big fan of infighting. I think the whole point of civil debate is for specific wedge issues inside broader conversations. They can be interesting and thought-provoking to focus on. However, genuine group discourse is not the same as drawing dividing lines within wider conversations that actually require some sense of harmony. So, feel free to apply that to whatever. I don't know. Let's see what happens. You see, the romanticization of problematic content is most easily projected onto properties of the past, as you'll see later in the thesis of this video, if it ever ends. It could just not. Honestly, it might just not. Please, for the love of God, make it end. In viewing past media, I do think there is some kind of—
It's the forever video.
—specific cultural context to keep in mind. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. I do think that line of logic can be abused to justify poor behavior. Because if you learned anything from this video, it's that you can't have anything. Get out. You are entitled to nothing except death. You will die. The thing about the past is, it does this funny thing. This is where the phrase "a product of its time" comes from, and I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. Because it takes the real nuanced conversation that we could be having about social acceptability in the past and how we perceive things and throws it out the window like a little baby, like a little garbage baby that you throw out the window because you're like, ew, garbage baby, get out of here, ew, you're so gross, get out of here. And that's how it's used to justify unacceptable behavior. I know we did blackface, but it was a different time. It was 2010. Oh, we'll get to you. So no, you can't just write off your attachment to problematic figures. You gotta critically analyze not just the content, but also your attachment to it. You gotta take it for what it is. You gotta pick it up. You gotta look at it. You gotta really look at it. You gotta take it in its full context, in everything. You critically analyze it. Is the media good with underlying pernicious aspects? Or are you drawn to those aspects? Do you feel a need to hide your attachment to it? Are you afraid to tell people specifically what about the content you're drawn towards? Was it really a different time? Was the apology really genuine? Do you actually separate the art from the artist? Or are you just not ready to let go? I know a lot of this sounds holier than thou and morally absolutist, but I'm in the same boat as you. 'Cause if I'm honest, I'm not ready to let go either. None of us are. When will we ever truly be ready? We're human beings. We're not good at saying goodbye. In Schulman's book, she talks about the duty to repair within community. And more pointedly, she talks about shunning, which is like the normie version of cancel culture.
We are required by decency to ask the complainant and the accused how they
Broken AI. God damn it.
understand the situation. Discussion will reveal if they are blaming, scapegoating, or punishing the other.
Okay, maybe Joe Rogan is undermining my point a little bit. Still though, that always gets in my head. Often when public figures are forced to apologize, especially through the reductive means of social media, people tend not to believe them or view it as ingenuine, or the public figure is blatantly dishonest and refuses to elaborate or accept any kind of responsibility. There is no reasonable dialogue here. We engage in shunning for the sake of shunning, without any regard for the real people involved. It's important to hold people accountable, but are we perhaps a little too liberal with our use of this power? Just like a little bit. Like, don't come for me. We're on the same side. Maybe. I don't know. We're still seeing how this goes. You know, it keeps me holding out hope. I still think she can change. I still think he will get better. I still hope she'll drop him. I still want him to learn to shut the fuck up. I believe they can change, perhaps rather foolishly. I continue to hold out hope and see the good in people. But what I can't do is expect it. I'm under no illusions, and you shouldn't be either. I think what we have to do is recognize something very important within ourselves. Something we perhaps aren't ready to accept. So it's at this point in the script where there is supposed to be some kind of—
Why are you so real? Why are you so, right?
beautiful montage of some drone footage I got of some abandoned shipwrecks, commenting on the beauty of how the past and the present contrast in nature, or some other bullshit. But unfortunately, while getting that footage, I actually ended up losing my drone in the woods across the lake. To see the full story of the 6-hour reconnaissance mission that ensued, including exclusive harrowing footage of me in a kayak I had never used before on the verge of popping in the middle of a not so safe to swim in lake, you can sign up to patreon.com/miacole to see not only that, but 2.5 hours of other exclusive extra bonus content over there. Patreon support is the only reason I'm able to reliably fund all of this and also attempt to make somewhat of a living. So please, if you're interested and you can, feel free to check that out. Okay, pretend it's 30 seconds ago and I just said that dramatic ass line. Something we aren't ready to accept. Yeah, I'm pretty good at this shit. We're all problematic. Every single one of us. We all have skeletons in our closet, and the farther you run from the truth, the faster it catches up to you. Because you see, the past, it does this funny thing. We're all problematic. It's true. It's the nature of being human. The desire to grow and change and become better. Bipartisan and escapable cringe. That's what I believe in. Cringe is good, actually. You run from it, but it'll always find you. Cringe always finds a way. If you're not embarrassed of your past, how do you know you've grown? It's a natural part of life. We've all made shitty jokes we regret. We've all had opinions we wish we could forget. We've all made problematic YouTube videos that we occasionally find on our hard drive and then feel a wave of existential anxiety wash across us. Right? No? Confession number 1. Yeah, remember when I said I was gonna do that? God, that was like forever ago, wasn't it? One time, in my continuous endeavor to adapt new content styles and stuff, TM, always be on that hustle, always be on that grind, I made a video, and I cannot stress enough how wild this is, called Reviewing Your Religions. Reviewing your religion. I'll give them a score.
Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way. Religion tier list, let's fucking go.
Here's the thing that bothers me about this. It's trying so hard to be edgy, but in the actual video itself, I'm still being myself. I don't actually want to offend anybody. It wants the aesthetic of being edgy without actually achieving any of it. In a word, it's disappointing. Maybe try harder next time. We all have a past that we're not proud of. That's part of mine. What's part of yours? Comment down below. Put your vulnerable life stories in the comments. I'll make sure to give them a heart. I am by no means perfect, and I don't claim to be. And I hope nobody expects me to be. I hope when I make mistakes, people will see I have no ill intent. I hope they give me the benefit of the doubt, and I hope they understand that I'm trying my best. And now, I'm kind of stuck here, because this is not super relatable. I imagine your struggles with problematic content are collectively less with like internal embarrassment and more of external disappointment, but who knows? Twitter's been around for a while. I don't know. Maybe we're all fucked. Maybe you're next. Social media is a very powerful tool that I think we've all misused.
I literally have nightmares about getting canceled on Twitter. I have nightmares about it. I hope I never gain any relevance on Twitter so that I never get canceled there.
Deeply. Maybe we can all come together and bond over our collective anxieties. Nevertheless, I'll get off the subject. I'm a good YouTuber. I know what the people want. I'm super relatable. I know we all get our Patreon checks at the first of the month and then blow it all on Chick-fil-A. I'm just like the rest of you. I'm pretty normal. In the time it took me to write this video, I did in fact achieve my signature status. I'm going insane. Anyway, all of this is to say I now know that we've had all of the relevant conversation to finally tackle the content that you've all been waiting for, the very reason you clicked on this video. I'm finally ready to talk about the 2005 CBS original sitcom, How I Met Your Mother. Our story begins in 2005. I'm a trashy little baby with like zero cognitive ability and relatively slim knowledge about the complexities of hookup culture in New York City in the early 2000s. Fast forward about 9 years and I am in the 4th grade. So it's safe to say I know what I'm doing at this point.
I am eating a sandwich.
And I am a huge fan of How I Met Your Mother. It was funny, it was grown up, it had a gay guy. And I thought that was really cool. I was a pretty woke elementary schooler. But for real, I absolutely loved this show. It really meant a lot to me, and every time I hear the theme song, I still kind of get like chills to this day. It brings back memories of growing up and feeling happy and blissful, just a different time in life. I'm sure there's a word for that. What I'm trying to say is, the show meant a lot to me. And that's why it hurts so much going back and watching it. Who knew the portrayal of women in a show created by 2 guys in 2005 would be somewhat not good?
Imagine.
I'm shocked, absolutely perplexed.
What?
And even more overtly, the amount of bigotry in the show is insane. From the casual usage of slurs to the hostility of femininity in men, and the ongoing joke throughout the entire show that Ted Mosby, the main character, is afraid of being tricked. And that's all terrible. That's all really bad. That's not good. However, when I first heard about this, my initial instinct was to push it away. I said to myself, I says, hey, that doesn't mean it's endorsed. Characters can be flawed. Can characters not be flawed anymore? If a murder is depicted on TV, does that mean the show condones murder? Sometimes bad behavior is supposed to be glorified for art's sake, but not actually endorsed. Is the audience supposed to be on the main character's side 100% of the time? Uh-oh, media literacy time. So the reason I called you here is to discuss media literacy on the internet.
Real.
Specifically, my question to you is,
Uh-oh. Oh, man. It's about to get real. Are you about to get educated? Take notes.
how do you know if a piece of scripted media is actively endorsing a problematic element displayed within it?
Let me think about this. Hold on.
Like, when is bad behavior endorsed by a TV show versus just portrayed in it?
I think that people are really focused on knowing 100% with certainty what behavior is endorsed and not endorsed by a piece of media. And I think that can lead to some bad sort of spirals, rabbit holes in terms of sort of cultural dogmatic thinking. And I wrote down some points. When you told me the topic of the video, I wrote down some points of some movies that came to mind. The first one is from, I guess, late 90s, Mary Harron's adaptation of the novel American Psycho, which is to say that a lot of people who initially reviewed the book and a lot of people who initially reviewed the movie misconstrued it as like a misogynistic tirade. In fact, it's completely the opposite of that. It's supposed to sort of construct this very pathetic, dweebish.
Yeah, that's why it's so weird that many of the like red pill manosphere guys will glorify American Psycho. You don't want to be that guy. It's not good.
You know, loser businessman who just is nothing. He's just a total alien to the world. The fact that something is glamorizing something that's not very good, or you know, that a piece of media is endorsing something that's not great, doesn't mean that it's not, you can't engage with it. I feel like a lot of people have fallen into this sort of trap of like engagement at all with this media is losing. Sometimes you're going to be able to tell, sometimes you won't be able to tell. Sometimes being able to tell makes the movie worse. Sometimes not being able to tell makes the movie better, but sometimes it makes it horrifyingly uncomfortable. With media, you're trying to engage with an incredibly dense piece of work that people have spent thousands of hours on. And it's easy to think at the end of all of that, well, of course they must have chosen some moral right to convey. But I don't think that's always the case, and I don't think they're always thinking about that.
It is tough. Like, you know, I'm watching Euphoria. I'm thinking to myself, you know what? Maybe more minors should be doing coke. I'm watching Breaking Bad going, write that down, write that down.
Ain't no way.
Yeah.
So in the case of How I Met Your Mother,
yeah,
I heard about its problematic aspects. I saw the parts of it I didn't want to see. This doesn't ruin my experience with the art. I could be critical of the media I love, but instead I felt attacked, and I pushed it away. Attacked. What an interesting word for that feeling, right? Because I wasn't attacked. Nobody did anything to me. My perception of a thing I loved was challenged. Why do I feel attacked?
There's definitely this sort of ongoing misogynistic, gross undertone to the whole show that wasn't really detected because it was all told through jokes.
This is kind of the core of everything we've talked about so far. Defending.
I never liked that show, so I feel better in retrospect not liking it.
Something or someone we love because we feel victimized. In one corner, people feel betrayed and lash out at the figure or creation that disappointed us. Cancel culture, quality, parasocial betrayal. And in the other corner, when you just can't accept that reality, you lash out at others who brought it to your attention. You feel shame, you feel embarrassed, and you can't accept that. The art versus the artist. Because the things we love, the things we attach to, become part of us. Consume more, watch more, spend more. The things you like are yours. The things you like are part of your identity. This has a special place in your heart. We have a special place in your heart. Is that what you want? So, if you're still with me, why, God, why, after all of this, do we romanticize problematic media? And most importantly, what did Shane Dawson do to his cat?
Oh no. No. Not the cat again. I try to forget about this. And every like 2 months, someone else brings it up, I swear to God. Leave the cats alone.
So, I was a Shane Dawson fan. Shane is a YouTuber who a few years ago got himself in one of the worst cancellations I've ever seen in internet history. It was a chaotic downfall of past and present actions coming together to create something. Whatever it was, it shocked the internet. Mega canceled. Millions of people watched this man's entire career collapse in front of their very eyes. It was truly
God, I love this shot. Are these flowers real or is it overlaid? I can't tell.
Spectacular, but like in a car on fire on the side of the road kind of way. So, a quick recap. Part 1, racism. Lots of it, lots of racism. I'm talking like blackface, like it's genuinely wild. Part 2, lies. Shane joins the beauty community as an amateur documentarian, starts a lot of drama, and then makes off with millions of dollars. Now that's how you do it. Part 3, minors. Whoops. Past videos of Shane being a freaky, weird little man. It was genuinely disgusting and awful, and I can't cleanse my brain of them. All of
Freaky, weird little men have nothing to do with Shane. We do not claim him. Absolutely the fuck not. No. He's way beyond freaky and weird.
these past transgressions and more all came together in like this fiery tailspin of a downfall that the internet all collectively gawked at for like weeks. And in this scenario, I do genuinely mean cancellation. The discrepancy in these view counts are by orders of magnitude. Holy shit, look at that graph. So the impetus for this video was one day I got curious and wanted to see what he was up to. Last I heard, he was in a manic frenzy yelling at a makeup guru on his TV, so, you know, I went to check up on the guy. And as it turns out, he was back. Shane made his return to a very dedicated, very close group of Shane Dawson fans. It takes a special kind of person to look past some of these things. Now, I am absolutely somebody who believes in reconciliation. You know, I believe in reparative justice. I think everybody deserves a second chance. Like at some point, I don't know if you come back from that, man. That's tough. Yikes. Your problematic fave just committed a hate crime. What could possibly drive someone to let all of this slide? Well, there's only one place to find out. I ventured my way in to the Shane Dawson comment section. Oh dear God, the horrors that I've seen. Ladies and gentlemen, and you people, the reason for all of this.
I don't even care what you'll have to say. These videos are really entertaining.
Who else misses Shane and wants the conspiracy theories back?
I'm pretending he wasn't canceled because these vids are bomb AF.
I DGAF if he's canceled. This man raised me.
I've never been so ashamed
Holy
to miss a YouTuber
shit.
as much as I miss Shane.
I miss Shane. Yes, I was disappointed on him, but
Yikes. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh no. Why?
I don't hate him because I'm not a cancel cultured asshole who keeps on hating on someone that wants to change. Why do they forgive Shane?
God.
Because he reminds them of where they were last time they watched him. In other words, nostalgia. I get it. I absolutely get it. And I empathize with it. And I imagine anyone else watching this can as well. Nostalgia gets you. It changes your perception and it feeds off the romanticization of the past. Why does it feel so good? It's human nature. We love this feeling. We eat it up. And for what? Is it a cope? Oh God, is it a cope? About 3 or 4 years ago, I was going through a really hard time for a variety of reasons. I was really anxious. I was severely depressed. I was exhausted, and it felt like there was truly no way out. Honestly, it felt like I couldn't handle it anymore. Like I'd hit a breaking point. Now, sitting here before you today, I don't just consider my depression alleviated. I consider it 100% gone. Like, I'm just cured. I am so happy every single day.
That's so nice. I'm so happy for her. Yeah.
Like I'm really happy to have made it through all that. Every day I wake up, I feel happy. I feel at peace. The power of medication and changing my surroundings did wonders. And I promise I have a reason for saying all of this. But before I go any further, I just want to address anybody else who feels that way, the way that I felt. It 100% it gets better. 100%. You'll make it through. I promise. You got this. You got this. Now, why do I say all this? Well, to this very day, I still regularly go back and purposefully seek out those places, those physical places that I was at when I felt that way. And every time I'm there, I feel so happy. Like, just, I'm overwhelmed. And that's not because I have, like, beaten depression or whatever. It's truly just the power of nostalgia. It completely changed my self-perception and the way I feel that I felt at that time. And somehow, by the simple act of revisiting that place, I have revised history, as if I'm painting over the bad times. Nostalgia can be anything: a place, a song, a movie, a content creator. And though I strongly dislike the tacit dismissal of Shane's past actions and the real harm done, I do at least understand the feeling that these people are chasing. They're chasing a feeling I think we all want to feel in some way. And so it's hard for me to fault them for that. Like I said, nostalgia affects everyone. It romanticizes the past. It fuels our ambitions. It excites us in a way that we can't always adequately describe. So my only question now is, how does it affect you?
Nostalgia to me is like impressionistic memory. It's not just remembering something in the past, but it's remembering all the things you felt about that particular past and like the emotion it evokes in you. It's weird to answer that question because to describe the feeling of nostalgia, I guess I have to give you my own nostalgia. I feel like I've been more nostalgic now than I have been earlier in my life, like when I was in university, because now I spend more time than I thought I would being nostalgic about the time that I spent in university. I realized how much I enjoyed the person that I was.
That's real as fuck. I really didn't want to be like one of those peaked in college motherfuckers, but I miss it. Mostly like the community.
When I was like in the middle of college, and you know, sometimes I just want to go back there. I could be wrong.
Not the flowers, no. Okay. Number 1, cancel culture, while good in concept, often lends itself to a lot of dogpiling and online harassment. I'd caution you to be careful with how you choose to interact with it, as well as others who also frequently use it as a means of control. Number 2, quality. It's good. Though it is absolute, it can be dubious. Sometimes things will be good, but like for the wrong reasons. And when analyzing media, not only should you ask yourself if you're enjoying something, but rather, why? Number 3, in separating the art versus the artist, remember that a lot of artists still do have a stake in how their art is perceived in the public eye. If you're boycotting something, boycott it for real. And if you're not, don't consume it in secrecy. Number 4, confront the fact that you are a real person with like flesh and blood. You have a real life and a past you may also not be as proud of. Engage in discourse empathetically and acknowledge the fact that your potential anonymity on the internet can be weaponized for evil and good, and how you choose to use that power is really just your defining characteristic. It defines who you are. What are you good or are you bad? Just choose one. Villain or not? Are you villain? No. Stop. Number 5, the past. It does this funny thing. Nostalgia comes for us all. Feel free to indulge, but also moderation is good. As a great philosopher once said, just take half. Number 6, learn to let go. People, believe it or not, will disappoint you. And occasionally it's even necessary to reevaluate their very position in your life.
It turns out that all people are just people. Imagine. Like, celebrities, streamers, YouTubers, anyone. Like, we hold them up as some sort of god and are shocked when they have some sort of failing. But literally everyone does. Like, that is what it means to be human.
It's really hard, but I think it's worth it. Number 7, forgiveness is valuable and reform is good. People change. Think about where you were 5 years ago. That's like a
You can change your mind. Yeah.
completely different person. I don't even know them. Who the fuck is that? Growing and changing is good, actually. Confession number 3, I've grown and changed a lot. I used to have a lot of opinions I'm not too proud of. Now I don't have those opinions. Now I'm more proud of my opinions. And I've had to learn that's okay. Expecting perfection from yourself and the people around you, and especially not the public figures, not feasible. You will only be disappointed. The world is not black and white. It's 50 Shades of Grey. Like the movie. Part 7, 50 Shades of Grey, the movie. Life is Jamie Dornan. You're Dakota Johnson. You have to decide whether you're Dakota Johnson from movie 1, 2, or 3. So, where to go from here? You know what? I think I know a place.
I see you at the movies. I see you with your lipstick on. I'm looking out for cosmos. I'm hoping that we'll get along. It's time for innovation. It's time for us to make a change. It's time for a Chinese New Year. It's time for me to make a way. Then I get no, I can't wait to get far from here. No, I can't wait to get out of here. No,
This song is so good.
I can't. No, I can't. No, I can't wait to get out of here.
Alright, I need to check if she listed this song.
I see you at the movies. I see you with your lipstick on. I'm looking out for cosmos. I'm hoping that we'll get along. It's time for innovation. It's time for us to make a change. It's time for a Chinese New Year. It's time for me to make a way. Sweat a lot, and I read a lot. I was there
That's so good.
last year.
I love Mia. I love the emphasis on reform, forgiveness, you know? We really on the left, we have to be way more understanding if we want anyone to join our side. That's a real issue. A real thing. And it's anybody who shits on a creator you like or endorses a creator you don't like, it doesn't make them a bad person. This whole web of cancellation. I don't know. Doesn't seem very conducive to, everyone's mutual goals.
Happy Pride Month. It's gay people's birthday. Everybody wish gay people a happy birthday in the comments.
Happy birthday to us.
And I've never been like a Pride Month guy. And this is the first year I think I've ever remembered that it's happening. But since I did remember that it is Pride Month, I wanted to take the opportunity to make a video about something that's made me pretty frustrated lately. This is a video essay about the groomer narrative. But first, okay, here's an ad. Sorry, all right? I have to pay for... For the last few years, anti-trans activists paid for by billionaires have been ramping up on anti-queer rhetoric. They made a whole movie about how sociologists and doctors are wrong about trans people because a woman is...
What is a woman?
An adult human female. Who needs help opening this?
That's just awesome. The word groomer has lost all meaning because conservatives won't stop saying it to cartoons. It's basically just a buzzword for homophobes to signal how much they think about children. But the word groomer and the moral panic behind why it's said by so many conservatives contributes to a false narrative that's been used to justify violence and oppression of queer people for decades. The groomer narrative. In the aftermath of the Stonewall riots, anti-gay activism started gaining public favor all over the country. Before too long, activists started organizing. It's 1977, the same year Star Wars first premieres in theaters. That's not even that long ago. That could be your stepdad in there. But 1977 is also the same year the Save Our Children Coalition was formed. And this is a big deal because before this point, there was no actual organized anti-gay movement in America. There were no groups specifically opposed to gay rights. Why would you do that?
Anita fucking Bryant. Bitch.
Gay rights in the 70s was a key issue. It was starting to be used as a tool for conservatives to radicalize people that otherwise wouldn't vote at all. Christian conservatives were whipped into a frenzy with lies and homophobic propaganda, and they started pressuring state governments for change, and they got it. Thanks to the efforts to save our children, laws protecting gay people from discrimination and protecting their rights to housing and public services were stripped all over the country in the late 70s. This exact thing happened in Minnesota, and overnight, gay people were allowed to be rejected from job applications and housing applications just because they were gay. And this happened while the first openly gay man ever elected to public office was serving as a state senator in Minnesota. Minneapolis and St. Paul's governments had just passed laws protecting gay rights, only to have them completely dissolved just a few years later by the state government. The Catholic Church of the Twin Cities had a lot of political power at the time and were openly in support of these new state laws. And in protest, someone threw a chocolate cream pie in the face of John Roach, who was a Catholic archbishop known for public homophobic discrimination. We'll come back to John Roach in a bit, but what's important to me right now is the pie. This is an incident that wasn't even covered in national news. As far as I know, there's not even any pictures of it. But this act of protest is what inspired the pieing of Anita Bryant, celebrity spokesperson for Save Our Children. All this gay history stuff, it's all tied together, it's all in together, it's all together. Save the kids, protect the kids, fight for the kids. It's all for the kids because if they accidentally interact with a gay person, they might choose to be gay instead of normal. That's the premise of this kind of homophobia, right? It's part of the groomer narrative. Why else would you want to shame gay people back into their houses for the sake of the kids? And I feel like this kind of homophobia is pretty easy to identify. You know it when you see it. And I feel like most people know that it's wrong. Like, fundamentally, it doesn't make sense. Being gay isn't a choice. It's not something that you can catch or transmit like a disease. The logic that being gay is a choice is exactly why conversion centers exist. Overwhelmingly, no one believes that those still work, right? So what are we doing? But even though there's no evidence to support that you can turn someone else gay, much less a child, the groomer narrative is the backbone of organized homophobia, which is used as like a recruiting tool to convert insecure, uneducated weirdos into loud reactionaries. And what are they saying?
Massachusetts middle schoolers tore down pride decorations and chanted that their pronouns were USA in a striking protest after they were asked to wear rainbow colors to school. What? Asked to wear rainbow colors to school? Why?
Really, if anyone here is more like Hitler, most like Hitler, one could argue, it's these people abusing children.
Most like Hitler, huh?
More discussion. I mean, it's like literal grooming happening in front of a crowd.
We're not raising our kids properly. The kids are being abused, things like that.
These people are on video grooming children, and there's no repercussions for it. They're doing simulated sodomy in front of kids.
Yeah, what's the American
What?
culture right now? Twerking?
You are trying to force the kids to wear pride clothes.
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's because you're a weirdo groomer.
They said you can't insinuate that they're coming for children. You can't insinuate that. Remember, we had these conversations.
Can we say it now?
Can we say it now?
Is it fair game if we have video evidence of them coming for children in a specific instance here?
Not only morally abominable, but also, by the way, illegal.
Do they show any videos of a man and a woman kissing and explaining what that is and tell their students that they have to wear a certain set of clothing to celebrate a man and a woman? No, they don't.
Promoting sodomy, promoting obesity.
Graphic depictions of gay sex. Those must be available to 7 to 8-year-olds at school libraries. It's very, very important.
For those that aren't familiar, in this book, there's graphic depictions of adult activities.
But that's marketed in kids' libraries.
Right.
They had them handing dollar bills to, which, by the way, I mean, I know people can say, well, what's wrong with that? Well, it's generally done at a strip club, which, if you bring children, is illegal. Right.
We all know what's wrong with
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why it's wrong.
Were the employees and parents and all the other adults involved arrested, shackled, and frog marched to jail? No, in fact, Texas cops stood outside and did nothing.
Do you feel what Pride Month is really about?
If it's possible to rank the villains in this situation, would certainly take the title as the biggest scumbag. Now, the degenerate bar owner who hosted this event, the cross-dressers who strutted around for a bunch of elementary schoolers, are all demonic filth as well, of course.
Save the kids. What the?
Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god.
The homosexual.
I feel like Ethan made them look way too cool. That it was way too hard.
Want. Repeal of all laws governing the age of sexual consent. Yeah, I'm sure that's real. Federal support for sex education courses prepared and taught by gay women and men presenting homosexuality as a valid, healthy preference and lifestyle as a viable alternative to heterosexuality. It's not just an alternative, it's better. Enactment of legislation so that child custody, adoption, visitation rights, foster parenting, and the like shall not be denied because of sexual orientation. Oh, the horror. Yeah, one of these things are not like the other here. This is a brochure from the Save Our Children campaign. But that first line is just that fucking same old-fashioned fear-mongering that we still hear today. Except now, we hear it about trans people. And don't get me wrong, the people that say this shit about trans people definitely think this about gay people too, whether or not they say it. Oh, but some of them are gay, or some of them are trans. How could they possibly be homophobic? This groomer shit has been around for more than 50 years. I'm tired of it. But don't confuse me saying it's the same shit for saying it's just as bad, because no, it's worse. In 2023, any fucking freak bozo, no matter who they are, can pop up on your YouTube screen and talk about how fucking trans people are bad, and buy my t-shirt that says trans people are bad. And now we can start talking about really creepy shit about children now, because we're talking.
It's so much worse. It's so much fucking worse. And I don't see, like, an end in sight. It's very, like, demoralizing.
Trans people, conservatives just, you know, they have children on their mind all the time. You can't blame them for wanting to talk about children every chance they get.
So, like, this groomer narrative, it's very effective because people have been grooming children sexually. Yeah. We see it on, you know, on videos and crazy stuff. Groomer's a neutral term. Parents groom children to be great people.
They decided that an actual word to describe a behavior is a slur. Imagine if someone, like, skateboarded, and then you're like, that's a skateboarder right there, and then the skateboarder was like, hey man, don't call me that, and then Twitter was like, we're gonna ban you if you call them skateboarders. It's like they're literally doing it.
The day that Tim Pool happens across a woman that can tolerate him, bamboozles her into marrying and having kids with him, and if that child somehow survives to make it to school being Tim Pool's spawn, also if he takes his beanie off too, if he has to take his beanie off, then maybe I'll start listening to him about what should and shouldn't be taught to other people's kids. I think kids should learn about gay people. I think you should tell them that. Transphobia is just a smaller piece of the greater homophobia puzzle. The homophobia puzzle, yeah, I said it. 10,000 pieces. When you're talking about cis-het behavior, transphobia and homophobia are not mutually exclusive. All queer people are marginalized by the same kinds of stigma. There are genuinely a lot of people who have deluded themselves and are so in denial to the point that they think that trans women are mentally ill gay men. J.K. Rowling is one of those people. And if they think that about trans people, what does that mean they think of gay people? Just some food for thought, you know, if any of J.K. Rowling's weird turf friends want to think about that. And ultimately, to conservatives, anyone who's not straight is doing something wrong. Ben Shapiro tweets shit like this all the time. Really, the only difference between...
God. That reminds me, Pearl is just coping on Twitter so hard. I don't know if she normally like this, but she's like going the fuck off. Just rage baiting every single thing, and might be working. Was Jesus the king of cucks? Sorry, what the fuck? The audacity. Mother uses her child to smuggle drugs into prison. Yeah, I saw this. This is fucked up. You're supposed to get your wisdom from God, not your wife. It's all feminist programming. Girl, what? Feminists start to program you by making you adopt their language. Happy wife, happy life. Partner, I'll consult my wife. That's just like normal shit. What? The amount of religious people I have heard refer to their husband as partner and cringe at the idea of obeying their husband is crazy. Is it? Is it crazy? That's very normal. Here's one. He's rage baiting and it's working. I am baited and raged. I hate it. Religion is great. Wow. What a take. But most Christians are feminists and they don't even know it. They use feminist talking points and a feminist language. Feminism is alive and well in the church. Oh my god. Yeah. Christian women, classic feminists. Sure. Yeah, she's been making this point that a man shouldn't have to consult his wife about anything.
Old school 70s homophobia and modern transphobia is like liberal civility politics.
Now homophobes get to say shit like, I don't hate anyone, but you just gotta keep it away from the kids. These are contradictory statements in nature. No queer people are coming for any kid. Most queer people I know don't even want anything to do with kids. They don't even want anything to do with kids. But accepting this narrative completely uncritically reveals a greater bias against gay people and queer people in general. I mean, most homophobic narratives literally crumble at the slightest bit of skepticism. But if you don't even like have that scrutiny in your brain to like question a homophobic narrative, then you might just be homophobic. That's like, it's no secret that there's a culture of right-wing extremists that say shit like, kill your local pedophile. So it would make sense to, you know, weaponize that by calling people pedophiles, you know, if you want them to die. The groomer narrative is a weapon, and it's propagated by grifters and useful idiots from all over media. And while the groomer narrative may be powerful as a propaganda tool, it's not very sound. But yeah, sure, let's say that there is any sort of legitimacy behind the idea that gay people are grooming kids. Not that there's any fucking study to support that ever, but, you know, if that's the narrative we're going with,
we're gonna have to talk some facts and logic. So if you're a conservative watching, this is the part where you're gonna turn off the video. I know you guys aren't really huge on facts and logic, so make sure to press subscribe. The source that I found on this is a UCLA Williams
Fucking got him. Fucking got him. How the turntables.
Institute study on demographics of people in sex offender registries all across the United States. For some reason, the sex offender registry, I don't think, keeps track of sexuality. So they had to survey people on the sex offender registry to even get the data. So right from the top, basics. 80% of the people in this registry are straight. I think we're done, right? That 96% of them are men, and about 40% of these straight men sexually abuse their own family members, compared to just 24% of queer people. Interesting. Despite that, though, queer people are more likely to be incarcerated. 84% of queer sex offenders have been to prison or jail. 10% of them are sent to conversion therapy, which is basically just legal torture. 27% of straight sex offenders never see prison or jail. And even when straight sex offenders do go to jail, they're more likely to be released earlier, serving overall shorter sentences. Meanwhile, 5% of queer people are sent to more than 25 years in prison, compared to just 1.3% of straight sex offenders, even though they make up 80% of sex offenders. I just love saving kids by letting pedophiles go. I gave them a real stern talking to. And keep in mind, these straight people
The system is clearly working.
that are getting shorter sentences or sometimes not seeing jail at all are doing more sexual assault of minors, indecent exposure, more molestation, more illegal recording, and more solicitation, which would cover grooming. Oh, thank fucking God, 27% of these people don't even have to worry about seeing jail. There is no evidence that queer people are grooming kids into becoming gay, or really are harming children at a disproportional rate at all. It's just not there. But I mean, calling gay people groomers for a living is just a great cover for being a pedophile, I'll say it. There's utility in the groomer narrative, right? It make money. Career homophobes are just have no principles and they're evil, and I hate them. I hate them. Not that it's hard to do their job. These people are fucking idiots. I mean, every Daily Wire character is literally just a different flavor of stooge, right? But when you're pandering to irrational hatred, you can be as illogical as you want. And it's all for the goddamn kids. Yes, it is. Speaking of hypocrites who love, hurting children, let's talk about John Roach. John Roach was a Catholic archbishop in the Twin Cities from the 70s until the 90s. Listen, I know I said Catholic.
Why not talk about all the fucking Catholic pedophiles? If you care about the children so much, why don't we investigate that maybe more? I don't know.
Catholic, and yes, it's exactly what you think. It is pretty extensively documented how much of a pedophile defender Archbishop John Roach was. He literally had the sexual assaulter of multiple boys sign a contract that said, don't go to the youth group because you're a mega pedophile. And wouldn't you know it, that wasn't the end of that priest's sexual assault. John Roach was never charged or arrested with anything. It's not even on his Wikipedia page. And he's long dead now, but thank God he saved all the rest of the kids from gay people. He also probably saved a lot of kids when he was drunk driving and plowed his car into the side of a convenience store. That's real. That's actually the coolest thing he did. It's no news that the Catholic Church is full of creepy freaks. We already know. Everyone knows. But all these conservatives all say the same shit about gay people. And listen, if you're friends with pedophiles and you say the same stuff as pedophiles, I don't know if you're all that good of a guy. I don't know. Anita Brandt, for example, celebrity spokesperson for orange juice turned celebrity spokesperson for hating gay people. And it was all to protect her kids. While now we all know her as some hag who took
It's such a pivot. Orange juice to homophobia. Why?
pie to the face. Save Our Children chapters were opening up all over the country, and she was helping spread a lot of misinformation about gay people that still kind of permeates today.
The only rights it will really give is not equal work for equal pay, but equal gay. It will do and give more rights to the homosexuals to marry and to adopt children.
When Anita Brandt and the Save Our Children Coalition won the Miami-Dade County vote to overturn protections for gay people for housing and public services, in attendance was a California senator named John Briggs. He was so excited about the Save Our Children Coalition in Miami that he went back to California and drafted a state proposition known as Proposition 6, or the Briggs Initiative. This bill was fucking nuts. It was designed to keep gay teachers out of schools, but it was so broad that it could have been used to fire teachers for public homosexual conduct, which is defined as the advocating, soliciting,
Hi Ellis, welcome in.
imposing, encouraging, or promoting of private or public homosexual activity directed at or likely to come to the attention of school children and or other employees, as in other teachers. So we're not
What's Neffism? Oh, it's just a meme. It's about Will Neff. He's another stream.
Even protecting the kids anymore. We're protecting the adults too. 2,823,293 people voted for this bill. The bill failed, but those nearly 3 million people don't just disappear. They have kids and teach their kids their fucking stupid ideas that are wrong. But the new generations don't care about gay people. They care about trans people and what bathroom they should use and what sports team they should be on, the important stuff. Conservatives care so much about high school girls soccer that it's normal, actually. But now we have state laws determining children's.
Yeah, it's some deep lore. I'm not entirely familiar even myself. I think someone made a meme about starting a religion. Oh, yeah. I think one night, Will Neff, he told a story about starting a religion or a cult or something. And we all memed that it would be called Neffism. And there's a long-standing meme about it. But he refused to release the manifesto for the religion because he's afraid it would become an actual religion. And I believe him. He's a very smart guy.
Sports, so that's good. Thank God we legislated that. In Florida, apparently anyone in attendance at a sports game can request a sex verification to make sure that the children's sport is being played as fairly as possible. I mean, you know, just in case Jerry down the street's just wondering what the high school athletes got going on in their pants, he can get some info on that. That's just freedom. In Kansas, trans kids are banned from kindergarten until
his power is too big,
college from participating in any women's sports. The bill doesn't mention sex verification in the same way that Florida's does, but a lot of these bills mimic each other in language and create precedent for the same kinds of things. I mean, it ultimately just boils down. What do you want to do? Do you want to see the kids' genitals to make sure that they're the sex and gender that you want them to be, or are you just gonna fucking listen to what the kid says? Just who cares? You know, there's a listening problem in America. And the fact that they don't even legislate boys' sports in the same way is really telling. It's not just legislation either. Matt Walsh, famous for the What is a Woman propaganda film, which features pictures of an AFAB minor in it. No, guys, that's normal, guys. He's the normal one. Don't even check his hard drives. He recently also claimed that the Trevor Project had a sex chat room for minors. That's not even close to real. And it's probably one of the most vile lies he's ever told. There is an entire living, breathing media machine dedicated to smearing gay people. Drag queens are casting little spells.
You follow any of the Russia stuff? Yeah. Here and there. I'm not like totally up to date on everything. You know, the coup just ended. Shoigu found dead in movie bot. In Turkey. Who is that? I guess I'm not that familiar. Mufat balls. Good one. Got him.
Spells on babies to make them trans. Children's books are too woke, and they're teaching everyone how to do HRT.
So don't ask me to stop covering. I'm not.
No. It's a hate operation, and it's genuinely bloodthirsty. There's no other reason to target some of the most vulnerable people in some of the most vulnerable places. The amount of minors that transition in this country is minuscule, and these people still want to target the very, very...
The defense minister. Still very much alive. Oh no.
few resources that those kids have. And now we got, you know, good folks like Scott Libido going into the Target and screaming at people.
Last week was Cop Week. Did we put a display up supporting our police? No, we didn't. Corporate better change their fucking ways.
Oh my fucking God.
They're gonna go down like Budweiser. That's all right. You want to call the cops? I'm fine. I'll be doing whatever the fuck I want.
Yeah, man, you're the hero here. You're on the right side. None of this is new. It's the same kind of
I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do whatever the fuck you want.
homophobia that's been around longer than any of us. The groomer narrative is a weapon designed by right-wing think tanks to discredit gay people for their struggle for civil rights. The groomer narrative is a twisted projection, parroted by fraudulent, soulless snakes that cry over and over about how they want to protect children. But the actions taken by conservatives are nothing but petty, cruel, and dangerous for kids in this country, especially queer kids. These save the kids motherfuckers do way more harm to children than not. I mean, multiple pedophiles have used this movement as a cover to groom and abuse kids. And that's my biggest question of all. If it was so easy to just groom kids by being gay, why are all the pedophiles hiding with the conservatives?
Thanks. Whenever I see your name, I always think of Hassan saying, "It's fucking Mengain," when he was in London. I was looking for a clip of it, but I can't find it. But that's always like every single time what I think of.
Welcome to Twitter, the platform where days after Musk taking over, use of the N-word went up more than 500%, and you can misgender, but not cisgender.
Oh my god. This is fucking insane. Did you guys see this? Elon saying cis is a slur? Unreal.
On June 21st, the summer solstice, I was busy preparing my sacrifice to ensure the Dark Lord would bring me my boon for the season when my spidey sense started tingling. So I headed on over to my scrying stone and saw that, yes, I was correct. The cis were indeed at it again. Joanne Rowling and Elon Musk were crying, shaking, and throwing up on Twitter because people were saying that they weren't trans. This is cis medicalism. I still cannot believe Elon took the time out of his day to stop licking the flakes from between Matt Walsh's toes just to tweet this.
Repeated, targeted harassment against any account will cause the harassing accounts to receive, at minimum, temporary suspensions. The words cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform.
Sure, Grandpa, let's get you to the bottom of the ocean. The words cis or cisgender are considered slurs on this platform. Right. But the thousands of people who have called me a groomer for being gay or told me to kill myself for being non-binary, they get to straight up chill on Twitter. Wait, can I even say straight anymore? Give it a couple months. Maybe not. This tweet, of course, brought out the most heterosexual responses you'll ever see in your life.
Tell me how cis is any different than fag.
Well,
ain't no fucking way, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? This is a prefix. I can't.
First of all, Tom, nobody calls anyone cis in the WoW general chat. Secondly, nobody has ever had that word shouted at them while they were being hate crimed. But if you want the technical answer, for something to be a slur, it has to be disparaging, and there has to be an alternate word that makes more sense. Fag is a slur because you can just say gay without it being hostile and offensive. Gay is a descriptor. Fag is a slur. And sure, you might say, well, don't say cis, just say normal. But there's a lot of issues with that. The first of all being, y'all don't act normal.
Wanting
For
people
real.
dead because they don't agree with your
At least normal people.
terminology. Who does that remind you of?
You.
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 You. You. You.
You. There's nothing normal about pretending to be upset because someone said you weren't trans when you're not trans. Secondly, unless we're using normal to always mean identifies with the gender assigned at birth, we need more specific language. I asked my cis mutuals how they feel about Elon saying cis is a slur on Twitter, and random cis dudes who want to be oppressed so bad they're willing to claim they need safe spaces like 2016 didn't happen were crying in my mentions.
Cis
No
being
way.
considered a slur makes me feel better about people not attacking me over my gender identity. This is now a safe place for heteronormative people.
His name is a cisgender man. Stop.
tired of all these SJW slinging slurs at heteronormative people and thinking it's okay.
Not this straight Justice Wojak calling other people SJ.
6 ads. 6 ads? Wait, I'm not running that many ads. Why is it that many ads? Why? It's not supposed to be. Not supposed to be that many. Here. You back? I feel like you should.
JWs. For the record, people aren't attacking you. And if they were, it wouldn't be over your gender identity. It would be because you're an insufferable man living in a world so divorced from reality that nobody can stand to be around you. It happened to Graham Linehan, and it'll happen to all of them eventually too. Every gender-critical Facebook group is filled to the brim with people say they no longer have any friends, partners, or kids who come around or call anymore. And that's not because they're cis. It's because they're fucking annoying and toxic and obsessed with trans people to the point that everyone around them wants to walk into traffic the second they start their daily rant about children identifying as litter boxes.
Yeah, it's because you're insufferable. It's not because you're cis.
And using p/poo pronouns in school or whatever the latest conspiracy theory is. Enter Joanne, a middle-aged, cisgender, heterosexual whoop mud famous for speaking over gay people against trans people in the name of women who largely disagree with her.
Cis is ideological language, signifying belief in the unfalsifiable concept of gender identity. You have a perfect right to believe in unprovable essences that may or may not match the sexed body, but the rest of us have a right to disagree and to refuse to adopt your jargon.
This sounded very familiar to me, because unlike her and 100% of the cis people complaining about this term, I'm actually aware of the history of queer and trans rights. Because reading is what?
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
This rhetoric has all happened before, and it will all happen again.
Straight is ideological language signifying belief in the unnatural concept of alternate sexual identities. You have a perfect right to believe that some people are actually gay, but the rest of us have a right to disagree and to refuse.
I'm sorry, what? I don't know.
To adopt your jargon.
The straight cis people that have always rejected being seen as anything but default or normal, it's because they see us as unnatural or deviant. Maybe it makes you feel better to be normal when you wake up in the morning next to your husband that you hate, your kids who hate you, and head off to the job you're about to be fired from. Maybe it's like a spoonful of sugar that helps the existential dread that comes with being.
Caitlyn goes by they, them. They're non-binary, and I think they're pretty pog. I love all their content. They're very concise and well-spoken. They are very good at making videos. Yeah, good takes.
Absolutely unremarkable go down. I wouldn't know. But with all their crying, with all their shitting, with all their tantrums, I don't believe any of these people actually think cis is a slur. I was going to sit and explain this, but luckily for me, Katie Montgomery already beat me to the
What about you? What do you mean?
punch with this article she posted yesterday. So I'm just going to quote her because I have a date with a bear in like 4 hours and this face isn't going to beat itself.
Cis is a 2,400-year-old Latin word that is the antonym of the word trans. In the original context, it meant on the same side, and trans...
Yeah, I am gay. I am very gay. I'm pansexual. You want to get technical?
meant on the opposite side. For example, transatlantic versus cisatlantic, meaning on the opposite side of the Atlantic Ocean, to the speaker versus on the same side. In the context of LGBT rights, a cis person is a person who isn't a trans person. Similar to how a straight or heterosexual person is a person who isn't a gay or bisexual or pansexual, etc. person. We could go into detail about the definition of what truly makes a slur and talk about how they're used by oppressors against groups without power to further oppress them, and how that obviously doesn't apply here. We could point out how they haven't actually offered an alternative word that means not trans, and if we picked one, they'd all be offended.
Yeah, literally, what do you want me to call you if not sis? Like, what the fuck else?
At that too. We could even point out how historically all oppressor groups are desperate to
Oh, you're gay too? Cool. Big gay. Gay. Chat.
portray themselves as the real victims. We could do a lot of things, but it's all a waste of time because they don't really believe it. They are wasting your time and controlling the conversation. That is their real goal here. The main reason that transphobes don't want you saying the word
I'm not, but I can go gay for you.
cis is because they want to shut down all discussions about transphobic oppression and talk about how to liberate trans people from it. Could you talk about gay rights if you weren't allowed to say straight or heterosexual? Could you talk about ending racism if you weren't even allowed to refer to white people? Well, you could, but it would be much more difficult, and you would end up just recreating the words straight, white, abled, male, etc., but in more clunky ways, because those concepts exist, and that's just how language works.
And she's right. The point is to try and prevent trans people from discussing and organizing, to halt all discussion by making discussion so difficult as to be untenable. What do they want us to call them? Non-trans? They'd be having palpitations about that if they saw it too.
Non-trans.
When LGBTQ plus people say, don't call me a slur, they mean, please stop.
I noticed you don't use makeup and that's what makes you attractive. Oh. Thank you, I guess. But, using makeup doesn't make someone unattractive, and I do use it sometimes.
Calling me a fat at the window of a passing car. When cis people say don't call me a slur, they mean I'm going to try and turn the tables to divert the conversation away from trans liberation. It's the same thing they did with the term TERF. But cis isn't a slur. It's an adjective like divorced or pompous. But maybe I'm talking over cis people. Maybe I'm silencing 99% of the world's population. Let's see. Sissies? Ooh, that was giving like Winifred Sanders. Sissies, speak!
Personally, I take no offense at being called cis, but would take great offense at being called Musk.
It is really bizarre. It's like saying hetero is a slur. Or Asian. Like, I am those things. That's not a slur. There isn't even an alternate term that is being offered. How would you refer to folks who aren't trans if you are trying to be
Literally, what other word?
specific?
He's doing this because people call him cisgender in a shady way, and he's mad he can't call them a back or whatever.
He's enabling abusers by validating the persecution narrative they've built to justify their abusive behavior. No one is safe where abusers are pandered to.
Makes me feel gross. Carving out defenses for bigots won't make this place safer. Soon, het or straight will join that list of slurs. It's designed to give bigots the tools to terrorize, not to project people.
So, if people start arguing with you about if cis is a slur, don't let them change the conversation. Say what you were saying. Talk about trans liberation. Discuss the fact that trans people are being assaulted, being discriminated against, being attacked. The fact that there are hundreds of media articles, if not thousands, that are anti-trans every single year. Talk about the fact that they're clearly not unimpressed because welcome to Twitter, the platform where days after Musk's taking over, use of the N-word went up more than 500%, and you can misgender, but not cisgender, despite everyone who actually identifies as cis is saying that the word is, in fact, not a slur. I have a Patreon. It's here. I'm kind of poor. Wouldn't mind some money. I have a podcast. It's here. It's kind of mean. Wouldn't mind a listen. If you want to watch more videos of mine, why don't you start with this one? Nobody's stopping you. Who's going to stop you? You can do whatever you want. You're a grown up. It's your life. Come on, just click on it.
I love them.
Who's it going to hurt? Come on, nobody's going to know. Just one more video. That's okay. Your boss is never going to find out.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back.
Delightful. Love Kaylin. Let's do thing. Wind down with some fun stuff. Let's... Ooh, I really wanted to watch this. Julian made curly fries and it was cursed. So I'm curious. I've wanted curly fries since I was diagnosed with celiac, and none of them are gluten-free. Literally none of them. So, he obviously didn't succeed, but, maybe it's edible. I don't know.
Oh,
Oh, I didn't know we were rolling. Welcome back. I'm really excited to see you here and a little confused that you wanted to come back and watch.
Curious to see you with curly hair. I can't wait. Yeah, I can do it soon, I guess. I need to get a new flat iron.
More potato cooking / kitchen hazards / acrobatics / taste testing really mediocre food. Welcome back to my kitchen. I hope you're doing well. I spent all week excited for this moment. Specifically, I was doing other things too. I was like playing American Truck Simulator, walking my greyhounds, doing my 3:12:30s on my treadmill, sometimes laying on the couch, finish watching Succession. But other than that, the whole time I was really excited for today. And because we're deep frying things again, my hot oil satisfaction meter needs to be refilled. And today I'm gonna do that. I thought it would be fun to not only try to make curly fries, because I've never done it. Don't really eat curly fries. I kind of don't care for them. But I thought it'd be fun to like make a copycat recipe of a specific curly fry, namely Arby's. Never stepped foot into an Arby in my life. That's just sounded like a really weird sentence. Into an Arby. Or no, it's an Arby's. Or is
Arby's.
Is Arby's the plural and every single other Arby by themselves is Arby? But Arby stands for
It's always Arby's.
a Red Bull. Do they sell Red Bulls at Arby's? Is it like fountain Red Bulls? You just put your cup under? Psh, pure unlimited energy. Sharks. Okay, we're gonna be making Arby's copycat curly fries. I've never tried them, but you probably have. Someone who I'm talking to maybe has. Maybe you haven't. Maybe we're just here wasting all
Rage. I hope they're at least edible. I know they don't look good, but God, I want them so bad.
our times. But what is time anyway? And what happens next? Okay, content warning. I am gonna be wielding a very scary weapon-looking device in a second. What the hell is this thing? I don't know, but we're gonna use it. Big Red, we missed ya. We missed you, buddy. We need to spiralize potatoes today. And it's not the same type of spiralize as you would a football. When you throw it, this is similar, but it ends up giving us raw French fries, specifically curly fries, because it's basically impossible for someone to like cut curly fries with their hands. Who wants to do that? I want to plug this thing in and have it all done for me. I don't want to do any of the work. I don't even want to fry it. Peach, come over here. I need your help. Do everything. Okay, but really, I had a manual spiralizer, and the thing about these spiralizers, which is kind of weird, is like it's very dependent on the blade width, and not all of the spiralizer attachments I have for the manual one go like wide enough to make a real curly fry. It's all very thin. It's like if you're to like use it to spiralize an apple for like apple pie, that's the perfect thickness for those pieces. But this one that attaches to Big Red KitchenAid has, I don't know, looks like maybe 12 millimeters. That could be completely off. I don't know how to measure anything, but we're gonna try to allow a machine to spiralize 2 russet potatoes, then we're gonna deep fry them. But first, let me just kind of go through the ingredients. So if you're doing this along with me, you'll be prepared. Also, just remember, fire extinguishers are not a bad idea. But if you don't have one, it's really okay. It's probably fine. I don't think you'll need one. For this recipe, you're gonna need a cup and a half of flour. You're gonna need 2 cups of water. You're gonna need so much paprika, you will literally run out after this recipe and have none left in your house. You'll also need some cayenne powder, onion powder, garlic powder, salt, and cracked black pepper. In addition, you're also gonna need a big old jug of oil because we're gonna be deep frying. And I'm pretty sure, aside from our russet potatoes, that is all you will need. And, you know, a good attitude. Or medium attitude.
You can do medium, maybe.
Or you can have a bad attitude. You can have a bad attitude. Just like, don't talk to me. Like, miss me with the bad attitude, okay? I'm just trying to spiralize potatoes. So, weird step in this recipe is letting the potatoes, once spiralized, just sit in hot water for like hella long, like 20, 30 minutes.
Paprika, it's not that hot. Flavor, yeah. Yeah, it's mostly for color, I think.
We're not boiling them, we're just like bathing them Why are we always bathing potatoes? Anyway, we'll put this giant machine slash weapon slash torture potato device away for now. First thing we gotta do, which is very important for the video, and I know this because you told me, is I'm gonna skin these potatoes, and then we gotta chop off the ends so that they fit in the spiralizer. So let's get started on that so we can just move one.
Cooking and baking is so fun. I did so nice. You have something good at the end and you can share it with people. It's lovely.
Step closer to being an Arby's. Okay, once again, I have come prepared for a potato mess with an apron. I need to protect myself. There's gonna be flying hot oil later. Let's get our apron on. And let's get to skinning these potatoes, or peeling them, or undressing them, or disrobing them, or emptying their outsides of them. Vital footage
Flush.
right here, okay?
So this dude only cooking potatoes, yeah, it's kind of his thing. I swear, he's making a whole potato cookbook. I think that's the idea. It's a meme, calls his followers spuds, so it turned into this.
Because if you don't watch me peel these potatoes, how are you gonna know I did it? For all you know, I could have hired someone on Fiverr to peel these. I could have ordered them pre-peeled. I could have grown a special strain of potato that doesn't have a skin. All of those would be possible, and you would never know. But here I am showing you me peeling the potatoes. So now you know for a fact, okay? Just trying to give you full, complete information. Your Honor, the potato never had a skin.
I love potatoes. They're so good.
I mean, to be honest, this recipe, since we're using the red jumbo potato destroyer 3000 over there for most of the spiralizing, we're not really doing a lot of physical work. So like, I'm okay to do some potato peeling. I'm okay to not grow skinless potatoes or hire someone to do it for me. I'm fine with that. So one thing we have to do, according to the recipe, is chop off the ends of these potatoes so that they sit flush in the spiralizer. So let's do that. Just trying to make them flat. I don't want to cut too.
No! He didn't rinse the potatoes before or after cutting and peeling. Anxiety. He didn't even get the peels off.
Too much off the potato. Maybe do a little on both sides. Another thing that I'm kind of worried about, because I did some tests. I had a test potato and I ran it through that thing. And not the width of like the fry if you're to hold it sideways, but like if you're looking at a curly fry like this, it should be like, I don't know, ½ inch of a fry, like girth, but it was much longer. It was like I said, it was like kind of an apple core setting. So I think maybe we just trim a little bit. We just kind of cut around the outside of these potatoes a little bit, just to kind of thin them out, just a tiny bit, because we don't want the curly fries to be super, super wide. I think that looks pretty good. I don't know. It'll be a trial and error thing. It's hot potato summer, okay? That's what I'm getting ready for this season. By the way, is it summer yet? Because it's been overcast for like a year. LA, are you good? All right, so we have our potatoes.
No, I don't think LA is good.
Kind of prepped. So now, let's get this giant monstrosity out and spiralize some taters. 3, 2, 1, fire! That's kind of cool. So let's try this. We basically impale a potato, a perfectly innocent potato, like that. And now we move this guy to where we want that to start. And then I think we just kind of let it do its thing. I'm scared and excited. Is that right? Oh my God. Is that right? There you go. Here's your Arby's fries. I don't know, they still look a little thick to me, you know, this way.
It is thick.
But like,
okay.
Whatever.
Okay.
I don't actually care. Whoa, that's so satisfying. Oh my God. Look,
It might be good.
look how cool that is. Wait a minute.
It's a potato slinky.
Sorry, I put my finger in the potato. Sorry, potato, didn't mean to violate you like that. I don't know, I think it's fine. It does look kind of thick though. How do we fix this? What the hell? What the? Oh, hello. So this is just like kind of a thing that I'm trying to figure out here. These feel like kind of the wrong shape for curly fries, but also like, are they? I kind of just feel like they need a bigger core, like something in the middle that's like this guy needs to be wider. They are spiralized. This is so fun.
It is a spiral.
Okay, let's put these back. No playing with
It is just a little too wide. Maybe a smaller potato.
the potatoes, chat. Chat, what do I do here? Like, can I maybe do some surgery? Just solve this problem manually? Just kind of like thinning the edges. Now let's look. That looks better. What if this is just the longest curly fry ever? This is one fry. Oh my God. All right, I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. All right, so we'll just do that. If you have a spiralizer or you're doing this exact same thing, just, I guess, try to imagine the size of a curly fry that you would eat out at a Arby.
I never tried it? Yeah. Yeah, I guess. That's true.
And then mimic that however you can. Just be safe or something. Okay, whatever happens here, this is fun. This is a fun thing to do, is to send your potatoes through the spinning wheel of death. All right, we are done. Thank you, Big Red, for your service. I didn't know you had this unique skill set, but I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. Good boy. All right, I'm gonna start doing a little potato haircut. I've just developed this strategy without ever testing it, so who knows if this will even work. I also don't know what I'm gonna do about how the potatoes are all one long potato. Like, I kind of just want to make one giant curly fry, but I know I should.
Wait. PC-tron was banned? What the fuck? For 10 days? Wait. Why?
Shouldn't, but I want to. These look like pineapple slices. These are gonna look like the most geometric looking curly fries you've ever seen because they're like not round, they're just like... I also know that like we are breading these with some batter, or like dredging them, I should say. And so maybe that'll add some thickness and make the shape look a little bit healthier. I don't know. I don't know how any of this works. All right, I'm just here so I don't get fined. All right, so this is kind of the weirdest part of this recipe. We're letting them just sit in hot water, not boiling, just hot. But before I do that, I should probably piece them up into regular fry sizes. Dude, this is not a curly fry. What am I doing here? I don't care. I'm sending it. Kermit's crying. Yeah, no, this is gonna be really bad. Arby's be laughing. I'm just gonna make some of them really long because that's funny. Oh my God. Should I do it? I'm gonna do it. I don't care. One of them is gonna be just the longest curly fry of all time. Not only am I making
Curly fries. Julian is also gluten-free, so he is doing the brave task of trying to make a gluten-free curly fry.
recipes in my kitchen and enjoying cooking food on YouTube, but I'm also trying for a Guinness World Record today. So if you could help me get that verified, I'd appreciate it. These just sit here 20 to 30 minutes, which is also that's a very big amount of time. 20 to 30, just give me a time. So we'll meet in the middle, 25 minutes. See you then, and then we'll do dangerous stuff with hot oil. I'm excited. Eyes are up here. Anyway, it's been about 20 minutes of potatoes taking a slow, annoying bath. I've given up waiting. I don't want to wait anymore. So we're gonna strain those from the water and then get this oil pumping here. Okay, we gotta heat the oil up to 375. We gotta get our batter mixture put together in here. So let's just, we'll get going on kind of all of that, I guess. Where's my lighter? Do you have my lighter? Okay, we need to take a quick little break so I can show you Lonnie's new outfit. Lonnie, what do you think of the cookware and the spiral potatoes? Do you like Arby's? How cute is she in this?
Oh,
yeah, you look good in the stripes. All right.
So cute.
Summer later. Okay. That's going. Now it's all happening. No looking back. We gotta put enough oil in here to where These guys will be submerged. That looks good to me. Any more I think would be just kind of wasteful. While that's doing its thing, I'm gonna listen to greyhounds drink water really loud, and I'm gonna combine all my dry ingredients for our batter. So we have our flour, and we have our spices, and the most paprika I've ever used in one single recipe in my whole life. 5 tablespoons, and then pepper. And, you know, I'm just gonna get whisking. Gotta mix all the dry ingredients together before we add the wet. Just basic stuff, you know? So this is gonna be our little batter. Hey, batter. Hey, Google, stop what you're doing. Drop and roll. Okay, these are our curly fries or something. Don't be 375 yet. I'm not ready for you to be 375. Oh, it's going fast. Oh shit, okay. Let's get cracking here. So we're gonna add the water and slowly mix it in. Why is it red? Oh yeah, we added 100 tablespoons of paprika. Did I read that right? There's no way. There's no way it's supposed to be that much paprika, right? Like ain't no way.
That is a lot.
Okay, the whisk has been completely clogged up by all this batter. This is cursed. Red batter like this? Is this a Halloween recipe? Oh my God, it's getting more red. What the hell? What the hell is this? This doesn't look like
They're supposed to be red.
the picture, huh? You want some French fries? Arby's, what are you doing, girl? Adding a little more, adding more water. I'm gonna lower the temperature of this burner here because I'm pretty sure the oil is too hot. 324. We gotta get cooking here. Okay, so we're just gonna dip our curly fries in this batter, which feels still too thick.
Oh
but
yeah. Oh yeah.
everything's fine. This is cursed. What the hell am I doing? And we're gonna let it just kind of drape onto the towel here over a little rack so it doesn't make a big mess. Kind of ew. I don't know. These don't look that good. These look like pineapple / apple slices dipped in Tabasco cement. Actually, that might be what I call this recipe. What in the damn hell, Arby's? I don't know how many we'll make because if the first batch comes out and they're disgusting, I don't think I'm just gonna like go ahead and make more. This is a lot. What am I doing with my time? Is this arts and crafts? This is mistakes and crafts with hot oil. Oh my.
Thanks.
God. You want some French fries? Okay. That'll be that. Check our temperature. 350. Okay. It's getting there. Let's try to make some Arby's curly fries, I guess. I'm noticing, remember how I thought that they looked kind of thin? I was definitely right about that. They're definitely too thin. That's okay.
Yeah. They will shrink, but I don't know how much.
Mr. Arby won't be mad. We'll see. We'll see. All right. Use a spiralizer. Are you sure about that? I don't know, recipe. Feels kind of weird.
Looks good. It looks really good. Oh.
Okay, so I'm not sure, but this whole video might be a mistake. Because what the fuck is this? Like, what is that?
What is that?
It's not a French fry. What will that taste like? Find out at 7.
Maybe he fried them too long?
Now we're going, baby. Now we're cooking. I'm gonna do the really long one. I don't care. For the next batch, I'm literally gonna do just the really long one. We're going for a Guinness record,
Let's
baby.
go.
Not a Guinness record, baby. A Guinness record, comma, baby. This is really weird. It's like a mix between onion rings and fries and regret. Don't be popping like that, oil. Like, there's no way these potatoes are cooked. Oh, it broke. We'll have 2 Guinness World Record size onion rings. Like, they're definitely really crisping on the outside. So, I don't know. I feel like they're not all the way cooked through, but I don't want them to like completely burn, so. Hey, Julian, what are you cooking? That. Who allowed me into the kitchen? I don't know. I just snuck in here. Hey, bunny. You want some curly fries? They're disgusting. Arby's. We have the worst curly fries of all time.
Oh my God.
This is not a copycat recipe. This is a copy dog recipe, and it is bad. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know where we went wrong. Like, so wrong. Okay, so this just broke, which means I think the potatoes are cooking.
Yeah. Good? Wait, is it good?
I will be holding my opinion for the end of the video. What is that in my mouth?
It's gotta be good, right? It does does look like okay.
They're just not supposed to look like this. There's no
It does not look like curly fries, but they do look good.
way I did this even remotely right. They are not supposed to look like this. I suppose we have to try one. It's weird. You know, it's like the thickness of it is it's like a cross between a French fry in the shape of a curly fry and like a potato chip because it's got like that thin kind of look to it. So tear it apart, take a bite. I'm sorry, but it's just not computing for me. Maybe my brain computer is off right now, but that tastes good. What? How? This looks just like I broke every rule in the cooking book. What? How does that taste good? Okay, so it's good, but like what is it? Like it's really good, but like what the damn hell is it? Well, whatever it is, we made the biggest one. Guinness World Record certified. They came to my house and certified it. I promise. I definitely, and it's unbreakable.
Oh, I want it so bad.
Too. That's the best part about this recipe is the potatoes that you choose and
Dodge. Devastating.
Don't even care. I literally don't even care. This tastes good. I don't know what it tastes like, but it tastes good. I don't really have a lot of experience with curly fries or onion rings, but I kind of feel like if they had a nice romantic, you know, they came together and the music was flowing, the wine was pumping. This might be spawned. This is curly fries. This is it. We did it. You don't have to go to Arby's anymore. I did it for you. Oh man. Like this looks like a French fry that just didn't wear sunblock for like 40 years. Or like, I don't know, went to a fair and did the dunk tank and someone threw an absolute laser right at the 95 miles an hour, right at the center of the target, and it hits him and the potato drops in. And right as he's looking down about to get hit in the water, he's like, buckets barbecue sauce. That's what I just made. So I guess what I would say is proceed with caution because it's bizarre. And the thing about it is if you
I want to make it, but I don't have a fucking spiralizer.
make this, it then will be in your house and its energy will be in your space. And I can't be on the hook for that. So you have to make that decision now. And if you want something crunchy that tastes good, but also could be your mortal enemy in potato form, try this recipe. I'll link it below. Thanks. I don't know.
Delightful. No, thank you. Do it manually, yeah. I don't know how I would do that though. Not that good with a knife. Decent, but not that good. That good. Okie dokie. I am headed to sleep. Very tired, and God, I'm looking so pale. Why do I look that pale? Okay. I'm a vampire. I must go rest and sleep. So thank you for being here. I'll be here tomorrow and every other day this month. I guess that's only like 4 more days, but I'll be here. Then some water. Take care of yourself. Well, good night.
Benefits of our culture, even our political. We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or doing it for themselves, are troublemakers. We white Anglo-Saxons have given the benefits of our culture, our religion, our technology to everybody. And we have insisted that they receive the benefits of our culture, even our political style, our democracy. You had better be Democrat, or we'll shoot you. conceive. How do you know what's good for other people? We can change society. We can get enormous enthusiasm going out of the idea that there is a revolution afoot and that this revolution is going to set everything to right. Do you know a revolution that ever set anything to right? Whether the revolution came from the left wing or from the right wing. When we have a great system, great power to put it into effect, there is always more violence, more bloodshed, more trouble. Diabolical things are done in the name of righteousness. We don't change. We're doing the same thing today, but under different names. We can look back at those people and see how evil that was, but we can't see it in ourselves.